meet up to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. It forces most to defer their dreams until next time. If there is a next time.
It's losing.
Oh my God, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did.
I'm blown away. The game is over.
As the chess world turns to Kazakhstan, the Magnus Carlsen dynasty is set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title. The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi once again holds a 1-point lead in the 2023 World Championship match. What an incredible bounce back.
Ding Liren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
Jan is just going to smash through on the king side.
Ding didn't have a good day. This is all over. And what a game, I have to say.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
Hello and welcome to Astana, Kazakhstan, where the FIDE World Championship 2023 is currently taking place between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren. Score is currently 3-2 in Nepomniachtchi's favor after some dramatic rollercoaster chess. And today, to cover all the action, I'm Grandmaster David Howell, and with me is my good friend and colleague, Anish Giri, world number 6. Anish, you've been here the whole way. How have you been finding the match so far?
Thank you, David. It's been a pleasure to follow the match. Lots of ups and downs. And today we are at an important juncture as Jan has taken the lead again. And Ding, having the white pieces, has an opportunity to come back, make it a 3-3. Looking forward to see this game.
Yes, today will be game 6. Historically, a very important game in any match. And let's have a recap of how we got here. And Ding Liren, of course, struggling at the early stages of the match. Game 1 was a draw, but Game 2, Jan Nepomniachtchi was the one who struck first. Ding, far from his best, surprised us with an early opening idea, which backfired. Game 3, he steadied the ship. It was a draw. And in Game 4, Ding struck back with a very impressive win with the white pieces. Yesterday, Anish, the rollercoaster continued this topsy-turvy match. Game 5, talk us through what happened.
Yes, that was a special game. Jan has brought something to the table. He played his comfortable 1e4, his Spanish, got a small opening advantage, was really deeply prepared, played everything very quickly. Ding was on the back foot, didn't find the best defensive setup. Jan just kept upping the pressure and without any major blunders, just continuously being under pressure, making a few inaccuracies. Ding eventually lost the game and had to resign. It was a masterpiece, to be honest.
Yeah, masterpiece indeed. And that does take us to today. Ding will have white again, will be wanting to strike back. But of course, we're just watching from home out in Astana. We have chess updates and weather reports from Mike Klein himself.
Thanks, guys. What a match we've already had. 3 out of the 5 games have been decisive. That's sometimes more than we get in an entire match. Before we talk about the game today, though, let's talk about the weather. Many questions were asked about it at the press conference. Nepomniachtchi did take his customary walk, despite the fact that it's negative 19 Celsius wind chill outside. He bundled up, put on a lot more clothes, and did his thing. He is Russian, after all. But yeah, the weather is taking a bit of a Benjamin Button effect. We were in T-shirts outside not only a few days ago, and already now we're back to wearing winter coats. We've gone from spring back to winter. I can't really understand it. In fact, it did affect gameplay a little bit, although Nepomniachtchi said it's not like a sporting event, but Nepomniachtchi could be seen circling around the board a little bit, doing a lot of pacing, and he said he did that just to stay warm. As far as the game, Ding said that this loss was more painful than his one a few days ago. One of the nice things about this match from a player perspective is that we know that a one-game advantage is not necessarily enough to hold up, like in some previous matches. There seems to be no indication that the players are going to play more conservatively just because they have one win in the pocket. Ding has already come back from a one-game deficit once. We will see if he can strike back right away and continue the string of decisive games. For Chess.com, this is Mike in Astana. Now back to you guys.
These are the head-to-head scores between Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi. After Jan's victory yesterday, he does lead in classical chess 5 wins to 3. Still a small margin, still more than half the match to go. And Anish, it was interesting to hear Mike say that Ding found yesterday's defeat even more heartbreaking than Game 2. What are your thoughts? Is he going to be able to strike back today?
Yes, indeed, and I can understand where Ding was coming from. It felt like a nice redemption story for him, as the start was really, really tough. He seemed very nervous, visibly. He was spending a lot of time in the rest area. was making lots of weird moves, weird decisions that are uncharacteristic for a player as good as Ding. And it seemed like everything was turning around. His game 3 was good. Game 4 was even better. He won. The score was even. Jan looked shaky. And he was very optimistic, Ding. But suddenly, the trend shifted back again. And he lost the game when he felt that everything was fine. And he said that was a devastating feeling. And I understand where he's coming from. That said, he has come back before, and he will want to come back once again. So I don't think he will despair. Even if not today, there's still plenty of opportunities in the match. It's a long, long match. Though, of course, it's not endless. So you do want to strike back at some point, and you definitely don't want to let it get away from you. As a 2-point lead for Jan would already be a very significant advantage.
And I've been doing my research, Anish. Game 6 has been very important historically. I estimate there have been 18 decisive games in World Championship matches in Game 6, which is an incredible ratio. Almost half of World Championship matches, there's been a decisive game in this round. Of course, people remember 2021, Magnus Carlsen against Jan Nepomniachtchi, the longest game in World Championship history. There have been blunders between Anand and Carlsen, Game 6. It always seems to be this game. So I'm predicting that there will be even more drama as we are waiting for the players to walk in. Should we make last-minute predictions for this round?
Yeah, I think I can sort of give a prediction of what I expect will happen on a more general basis. I think Ding will go for something where a lot of pieces will remain on the board, where structure might be a little bit closed, and where there will be no direct trades in the center. But in terms of a concrete opening, a concrete first move, that's pretty hard. He might do 1c4 again, but he might try to do something similar, maybe a reti with knight f3 g3, an opening you are familiar with. Hard to say. Maybe I would say probably no e4, I think. And d4 is possible with a nimzo, with some sort of a nimzo maybe, but really hard to say. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, you stole the words out of my mouth. I would love to see the reti. It's my old man repertoire where there's minimal theory. You get an original creative game very early on. But of course, Jan will have prepared for that. He's got a bulletproof repertoire at this point. I'm predicting a decisive result either way. I think that Ding's going to take big risks in this game. I just have a feeling from his mindset, from the way we've seen the match develop so far. And I'm not going to make any predictions either way because I think it could go either way at this point. That's the one thing the match has shown us. But meanwhile, we do see Jan arriving at the board, the first to arrive. And Ding, we saw a few moments ago in his rest area. Game 6. I will predict, a reti, just because I'm loyal to my favorite openings.
Okay. No, fair enough. And Jan is back with the same suit as he wore yesterday, the lucky suit for him. I think looks. I like the way it looks on him. I'll try one on like that as well. Though I think it really depends on on your face color as well, how you match with the suit. But really liking the Jan looks very fresh last couple of days. And yeah, I wonder in terms of from a game theory perspective, how much risk should Ding actually take? And we have to analyze that. I'm not sure how to do this kind of analysis, but I am not sure intuitively. I feel that taking a lot of risks today could backfire because a loss would be devastating. A draw would not be the end of the world. But knowing Ding and seeing the way he played so far, I think he will take a lot of risks. And so I do think it will be a 3-result game. I think Jan very likely will get chances of his own as well. And I think anything can happen. Ding so far played very aggressive, even with the black pieces. That game after he lost the previous one in round 2, the game 3, if you remember well, with the black pieces. Oh, I believe he commentated actually with us that day as well. And he was very, very aggressive, very pushy there. So, we'll see what will happen today. I think another loss for Ding is not out of the question, and that would be really bad news.
Yeah, it would be almost disastrous for Ding, losing another white if he does take risks, if they do backfire. Like you say, kind of game management, match management, game theory. I'm not sure it's going through their minds, Ding and Richard Rapport, when it's not in their style, really, to make those kinds of calculations. I think they both just want to get out there, play a game. And meanwhile, Ding, interestingly, still sitting in his rest area, reluctant to come to the board. What do you make of that, Anish? Jan looks ready, looks primed to go.
Well, I heard yesterday was sort of cold there. We had our, chess.com weather report. We are branching out as, as a company. We're also doing weather management. But I heard that they tried to make it a little warmer in the playing hall today. So perhaps the resting area is also a little bit warmer. So maybe the players will be able to spend some time. Ding also looking dashing with his suit as well. I have to say, players looking very sharp today, ready for battle. A nice blue suit there for Ding, and well, both seem very much ready for game 6 as it starts in just 6 minutes as well.
I like it. Dashing Ding, ready to kill with the white pieces, and he's going to be adjusting the moves, adjusting the pieces, sorry, and the first ceremonial move will be made in just a few moments' time. Yeah, the Reti, the English, it could be anything at this point, but Ding, I'm liking the fact that he has been sitting at the board the last few games. Yesterday didn't go his way, of course, kind of got caught out in the opening, and that's why I think his strategy will be to remain flexible, take the game into unknown waters as early as possible. And you must be impressed by Jan, right? Just the way he bounced back. I know I was here in game 4. We made those predictions just before the rest day that Jan would struggle psychologically after his defeat. He came back with a very impressive win. Now it's up to Ding to show that he's got that mettle again. Ding with white pieces.
I think Jan made a very good call yesterday. I mean, in hindsight, certainly he did. He played this one of the main, main things in his repertoire, the Spanish, and he did nothing weird. Put pawn on d3, c3, a4, all the standard moves. No unnatural play there. Everything was very clean and clear cut. Then he started fighting for the only weak square on d5. Then the game sort of played itself in a sense. I'm not to take any credits away from Jan, and certainly his conversion was very impressive. At some point, he took some very strong decisions. But in a way, I think he was fortunate to an extent that he was able to bounce back immediately and got these opportunities. And well, he did everything right. It's always how it works in chess. Yeah, you cannot force a win. You always need a mistake or a bad decision from the opponent. But if you do everything right, well, the mistakes are going to come. And yeah, he did his job in the previous game. Now the task is cut out for Ding. So far, I feel, I don't know if I'm being subjective here, but I feel as though Jan is a little bit better prepared in the opening. Cannot quite pinpoint as to why, but somehow his ideas with the white pieces, they're just, they feel a little bit more poisonous to me. It feels like he puts a little bit more pressure than Ding does. Ding is just much more trying to simply get any sort of game, any kind of position without without fighting for much advantage. Jan's still trying to fight for some sort of an advantage, I feel, and is able to do that in his white games. So I don't know. I think it will be harder for Ding to make something happen today. But as we had seen in his previous white game, things definitely can take shape for him. And yeah, the players are having these last 3 minutes before the game, the most nerve-wracking ones, the ones where you cannot leave the board anymore, but you also cannot make a move and you are stuck in this limbo. Fortunately, it only lasts 3 minutes. You're going to get out of it very soon.
Yeah, they will be allowed to start the clocks very shortly. And Anish, you mentioned that you feel Jan is better prepared. Do you think this is just kind of prior experience? He's been here, he's done it before, 2021. Okay, that didn't go so well, but he's been in that zone. He knows what it takes. And Ding, with his second rapport, do you think it's a bit of inexperience on their part?
I wouldn't criticize Ding by no means. I just felt that Jan's prep was even more poisonous. But I think, indeed, when you prepare for a World Championship match and for the candidates, and you do that with a large group of people, then your prep, it sort of accumulates. Your knowledge accumulates. And I think Jan, in the past few years, he's been able to accumulate a lot of knowledge. And I know Jan for many years, and I think there were times when he was much less prepared. But due to these recent events, these matches and candidate tournaments, he definitely built up a huge prep. And we have the first move played by Dana Reznica, FIDE, I think vice president, I believe she is, and a big part of FIDE. And did you see what move she made?
It looked like 1c4. It was a pawn push. That's all I could see. Dana, a very strong Latvian chess player and politician. I believe deputy chair of the FIDE management board. And either way, Ding seemed to take her move back and keeping us guessing. He's played a couple of different first moves with white already in this match, 1d4 and 1c4. Will he switch things up even further? Moment of truth. Any second now, the clocks will be started. I'm predicting one knight f3. Anish, you seem to be saying one d4 or c4 again.
But I think one c4. I think the move Dana, who is a very strong player indeed, as you mentioned, made. I think that was Dink's suggestions. I think one c4 has already been maybe predetermined, but maybe I'm wrong. He can indeed take it back still. It is allowed to take one move back if you have a guest coming. No more after that. But the first one you can take back very often. But I do think that one c4 is what he asked her to play. I think that is more Dink's style. He's he's sort of an extremely honest person, so he has a habit of just saying, he's just being honest even when you don't need to be honest. Let me put it this way. So I expect one c4.
And we're off. We have the handshake, and okay, it is d4.
Wow, then I misread that. D4, interesting. Yes, I predicted the Nim, so if it will be a d4, but oh no, not at all.
Wow, knight f3 on move 2, staying flexible. This one does cut out. Yeah, cuts out the Nimzo, at least Anish. But I guess surely he's not going for the London system or any other things associated to knight f3.
Yes, he does.
He is.
Oh no, the London. Okay, I think half the viewership is already lost. Out of protest, a lot of viewers, have logged out of our broadcast. Everybody hates the London, but well, let's wait and see. I think Ding and Richard, they have prepared something there. London, it's become bigger than before. It was just a scheme where you just make all these moves, like you just bring a pawn here, knight here, bishop here, pawn here, a castle, and you chill. But now there's lots of concrete theory, and it's much more subtle than that. Sometimes you develop the bishop to e2, sometimes to b5, sometimes you take dc5, sometimes you postpone c3, sometimes you don't go h3, you go h4, like all sorts of, sometimes an early knight e5, a lot of subtleties there. So a lot of theory now, and London is no longer the same, no longer what it used to be. But a very exciting choice of opening. Well, in some sense, I feel maybe my prediction is still not too much off, as I suggested something where a lot of pieces will remain on the board, and London is one such opening. Position is also likely quite closed.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say that Ding felt so guilty playing the London system, he left the stage temporarily, but he's back, and we do see some forcing moves. To me, this is like the Italian game of 1d4. It's just so many move orders, nuances, as you mentioned. But there are some forcing lines, and it looks like Jan playing very quickly. He has obviously prepared for this. I'll mention Magnus Carlsen plays this quite a lot, and Jan, of course, prepared for him in 2021. So surely he will have done some work. We see an early trade of pawns on d4. Have you seen Jan face the London system that much? I'm trying to recall. I haven't, Anish.
Well, I've played it against him myself, so I know that for a fact. I've played it against him in this online tour, I think a season ago, or a season or two ago, that the first season of the tours, 2021, I think we speak. And I think my logic was that Jan used to be a Grunfeld player. And so as a Grunfeld player, you never face the London when the opponent is not on g6. So I thought it might be smart to play the London against him, since he was just starting to build his repertoire. And I think at the time, indeed, his London was a little bit more shaky. In the London, also, he has always been going for the e6, bishop d6 setup, by the way. Always this e6, bishop d6 setup. But now he went for something entirely different. And as you mentioned, Magnus Carlsen plays London a lot, and very successfully too. So Jan must have spent a lot of time preparing for London for his match against Magnus. And now he seems to be able to use that prep in this match. CDED, bishop f5, that's a relatively rare system. There are much more fashionable trends here. With queen b6 is a huge one, where you take on b2 later. On knight h5 is also a very, very trendy system. But CDED, bishop f5, it's a thing as well, a very natural way to play. You take and develop the bishop, but there is quite some theory here, but it's a little bit less known. I think bishop b5 is how it goes, and then queen comes to b6 very often, you go c4, and it gets complicated. And I think at the end of these complications, actually, black does have a very solid position. So I think I understand what Jan is trying to go for. But Ding is thinking he can also play it differently than bishop b5. He can just play it, just finish development with c3. But then black has a comfortable position. He'll go e6, bishop d6, castle, and finish development.
Yeah, actually, this system with bishop f5, recently I was looking for a very young student, and the student wanted kind of a repertoire where it required almost zero theory, almost zero knowledge, where you could just get a position and play as black against the London system. And I recommended this one because, yes, white can play bishop b5 and maybe some direct lines, but I think majority of London system players will just develop pieces. And Ding has that dilemma now. If he doesn't go bishop b5, if he just plays like c3, as you say, Anish, it's going to become a very long maneuvering game. And we should also remind the viewers of the time control. They do have 2 hours for 40 moves, no increment. They do gain 60 minutes after move 40, and it's only after move 60 that they gain 15 minutes and a 30-second bonus. And maybe Jan is going for one of those long games. We know in 2021, he had, I think it was 7.5 hours against Magnus Carlsen, multiple time controls. Okay, Ding does go c3, so avoiding any direct kind of conflict here. And like you say, e6 is coming, bishop d6 is coming. Not much white can do about that now. I've got to say, I quite like these types of positions for both sides, just in practical terms. The Carlsbad, but is the Carlsbad the Carl's good here, Anish? We know that they had this pawn structure against each other back in game 3.
Yeah, I think colors reversed, but basically not reversed. So like that, if you know what I mean, like the colors have reversed, but so did the players. So they are still on the same side of the Carlsbad.
Yeah.
The Carlsbad structure is referring to these 2 pawns against these 2 pawns, usually with this attached to them as well. And then we spoke about this minority attack plan. I mean, very long term, of course, not early. First to finish development, prepare b5. Or there is this f6, e5, f3, e4. But with the knight already on f6, usually it's the minority attack that you do. But you can also, sometimes you can also go for the e5 break and try to hold that position with an isolated pawn. Especially with black, you can often do that. Yeah, David, you mentioned a student that wants to know little theory and just get a playable position. You're talking about Magnus Carlsen here or somebody else?
No comment, Anish. No, it's someone a few hundred points lower rated than Magnus Carlsen.
Okay, just to clarify. You know, what is a big thing, by the way, is this. So queen b3 is a very tempting move. Mm-hmm. And then you surely are aware of this pawn sacrifice. Bishop d6, queen b7, bishop takes f4.
Yeah.
Queen c6, king f8. Yeah,
maybe we can show this on the board, because if Ding is feeling ambitious, then this is one of the few direct attempts he can go for. Otherwise, it is purely maneuvering, I think. And here we do see Queen b3. Anish, talk us through this line, because Bishop d6, I guess it's only come to light in the last few years. It's been spotted by engines and so on.
Yeah, I must say, it's not like I have too much to say on this position. Well, I don't like. It's not like I have pages of the analysis here that I would share, but I think it's a trendy thing, and I think in some of the versions, sometimes the bishop is on g4, sometimes on h5, sometimes on f5, and depending on where that bishop is, some of these positions are very good for black, some of them are not as good for black. It's very concrete. So black has the bishop pair, the white queen is a little bit misplaced, and the black king, although it looks like it's sort of in trouble as it hasn't castled, it will actually find a very safe place on g7 after g6 or g5 and king g7. So the big question is if white will be able to finish the development, bishop e2 castle, and then protect the b2 pawn as well somehow after potential rook b8. And if white will be able to consolidate this position up a pawn, but certainly some compensation for black, and it's very, very concrete. I mean, some computer analysis are required here. I don't know if Ding will take this direction. I think, honestly, I'm not sure. It will be very unpleasant for him if he's not as well prepared as Jan. Because the problem with the London system, and it's one of the decent, one of the good openings. But the problem with the London system is that black has so many different systems to choose from. And I've had that issue myself with the white pieces when I played the London. Very often, even though you prepare, you are the one who is choosing the opening, so you chose the London. But then it's so hard to guess what black will play. There are like 10 systems that equalize, and 5 more that are maybe very slightly worse, but you have to know what you're doing. And so even if you know you're going to play the London and you spend the entire day preparing for it, you still might be less prepared than your opponent, who will actually choose one of these 15 lines. And we might see the situation here. Ding sort of chose the London, but he is the one who is less prepared for this game. And I think that's what happens. And one of the reasons why London is still not as popular as it could be. Black just has a lot of choice. And this is just one of the many, many lines.
Yeah, and we see on the camera Ding not really showing positive body language right now. Either he's asking himself, why didn't I check this exact line? Like you say, Anish, there's so much to prepare for. Why didn't I check this specific move order? Or he's just on his own. And yeah, either way, it can be unpleasant. I don't know about you, Anish, but I find myself so many times around move 10, 15, just sitting there, beating myself up in my head, just saying, okay, I could have checked this. I could have refreshed this recently, but instead it's just that really unpleasant decision. Do you play into your opponent's preparation and risk even more with the white pieces, or do you just play on and admit you have no advantage in a quiet maneuvering system? What do you think is going through Ding's mind?
Yeah, I think his body language suggests that he maybe intended queen b3, but now realized that he doesn't want to dare. Or sometimes, you read too much into body language. As our colleague Danya always likes to say, he doesn't like to read too much into body language, and it is true. Well, you can indeed, if you want to, you can just finish your development. But the question is then, well, how ambitious are you? Let's say bishop e2, probably bishop comes to d6. You can trade, you can castle, and then you have various ways of playing this. You can try to go after this bishop maybe, though trading that bishop for a knight is not going to yield you that much. You could also just not trade that bishop. I think the other move that comes to mind is bishop b5, where you apply a bit of pressure on the knight, so potentially you control the square a little bit better. But it's all it's all not so much. And I think, yes, a big choice here, queen b3 or not queen b3. But I think Ding should be in his prep, but he looks really pissed. Could he have already mixed up here that he should have played bishop b5 and he played c3 and now he's upset? Like, why is his body language so negative?
Yeah, it's really hard to get a call on Ding Laren's body language right now. I think you might be right. Either he's mixed something up or he's annoyed at himself that he hasn't looked at queen b3 and this whole line kind of in the recent past. If you're going to go for this queen b3 as white and go pawn hunting, then you want to have looked at this in the last few days. You want to be fully aware of all those nuances, like you said later, Anish, because actually that position with the two bishops and the misplaced black king, it's very dangerous for white, as far as I can recall. You can certainly find yourself in big trouble if you don't know all the details. So it just feels like he's kind of stuck in his head a bit too much. We know that Ding's had this emotional kind of journey so far in the match, and he's kind of internalizing everything right now, maybe having flashbacks to earlier points in the match where he could have gone a bit deeper with his preparation. And I've got to ask as well, we mentioned the Carlsbad pawn structure. Ding had this structure with the black pieces in game 3. It seemed to me that he maneuvered quite well. Okay, he plays a move, looks like bishop to b5. There we go. But this pawn structure, he seems to like this structure, and Jan has been consistently going for the black side. Which side would you take if you had a choice? Say that we get a maneuvering position. Let's go existential here.
Yeah, you're calling me out there. I think there are mainly two types of players. There are those who like them with either color, and there are those who don't like them with either color.
Which one are you on? Which side?
I think it depends on who I play. It's one of these positions where if you feel you are superior in this lower game, I'd certainly take it. If I play a very strong player, well, let's say one of the world top, like Carlsen or Ding, then I would really try to make sure I have a good position. So I wouldn't want some dodgy Carlsbad. But of course, if I play a player significantly lower rated and I have a dodgy Carlsbad, I can imagine that I'll be quite happy because you have a lot of piece play. I think from body language of Ding, by the way, he mixed something up for sure, because I think c3 and bishop b5, it's really not a thing. There is a variation here where you go a6 and then c3 bishop f5. And after bishop f5 directly, like, you're supposed to fight for the advantage with bishop b5. But yeah, I don't know. c3 bishop b5 combined with his facial expressions sort of make me feel like he's something has gone slightly wrong with his prep. But that said, the damage is extremely limited because, well, it's even better sometimes, because Jan is so well prepared, it's even better to mix something up, do something non-principled, because if you do something principled after bishop b5 on move 7, the line goes like queen b6, c4, and it gets very forced. And then likely Jan will be completely prepared and equalized by force. While here Jan is confused, he will be confused, and we will get a game. And well, we saw in the previous Carlsbad game that Ding was maneuvering a little bit more accurately with a little bit more feel, if you would agree with me. And then if we look at it from that sort of a more global sense, then yes, Ding might be not too unhappy with the fact that they got this position. At the same time, having the black pieces, Jan, of course, was worried about something, some prep in the opening. That there would be something danger somewhere, a pitfall. But here he knows that, well, he gets out of the opening with a equal position, he will be able to finish his development, castle short, and then it's a standard equal position where in order to lose, you have to make many inaccuracies or many mistakes. And Jan definitely feels somewhat of a relief there, but long term, he could get outplayed as Ding. To me, it feels like Ding is the player with a little more experience, a little more feel for these kind of structures. But well, a very long way to go, and not to ruin it, but a very slow maneuvering game is incoming for us. I think this one will take a while before it gets too exciting.
Yeah, a London systems kind of a London system player's ultimate fantasy, that slow maneuvering game.
Yeah.
But for the viewers, perhaps not the most exciting yet, but it will heat up later, judging by the way this match has gone. And Jan does sit back down at the board. What moves are we predicting here? Either you put some pressure on that bishop that's just landed on b5, I guess, or you develop with bishop d6, try and trade off those dark square bishops immediately. And okay, that's what Jan does go for. Very natural move.
Yes, and when preparing for Carlsen, you have to look at these positions quite deeply, because Carlsen, he likes playing them. He likes even playing the most innocent versions of things, like even that are not threatening. He just wants to maneuver back and forth. So I suspect Jan would have looked at these kind of positions in great depth. Just not just bishop d6 castle and let's play, but even further down the road, he would look at the plans, the ideas, how does the play continue? Where does the f6 knight go? Is it going towards e4? Is it going towards d7? Do you push e5? Do you push f6, e5? Do you give up the f5 bishop? Do you keep it with h6? All these questions. Do you go for b5 or do you wait with b5? Or are you afraid of b4 after b5? Are you not afraid of b4 after b5? All these questions that come to mind, I think you would want to have them answered in your prep if you're facing Magnus Carlsen. And I suspect that this is leftovers from that match. Because I guess you don't need to prepare 10 different systems against London. So whatever you prepare for Magnus, you can use for Ding.
Yeah, and I guess that's the difference between these kind of really elite grandmasters or these top players in the world compared to some of the rest of us. Me, for example, I would stop my preparation around here. I'd say, okay, black is fine. I'll work it out at the board. But at the World Championship level, they must have played training games in this type of structure. They must have gone into detail, that you say, about the plans, the pawn breaks, where you want to put your pieces, which pieces to trade off. And yeah, I really like black's position. I just think he's got a kind of moral victory out of the opening, but that's not to say he's ever going to be better necessarily. We're in for a long grind this game. And any predictions on which plan Jan will go for? You know him. Is he going to go for something maybe just kind of in the needs of the position? Or I don't know if he can whip up anything dynamic here as black, which he would love to do, of course.
For starters, I think you castle short, right? I mean, you could make a case for I don't like the move, but you could make a case for knight d7, because you could say maybe you are afraid of taking on c6 and knight e5, which I think you're really not. You're really not, because of c5 there, actually. But yeah, well, I mean, making a case for long castle would really be insane. I think that's a horrendous idea in this position. I think this is really quite outrageous. You create this imbalance for no reason at all. King is very weak on the queen side. I don't think you'd want that. Yeah, no, I honestly don't know. Okay, well, sorry. I think there is maybe a thought that at the castle there is knight h4, although then there is also bishop g4 keeping the bishop. So I was about to say maybe you want to play h6, because I'm trying to understand why he's taking his time at all. Because castle is sort of so natural. But first of all, he has a lot of time. But secondly, yeah, maybe knight h4 is a question. But yeah, knight h4, keeping met by bishop g4, where I keep the bishops. And also, I don't think bishop g6 is the end of the world. But maybe you want to, if possible, avoid giving up the bishop for now. So Jan taking his time. But what happens after castle? Yeah, that will be a bigger question. Also, the question is on Ding. Does he want to trade the bishop on b5 with the knight, or did he just plant it there just for fun, and will it retract later to f1? All these questions. And you mentioned that you're happy with the black's position. I think black certainly equalized. But in a way, if we reverse the colors, what people very often do these days, try to imagine if black was white and white was black, then white, who would then be black, would have also comfortably equalized at this point. So it's a matter of perspective. I guess we have this equal playable position, and it's a matter of choice and taste, which side you prefer.
Yeah, exactly. If I was Ding here, I would be thinking, oh, it's been a disaster, no advantage out the opening. But if you give me his position when I'm black, I'm like, yeah, this is my dream. Survive the opening, solid position, no trouble at all. Yeah, could he also be thinking about kind of asking this bishop a question? I'm not sure why he's delaying castling. I'm on the same boat as you. It looks so natural to just castle and kind of think later. But Jan clearly has something on his mind.
Yeah, you can definitely make an argument for a6. I would be a little skeptical. First of all, I would wonder maybe white wants to take on c6. I mean, in a good version. So maybe that will. Also, I have to move like queen a4 after a6. But the reason you could suggest a6 before castle is that after a6, I don't have. For example, if I castle first, I can play maybe rook e1 and bishop to f1. Yeah. I mean, I really don't think that's a big deal. But I'm trying to find an argument for playing a6 before castle. I think not. Yeah, I mean, he was trying to be precise and just taking his time. But I think it's very hard to make a case for a move other than castle. Oh, and Dink plays rook e1. Actually, Dink actually maybe he was kind of not happy that Jan played the system because he didn't have anything special prepared for it. But he does play quickly, so maybe he didn't mix anything up, or he didn't. There was no surprises for him. He just was a little annoyed that Jan played one of the very good systems that he had nothing against, and now he just plays what he prepared because he plays pretty quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, but then again, it's a bit like Black's last move, castles. Rook e1 is also White's most natural move. What else, basically? So
yeah, he could be bluffing as well a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, or just trying to get in the flow, trying to speed up. Yesterday, the clock played a huge part in Ish, right? I was just watching from afar, but it looked like Jan already had kind of settled things psychologically by playing so fast in the early stages. Ding was suffering there a bit later on.
Yeah, and I looked up with the database. There are 5 games of Gata Kamsky here with the white pieces, all played in the very prestigious Title Tuesdays. And Kamsky is known to be really an expert in this slow kind of maneuvering games. He loves these kind of positions. He hates forcing prep. He loves playing chess, slow chess. He likes it very much. And not surprising is Gata Kamsky that we see here. And I think, yeah, probably Dink, you might have gone for this cagey kind of setup. Nothing too exciting for people that like forcing preparation, that like sharp opening ideas. But from a perspective of what Dink needs, I think, believe it or not, it could be a good game plan. Jan, not too familiar with these structures in general, maybe just hoping to outplay Jan. The computer, of course, says the position is very close to equal, or actually equal completely. But slowly you can outplay your opponent, especially as we had seen in the previous Carlsbad game. So maybe some deep psychological thinking there by Ding. But of course, for Jan, there are really very, very many options, and it's really hard to lose this position. Of course, you can lose it, but to lose a position, you have to make many mistakes, and it has to be very gradual.
Yeah, either lots of small mistakes in Ish or one big one. That's how my experiences go against the London system. You mentioned the famous legend himself, Gata Kamsky. How do those games go? Is Ding taking inspiration? Is Kamsky a secret part of the Ding team?
Well, yeah, it would be surprising if Kamsky would suddenly be in Ding's team. Kamsky is known as a of course, a famous legend, but he's known to sort of be a great player who really doesn't want to spend much time preparing. So I don't think he would be like enthusiastic about helping someone else prepare. Like, he would probably not mind playing some training games, but I'm not sure that Kamsky would be the person to jump on the opportunity and become one of the seconds who would suddenly start checking openings. He didn't even want to do it for himself. I doubt he would want to do it for somebody else. But he actually won a fair share of this. He has four against one. And he played differently. So one of the games after a6, he played bishop to f1. Another game after queen c7, also a waiting move. He took on c6. In other game, he went after queen c7, knight to e5. All three are completely different approaches, but it seems that Kamsky was just sort of freestyling here, playing different possible plans. All plans are leading to different positions that are all roughly equal. So it's not like Kamsky had it all worked out and he had one way of playing it. He just sort of played this position and he demonstrated all possible ideas. So knight e5 is one, take and knight e5 is the other, and bishop f1 back is a third way to play. Just get the bishop out, maybe play a4, and then it's you should do something with the knight. Like very often what happens is the d2 knight lands on d3, right, David? This is what we learned sort of. This is what we learned in our chess kindergartens. Sometimes you chase this bishop. Yeah,
I was going to say d3 is the dream square for the white knight and d6 often for the black knight.
I think the reason is that you could sort of control this square and also the important b4 square as well, and potentially after b5, where you play b4, even c5 square as well. Knight on d3 is kind of doing this multi-purpose tasks. Also, knight h4 is possible to trade this bishop, and then the other one can go to f3. So this is sort of the future I could see for this knight on d2.
Yeah, and you were talking about the minor pieces there, because you mentioned the chess kindergarten as well. When I was young, I was taught these kind of structures. Actually, bishops aren't that important. Knights tend to be the more kind of flexible piece, the more valuable piece. But it was only maybe in the last 5 years or so I realized from London systems, from Caro-Khans, which often end up like this, that actually the light squared bishop for white can be quite important. The bishop and knight combo against the two knights tends to end up with a slight advantage for white. So do you think there's something that Jan's maybe trying to avoid? If you gave me this position 10 years ago, I might have just gone bishop g4 and traded off.
Oh, yeah. I understand what you mean. It is true that that's what they used to do. And now the engine doesn't like it as much. That's a good point. Yeah, this is a good point. The bishop g4 takes f3. This is an old instinct that I no longer have. I kind of got rid of it, but it's true that that's how they used to play it. Well, it's not the end of the world. I mean, as black, I can envision various plans. So you are actually a big expert here, I realize, because of the Caro-Kann experience. I remember you beaten Levon Aronia, the famous game where Hikaru looks, you guys know, you probably know, the chess fans who know chess for a long time and know this YouTube meme where Hikaru looks at the board and there is Levon there. You guys know this meme? It's David there playing the Carlsbad against Levon.
Yeah.
And
I didn't even need to.
Sorry?
I didn't even need to pay you to drop that in, Anish. Thank you. My best game ever.
I mean, the transfer has already occurred. So yes, thank you for. But you are definitely a big expert on these structures. Jan plays h6, as you mentioned, keeping that light squared bishop. The light squared bishop that is important, as you had mentioned. Yes, I think one big question in these kind of positions is, does black go for the minority attack with a6 b5? Because that is actually the standard, the old way of doing it. But I think very often, more often than not, after you do this a6 b5, white will just go b4. Then the knight's heading to c5, the pawn will go to a4, and you will just create a weakness on a6 for yourself. So I think they don't rush it with b5 very often these days. And another question is, sometimes black just chooses to prepare e5 and accepts isolani and just holds it. This is another way of playing. I think both of these are unnecessary. A big question, I guess, with this f6 knight, like you want to throw it in or you want to throw it back to support e5 square, one of the two ways. Sometimes they even do, like after h6 it's less likely, but sometimes what even happens is some sort of I was going to say some sort of a stonewall with f5, but Ding has played knight e5. You usually make this move when black cannot recapture. Then it's a very safe move, yeah, because you have a fork on the queen and the knight. So knight e5 is a safe move. I guess Jan might play queen c7, and then he introduces the idea of capturing the knight, and then white has a choice to take on c6 with a bishop or with a knight.
Yeah. What do you think Ding's plan is? Maybe we can jump into a board and play a few lines, play a few moves, because knight e5, very direct approach. I thought maybe white would just maneuver a bit first, but as you say, queen c7 would be my first instinct, again, by analogy with some other openings, the Caro-Kann, because this is a bit of a strategic threat. I think if black trades off one set of minor pieces happily, then should be okay. You mentioned taking on c6. I don't really like it with the knight, just because black gains time and gets to play c5 next move.
No. It looks very it looks very dumb to take with the knight indeed, as I lose a tempo and then indeed the c5 comes. No, it feels wrong. I feel, you know, I have this big urge, like I see potential for taking on b4, and then the slide squared bishop on f5. It could kind of be a bad bishop that is like staring at all these light squares but doing nothing, and my other knight can head to c5 sometimes. So I could envision a sort of a good knight, bad bishop kind of scenario here. But I think it's a long way to go. I think you start with a5, probably you want to get rid of this potential weakness. After, the bar is liking white, by the way. What do you do here? Do you just go a3, or there is something more?
Maybe even knight b3 sometimes. I'm not sure if that's too ambitious, just to rush in with the knights.
Yeah. Maybe that's actually smart, because I was wondering after a3 just for because I wanted to kind of keep the pawn structure more I don't know what's the word, like more solid. Like after cb, the d4 pawn is of course it's not really weak, but I wanted to keep the pawn structure this way. But I was wondering after a3, like how outrageous is to play a4 and take away the b3 square from the knight. I don't know, it's maybe a big weakness, and I just go rook c1, c4. Yeah, no, I think I've completely misplaced this position. Rook c1, c4 just looks very good. And a4 is a weakness, probably.
Yeah. So maybe a small strategic threat then, unless Jan has some immediate way to kind of simplify there that you were trying to show with a5 to take this knight.
Yeah, I think if I would take with the bishop and go b4, I don't know if I'm better with white, but at least I would feel a little bit excited. I would feel like I'm playing for something. I already see I see the outlines, you know, of how I could win this good knight against bad bishop kind of game. So the other approach by Jan could be to just go knight e7 and avoid this.
Yeah, that doesn't strike me as a Jan type of move. I quite like it as well. You could imagine the bishop dropping back, eventually the knight coming out to f5, maybe jumping back to d6. Makes a lot of sense long term, but I guess Jan plays good moves, and it is potentially a good move, so maybe it is his type of move, but maybe not the first instinct to retreat.
No, and the knight on e5 is then what I really like here for white is that maybe it's an illusion of an advantage here, but I like that the knight on e5 in this position after knight e7, it is very firmly sitting on e5. Nobody is targeting it. In fact, it might be a stretch, but I could see h6 move 11 being inaccurate already. And I think the fact that Ding replied so fast suggests that actually Ding was prepared for this position. Because I think instead of h6 on move 11, there was really something to say for the standard move queen c7. I think they do this really very often, and the idea is that after knight e5, I can now take on e5, and after d, I have maybe knight to e4. I have lots of options here, or maybe knight even to g4. Maybe. Yeah, because of the concrete, the computer likes g4, because knight f3 I have bishop e4, and f4 I have queen c5, so maybe good for black. So queen c7, move 11, yes, and because then after queen c7, if you take bishop c6 first of all, yeah, I could take with the queen, but I guess if I take with the pawn, the position is a little different. After knight e5, I have c5, and after b4, maybe I can make a move with my f6 knight, and then meet knight e5 with f6, so it's a little bit of a different game. And also I can take on c6 with the queen, actually. Keeping the pawn structure as is also a question. Yeah, what that position would be. Maybe you go knight e5. You have a nice knight, but I've kept my pawn structure intact, and I don't have this potential weakness on c6. So I think this move h6 that Jan played, it was not a must. There's also an option to go knight d7 here, for example. Maybe then knight h4 would pick up the bishop, but maybe that was a lesser evil. Also, it's possible to go knight e4. So there were options. I'm not sure h6 was the only move, because after h6, knight e5, yeah, it's a question for Jan. Does he allow the knight to stay on e5, or does he allow bishop takes c6 straight? Yeah, Ding is getting something. I think probably knight e7 feels like it's a stronger move, but it's a difficult one to make.
Yeah, and I was going to ask what happens if black plays knight d7 here. Which piece do you exchange? Kind of how do you resolve that tension? But either way, Jan has a difficult decision to make strategically. He's got to look into the future here. I think you're right, actually. H6 is kind of a useful move, but is it top priority? Maybe not. It feels like Jan just kind of playing by hand there, and only now is he properly kind of tanking, properly thinking. But already, yeah, not too pleasant, this decision. I think we will see a lot of maneuvering. If knight e7 happens, then this game is just going to maneuver for the next 20 moves. And,
do we is g4 way too premature? I mean, I would not do it, but is it way too premature to go g4 f4 after knight e7?
Let's jump in and check maybe. And knight to e7.
Yes.
Yeah, wow, Anish, g4. You woke up on the wrong side of bed today. Just want to checkmate.
No, I just want to, it feels completely mistimed, but I just want to show something and take a look at. I think knight e4 you have here. It's just,
if you didn't have knight e4, then maybe, but.
So it was important to control the e4. It's important to control the e4 square before you push f4. I guess that is the definition of how you should do it. Because once knight jumps to e4, the problem is not necessarily only the knight there, but the problem is that f6 is coming, and our e5 knight will have to leave, and then the weakness of the e4 square and the king side will be telling. So yeah, no direct issues with knight e7. And I think knight e7 is sort of the right way to go. I think Jan will play it. If knight d7, which you mentioned after knight e5, I was thinking about so trading on bishop takes c6, bc, knight d7, queen d7, and knight b3 to c5. I was wondering about that, and yeah, I mean, I cannot assess this right away, but there is a part of me that really worries for black here, because this black square bishop, it could be just shooting empty air, and I have this knight on c5 which will forever stand there. You will never be able to get rid of it, and I could see all sorts of, I could envision all sorts of scenarios where somehow these positions end badly for black. So knight d7, I think the most risky move of all, actually, getting rid of all the knights and allowing knight on c5. Probably, yeah.
I agree. As soon as I suggested it, I was like, oh, actually, let's not analyze, because this leads to one-way traffic. I used to lose a lot of games just like that, good knight versus bad bishop, when I was younger. But a difficult question for Jan, because he's pretty much committed to those types of positions, unless he plays a move like knight e7.
But I'm wondering even is it even such a difficult choice? Because the more I think about it, the less I see what's wrong with knight e7. I think knight e7 is by far the most strategically safe move. You could allow bishop c6 bc before in some version, in some circumstances, but it's so hard for a human to assess where it's okay. I would think that maybe if you get f6 e5 somewhere and you get good counterplay in the center, you could afford this weakness on c6. But why bother, sort of? Why bother? So if I play knight e7, I mean, you will have to play slowly. I guess you will play a move like a4 maybe first. Question will be, by the way, if white will trade light squared bishops with bishop d3 or not.
Yeah.
Because
Again,
Go ahead.
I was going to say, with colors reversed, that's a huge victory, right? But here with white, maybe.
Yeah, because the good thing for white after bishop d3, bishop takes d3, knight takes d3, I managed to get my knight on a great square. And of course, Jan, cultured player, plays knight e7.
Okay. Yeah, nice. And on the board, let's just show this. It's the dance of the knights, Anish. Whose knights are better placed?
Yeah, knight on d3 is fantastic. This knight d3, knight g2. So these are ideal positions for the knights, I think. So it's a very common idea, actually, to go bishop d3 once you have a knight on e5, and not to take with the king, but to take with the knight. Because knight, as I mentioned, is fantastic here, so it controls e5. So, but a4 first, yeah, a4 first. I like it more. After a6, we might go to d3, or we might go to f1. Even more ambitious. a6, a6 is committal, because after a6, I will play with white a5 and maybe knight b3, knight c5 somewhere. So a6 is maybe committal. I wouldn't go a6.
Yeah, it's normally better not to touch pawns in this structure unless you can kind of force through that minority attack, like you said earlier, with kind of b5, b4. Because if you touch any pawns, you might just leave weak squares. I think that's what people have learned over the last just decade or two. Yeah, A4, I like it. Just asking Jan as well. Asking Jan, how is he planning? How is he setting up his pieces? But meanwhile, Anish, it's been a interesting start to the game with the London system. Maybe not all of you is happy with the opening choice, but it has led to a very rich middle game. And I think just while Jan ponders his move, let's go to a short break. We will be back with more action in Game 6 in a few moments.
Introducing WorldQuant, the partner of the Champions Chess Tour and Chess.com. WorldQuant is a global firm in the field of quantitative asset management. If you don't know what that is, it's the job of building complex mathematical models that seek to identify market inefficiency. For 2023, WorldQuant Brain is bringing together its International Quant Championship and the award-winning Champions Chess Tour to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists.
It sounds very exciting. You put your skills in practice in a case competition where you get a real challenge. And I signed up.
WorldQuant is seeking new talent and new energy, and it's looking at the world of chess to help. Because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? No quant experience? No problem. So, do you think you have what it takes to compete in the International Quant Championship? Sign up and be the next quant champion.
Hello and welcome back to the match between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren. WorldQuant is an official partner of the Chess.com broadcast of the FIDE World Championship. They're a global firm that builds complex mathematical models to identify market inefficiencies. Now, WorldQuant Brain is bringing together its international quant championship and the chess community to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists. Because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? If you think you have what it takes, register for the International Quant Championship. Head to go.chess.com/IQC or use !IQC in chat. And Anish, we're back with some moves. I see a look on your face. You're not liking the developments here in the game for Jan Nepomniachtchi, making some big and committal decisions.
No, it's horrible. It looks horrible. It looks horrible what's happening here. I think he's very unfamiliar with the position because I really don't like what he's done in the last 2 moves. I think the move a6, as we talked about, I think it's a positional mistake. Because after bishop f1, a5 was coming. I don't think that trading this knight this way is also fantastic because knight on e7 I think is not a great piece. So maybe I am underestimating black's potential on the king side, but I really don't think so. I think if I just take, play a5, we pull up the analysis board, so we see that the left position is still with Dings to move, but here I think Ding will take and play a5. I think it's an automatic. You block this and then the knight comes to c5. The knight's standing marvelously on c5. After that, you can never kick it out with b6. That's why a6 is a positional mistake. And then I will play even b4. I no longer have to worry about the c-pawn. It will be firmly guarded by the knight on this file. And oh well, I have pressure on this pawn. The knight on c5 is also pressuring the e6 pawn. I really don't think that knight g6, f6 or anything like that is coming very quickly. And I think black needs that because, well, what else does he... I mean, he just has... I think the position is really... like, it's a horrible position for black. And it's happened so fast. I think he's made one inaccuracy after the other. I think h6 was inaccurate. I think knight e7 was okay, but then I think a6 was inaccurate, and I think knight d7 also was inaccurate. I think maybe the only way to still try and make sense of this move is to just go a5 and, or better or worse, weaken the b5 square, but at least keep control of the c5 square. Well, you don't need to go b6 so just yet, of course, but yeah, well, even this I don't like. This potential to eventually go for b5 and somehow break this pawn structure open, because yeah, after a6, a5, I think he's drifting.
Yeah, it feels like dark square domination is imminent, and Jan is pretty much just saying, okay, take my dark squares. And Anish, just to, while we have the board up, just to kind of go a few moves further, I'm not even sure what black plays in this position. Let's say, I don't know, let's move the queen. Once the knight ends up on c5, like you say, there's simply nothing to do about it. Even if black ever captures on this square, let's give a few moves. Let's say here, even if black captures, I mean, there's permanent weaknesses here. It's even worse. And if you'd never take this, if you can't take this piece, then it's just going to stand here for the rest of time.
But David, I noticed one thing.
To the king side.
As you were showing, maybe I missed something there, some detail, because as you were showing the line, I realized after knight d7, queen d7, a5, he will play queen c7. After knight b3, he has knight c6, of course. So this, I have to take some of my words back. I missed this detail, because now it's very hard to get knight c5. So I can play like rook a3, queen a1, but, well, that is a little clumsy, and while I do it, maybe you strike in the center with e5. So maybe knight b3 was not accurate. Can we take a move back? Because we can wait for a knight c6 and then go b4. Maybe here I should play...
maybe queen a4 first? Or?
Yeah, then the bishop c2 will also... So you'll need to spend one more tempo. Maybe also a move like rook a3 or rook e3 first. Because I can start with b4, in fact. I can start with b4.
And then
move them. Yeah, this is the right way to go. Yeah, this is the right way to go, yeah. So I think I stick by my assessment. I think Jan did play an inaccuracy, but Ding has to... Yeah, Ding has to do it this way. And while he does it, maybe Jan wants to do some rook e8, e5, some... If black gets some direct play in the center with e5, it could be not so bad for him. So it's not maybe as bad as it looks now, especially if black plays it very well in the coming few moves. But I'm not sure black has this e5 break in a good version here.
Yeah, I agree. This seems like it has to be what Jan is hoping for. Still surprising he played it quite quickly, relatively, because it's so committal. He's basically banking or kind of gambling on the fact that he can break in the center later. Is Ding considering anything else? I mean, starting here just allows a knight capture. I don't think that helps white at all. Knight takes d7 looks automatic, to me at least.
Oh yes, I think Ding cannot believe his luck, so he's trying to double check and he is trying to see beyond what first comes to mind. So because the first thing that comes to mind is that you just take an a5 and knight b3 knight c5. Then maybe he thinks, okay, Jan is not a bad player, so he probably has a point. Then he realized maybe it's queen c7 followed by knight c6. Then he realizes, well, maybe I shouldn't go knight b3. So then there is something to think about, and so he's thinking about it right now. Because indeed, of course, the things are not too bad for black. He's got this queen c7 idea. White will have to be a little bit creative here about getting the knight to c5. But yeah, well, I think definitely not something I expected. I thought we would have much less action. I thought we would have much more maneuvers, much less committal moves, much less trades. But Jan plays something very direct, but very risky, a very, very risky approach, strategically speaking. And I think it's possible to explain. I think another Carlsbad game where Jan is not playing the most accurate way. It's a very difficult, complicated structure where you need to have a lot of experience. And I think Ding is a player who is just much more experienced in these positions.
Yeah, Ding has been playing these positions since he broke onto the chess scene, while Jan, it's never really been in his repertoire. We mentioned it in game 3 when he played d4 as white, got the Carlsbad, and felt like he was playing by hand rather than kind of knowing what he should be aiming for. And that's clearly why he went away from d4 in his last white game. And there we go. Ding does capture on d7. He's guaranteed to play a5 next. I think if white waits, then black will play a5 without thinking, Anish, something you showed a bit earlier. So white's next move, you can pretty much pre-move at this point, a5. And really interesting.
Yeah, but of course, I already missed Danya. If you play Danya here in a 15-second chess, he would probably play bishop c2 here. And after you pre-move a5, he would take your queen on d1. So don't pre-move, please, guys. Don't pre-move, but just wait for queen d7 and then play a5.
Yeah. This is a world championship, and it is over the board, so no pre-moves here. But yeah, I'm sure Danya, he'd find ways to win, even if white had this kind of dominant knight on c5. There would be ways to break out and switch it around.
Somebody says, OMG, a 0.02 advantage. Well, unfortunately, I don't have access to computer, and I envisioned this knight on c5, so for me, it seemed like a huge advantage for white. But maybe I've missed a few circumstances. Because chess is a concrete game, so you, as a human, we are sort of predominantly run on pattern recognition, and we envision positions that are about to come, and sometimes we can miss the details on the road to that. And so I saw a position where I go a5 and knight lands on c5, and that position looks really, really dangerous to me for black. But of course, maybe the computer points out some sort of a concrete resource like queen c7 first, and then maybe knight c6, quick e5 to break that pawn structure apart, and maybe quick d4, and maybe you equalize. So maybe that is possible, but this was just not what I immediately spotted. So not sure it's 0.02. I think we need a good computer here to check. And very likely, even if it's equal, it is probably equal because of a very, very concrete sequence of moves. But indeed, Ding for now plays the move a5. That was the only move.
Yeah, and it is the type of position that might be equal, but if black is inaccurate, like you say, or if black is just one move too slow, plays a lazy move, then it could turn into a +1 advantage immediately. So yeah, the London system, maybe I need to add it to my repertoire. I'm liking these kind of slower positions right now.
You don't play the London system? This is meant for you, David.
You genuinely think so? Or
of course, like you like these 200 move games. This is where it starts.
You heard it here first.
You very well. It's the Reti. It's the Reti of 1d4.
If I start playing it consistently, Anish, I'll start blaming you. Or my opponents can blame you even.
Yeah, I think your opponents will regret. Yes, they'll be like, oh, our life is no longer the same after David had this commentary with Anish one day. It's all London. No, it's well, I have to say in defense of the black players, like there were options. Like early on, I pointed some systems where the queen was taking a pawn on b2, so it's possible to try and get these London players out of their comfort zone. But if you play a system like this one, where you go CD, ED, and just play slow Carlsbad, then yeah, you are up for a long game. And indeed, Jan plays queen c7, so he had this all anticipated. So I was a little bit too harsh there at first. I missed the queen c7 idea, so I take everything back. And We'll have to wait and see. We have to wait and see. If Ding does get a knight on c5, then indeed what Jan has done will be a mistake. But if Jan manages a quick e5 break and everything will be traded, then Jan's judgment would have been very, very deep. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, Anish, I'm obviously from the UK, and the 2 games I've been, or 2 of the 3 I've been here for, one was an English opening, and now it's a London system. It's as if, the stars have aligned, the chess gods are trying to say something.
Yeah, no, the monarchy is, is coming for us, and yeah, very, very impressive, of course. I mean, it's generally an interesting topic, the names of the openings. There are some openings are named after countries, some after cities, some after animals. Like there's the orangutan and all this kind of stuff. And it's some after players, of course. It's all a very interesting, interesting topic. And even some openings or variations, they have names, and many strong players don't know these names. And that's like a whole, yes, there's the whole culture of giving openings names. And London, and there are even a few that, for example, the Vienna, you have multiple Viennas, I think.
Yeah, there's in the Queen's Gambit kind of declined, but later accepted, and then also in 1e4, e5, knight c3. Yeah. Do you wish any openings were named after you, Anish? I guess we were born in the wrong generation.
Yeah, we were born a little bit late for that. Exactly. Everything is already taken. Everybody already got called dibs on everything. So it's hard. I mean, it's a big question, let's say, if Grünfeld contributed the most to the Grünfeld. I have my strongest doubts whether he did. But, well, he was one of the early players to play it, and he named it after himself. And
yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, and Carlsbad. I mean, I think there was a tournament in Carlsbad, I guess, and that's where they played the structures. But you could safely, you could safely find a player who has contributed a lot to these openings as well. And yeah, I don't know what the English have done to get the entire 1c4 named after them. Really not sure, but but here we are.
Yeah, there's plenty I could say about that. How we take what we don't deserve, but yeah. Either way, that was the English opening 1c4 in game 4, and now it is the London. And yeah, Ding thinking. I mean, there's clearly one plan in the position, right? White needs a knight on c5. It's just how to arrange it, how to set that up. I'm also wondering about. Oh, sorry, go on, Anish.
No, I just want to make a point that it is a very, very important moment. Because as e5 is inevitably coming, sorry, I'm started reading the chat and somebody wrote claim, so instead of coming as a claiming, but yes, e5 is inevitably coming, and then you want to make sure your pieces are positioned in the best way as white, so that you can take on e5 and then establish a block on d4, and you don't want your pieces to be in the way. So a big question, let's say you want to go rook a3 before, or rook e3 before, or queen f3 before. Very, very important moment. Maybe like something, maybe queen f3 actually possible, because after queen f3, if you go knight c6, e5 is not an option. Maybe you don't mind after queen f3 even to go queen g3 sometimes. Endgame probably is, I don't know who benefits from going into an endgame, but white certainly doesn't mind, I think, if you get a knight on c5 in an endgame as well. So a big, big moment for Ding here, as the natural knight b3 is met by knight c6. You have to do one of these moves that prepares b4. And now the more I look at it, the more I like the move queen f3. But my first instinct was rook e3. So definitely some options there for Ding.
Yeah, actually, I was attracted to queen f3 as well. I'm not sure how black meets the threat of, or the idea at least, of getting the queens off. Maybe we can show what might happen if the queens do come off in an endgame if we bring up a board. Queen f3 here. Let's assume black replies in the way he wants to. Knight c6, attacking this pawn. We have time for queen g3. And suddenly, it's not so easy for black to avoid the queen trade unless do you really want to play queen d8? White will play this b4, knight b3 idea anyway. e5's not coming, no counterplay. And if you do get the queens off the board, unless black again is quick to strike with e5, I'm not sure he is, then yeah, knight on c5 could spell disaster. I'm surprised the evaluation bar is not reacting here. It feels really beautiful for white.
Yeah. No, but I think we got trolled there by the chat. It's not 0.02. I now just checked on a good engine that I'm cloud engine that I rented just to be sure. And white has a huge advantage here after queen f3. I mean, okay, huge. How huge can such a position be? But to how big it can be in this kind of position, it is huge. So Queen F3 is the best move, and Queen G3 also B4. Like after knight C6, even B4 is stronger. Like we don't need to rush an endgame. We are fine also in middle game. And I love the fact with Queen F3 that I stopped E5, and now you are really if you don't get E5, well, you're really in trouble. I'll bring my knight to C5, and I can trade queens. I can also postpone it. I think middle game and the end game both are better for white. So, and I hate your knight on C6, by the way. It's a horrible piece there. Unless you go E5, it's the only way to justify the knight there. And I'm sorry I called it your knight. It's not at all your knight. It's Nepos knight. So
I'm glad it's not my knight.
No, after Queen F3, black is much worse, and the kind of evaluations that like the Lila gives 0.3, which is very high for Lila. It's like calibrated in such way that 0.3 is a big advantage, and especially in a Carlsbad structure, to get a 0.3 by Lila, that is really a lot. You have to do a lot of things wrong, and I think Jan has done a lot of things wrong, a lot of unnecessary decisions, and I think Queen F3 is also dingle played. Like it's very easy. It's quite obvious to me also that it's a very good move. So dingle play Queen F3, I think, and then difficult for Jan. I think he should go Rook FC8 or something like that to at least prevent B4 for now. And then white goes Queen G3. Now I want to bully your queen away. If you go Queen D8, then I go B4 probably and Knight B3. And so after Rook F8, Queen G3, you can then go for the endgame, but the endgame is very sad and it's very early actually, but I am already going to call it. I think Ding fans can get their their heads out, their this whatever trombones or whatever they have, and start prepare for celebrations, because I think this is going to be a good day for Ding. The position is very easy to play. It's completely risk-free, and it is totally fitting Ding's style. And Jan, definitely doesn't like what he is going to be seeing in this game. So very optimistic for Ding already.
And as Ding thinks about his move, let's look back on how he was feeling yesterday after going down in the match 3-2, and how much this bounce back would potentially mean to him.
This time, this lose even hurt more than the previous one, because I thought I was totally fine. So, but okay, we still have many rounds. I hope I can recover from this tough lose.
And Anish, Ding saying it there himself. Of course, this game would be huge for him. He's already got a better position, we think. The type of position that suits him, that Jan is maybe uncomfortable in. And are you sticking with your prediction? Big words. Thinking he's going to strike back here.
Yeah. I'm calling it. I 80% chance that he was going to win. I think like Magnus watching this game is just face palming, because he's a big fan of Carlsbads. Like he loves. I'm not even sure he plays them as well as he loves them. Like he loves them so much, and he's always happy to get a Carlsbad. Sometimes in some complicated Carlsbads, he even can make mistakes. But in the clear-cut positions like this one, Magnus really excels when it's all very clear and the post structure is clarified and there is no murky play on the king side against the king. And when it's all about the squares and maneuvers, I think Magnus really understands these things very well. And I think Magnus must be shocked looking at this game, seeing how quickly things deteriorated for black here. And, he must be loving white's position as well. And I think he's a little bit jealous of Ding sitting there, at the World Championship chair. He's thinking today is a little bit of a FOMO, I think. He thinks, I could also be sitting there against Jan. I could have also converted this position. So,
yeah, the 2021 match could have been a lot more straightforward if Magnus has picked up the London system potentially. And
earlier, but I think it was straightforward enough in the end as well. Let's give him credit where it's due.
Yeah, perhaps. And it all comes down to this A6 move. You mentioned that you don't like many of Jan's decisions. I just hate this one decision to put the pawn on A6. It was so unnecessary. You could have basically the same position, but with the idea of kicking the white knight out of C5 later if you need to with B6. Just feels like putting all your pawns on light squares, just strategically, just horrible for Jan. And there we go, Queen F3, what we thought was the strongest move from Ding. Really powerful stuff, multi-purpose, and he gets up. I think Jan maybe now will start to realize the damage he's done to his position.
Yes, he will. He has good chess understanding. Of course, when he's unfamiliar with the position and his impulsive style, he is able to make a mistake. But with understanding that he possesses, it will dawn on him if it already hasn't. What he has done is wrong. When you mentioned the one mistake a6, I could argue for a second one here, because in fact you can even here, if you pull up the analysis board, we can, after a6 bishop f1, we could have then played a5 with black, and it really wasn't the end of the world. For example, the computer also doesn't hate it so much for black. The weakness of the b5 square is a lot less significant than that of the c5 square, because here after b6, if you put, let's say, the bishop on b5, you'll never be able to attack my pawns. I can play b6, I can free my rook, potentially for some action on some file somewhere at some point later on in the game. And here, your knight doesn't have the access to c5 square. My pawns are nicely protected. You don't have, well, b4 is not tempting, nor is c4 weakening b4 square. So this is a very decent setup for black. I would rather have the pawns, of course, on a7, b7, keeping flexibility and keeping also the minority attack as an option. But this is definitely not the end of the world, while after a6 and then going knight d7, I think this really is a second mistake. But yes, of course, a6 was played with the wrong idea, so you could definitely say that a6 was the main inaccuracy. I would also say that, of course, for example, the move h6 was unnecessary, but it was not such a big deal as this a6 move was. And yes, basically a sequence of decisions, each probably with a wrong plan in mind, led Jan to be in a significant disadvantage here. And he will realize after queen f3, which he probably missed, that situation is very difficult. And I don't know what to suggest for him here. And I really don't know what to suggest for him here. But yeah, things are not looking good, because besides the position objectively not being very good, it's just stylistically, it fits Ding so much. Like I could, when Ding played a queen f3, I told you that he will do it. I know Ding, I know his strengths. In a position like that, like if I understand that queen g3 is best, I know Ding understands that queen g3 is best. Like there's certain things like I trust Ding with, and converting a position like that is something I trust him on.
Mm-hmm. How would you put that style into words, Anish? You mentioned it's this feeling, you just know, you kind of get this instinct that he's loving things. But I mean, a lot of the viewers will know him as a dynamic player. He's won some beautiful games in his career, but also strategically, he's just extremely strong, right?
Yeah, I think so. What is happening here is it's a position with a fixed pawn structure. So when a pawn structure is fixed, you kind of know where the pieces belong. So Ding very quickly realizes the knight belongs on c5. He very quickly realizes that e5 is black's only pawn break. And once you establish all these things, and there is nothing complicated. There is no counterplay against the king. There are no dynamic factors. The factors are very static. The ideas are very clear cut to a player of a level like Ding. And then it's just a matter of considering options, and one by one, there is rook e3, there is rook a3, there is queen f3, and very quickly you see that, well, rook e3 allows e5, queen f3 does not, and that's already enough to make queen f3. So, and then you also, as a bonus, you know this queen g3 idea and all that. So it is really a very easy move for someone that is a positional player, and I think Ding is actually predominantly a positional player. Mm-hmm. He can calculate extremely well, and he has had some beautiful tactical victories as well, but in my own experience against Ding, he is a great positional player, especially in typical d4 type positions. So we speak now Carlsbad structures, we speak the Catalan kind of situations. These type of pawn structures he's familiar with, and he knows where the pieces belong. And yes, now he is thinking. And Jan just played rook fc8. That's a good move, of course, trying to prevent b4. And this is where I suggested queen g3 going for an endgame.
Mm-hmm. Is that the only approach? I guess the white knight can start trying to hop into c5 already.
Well, knight b3, knight c6, right? Knight b3, knight c6 was always the issue.
Okay. Tricked me there, Anish. Yeah, the move order may be important. So offering the queen swap, offering the queen trade makes a lot of sense right now. Let's just put that on the board, maybe. Because it was the first move that came to my mind, knight b3. But black plays knight c6, and I'm tied down to this weakness on a5. Wow. details that are important. And queen g3 now, you just retreat and still stuck. Slightly, at least. Although knight c5 here, maybe.
Knight a5 and b4.
b4.
Okay.
Got to calculate that.
Yeah.
Got to calculate.
b6.
Yeah, b4, b6 important. Yeah.
Oh, and it's fine, yeah, it's fine. No, but already when he played queen f3, already now like knight b3, knight c6 already was a thing after queen c7. So I'm pretty sure that after rook c8, the only question I have, so you want to play b4 and knight b3 because knight b3 is knight c6. You cannot play b4 because the pawn is hanging on c3. So you could somehow not want to go for an endgame if you are white. Maybe like you could go rook e3 now. Which is, rook on e3 is not harmonious. I can move the bishop away and then knight f5 is coming. I don't like rook e3. I don't like it. Don't make me make this move, please. I also don't like rook ec1 because after rook ec1, I allow potential e5. Maybe not now because takes rook e1 and rook e7, but the rook kind of belongs on the e file in general. So I don't like rook ec1 either. So queen g3 is really by far the most harmonious way of getting my way. And okay, that it involves a trade of queens, I think I would be okay with it. Maybe Ding is so ambitious, he thinks that trading queens is making life easier for Jan, but I don't think so. I think an endgame is also fine. But, well, maybe middle game is more ambitious, because in an endgame, maybe Black will just stand passive, play knight c6, rook c7, rook e7, then prepare e5. Maybe Black can hold this way, maybe. Yeah, so he could not play queen g3 because he is too ambitious. But queen g3 is so nice because if you go queen d8 after queen g3, by the way, then I really have everything I want. I just go b4. And then I'm just coming with the knight via b3 to c5. Okay, I don't see, maybe, I don't know why the bar is not completely on the white side here, but to me it looks very good.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there are any tricks here, like, I don't know.
Bishop c2 or what?
Bishop c2, yeah. And then
rook ec1, let's say.
Rook ec1. Yeah.
I'm kicking you out.
Yeah, that's annoying. I wanted you to use the other rook so I could come back this way maybe, but yeah, I don't see anything here. Knight f5, you just move the queen somewhere. Probably f3, and yeah, this guy is trapped. You probably win a pawn.
You have some cheapo, like queen g5, rook c2, knight d4, maybe.
Wow. Just to put that on the board.
But I don't know if it's, I'm not sure if it's, yeah, if the result position is not lost. I go cd, rook c2, knight b3, knight c5. I don't know. Still looking good for white. But yeah, it's some considerations there, of course. Queen g3 by far the most harmonious. Let's see, maybe rook a3. But the problem with rook a3 is that after b4, I still don't threaten knight b3. Well, actually, rook a3, maybe I threaten knight b3, knight c6, rook ea1. But again, doubling on the a file, this is just, it's such a pity to do that. The rooks don't belong there. And to spend so much effort to establish knight on c5 while you'll get hit on by e5 somewhere, I don't think that's necessary. So let's see. What are the other options that you would consider here with white?
I'm not sure. I mean, queen g3, like you say, is so natural. I was attracted to this one, but obviously looks clumsy after knight c6, so I'm less inclined now. And yeah, all the rook moves, like you say, they kind of have drawbacks to them. So queen g3, I would bank a lot of money on right now. But of course, there are options. I don't think there's a need to rush. You can play like h4 or something first if you really want to. But yeah, decision for Ding. Actually, h4 takes away the option of queen g3, so I'm not so keen on that.
I'm not sure it's a useful move.
It's difficult. And yeah, the reason I asked about Ding is because when I first played him, I think back in 2016 at the Olympiad, our coach at the time, the England coach, he was like, okay, just don't get in any dynamic position, just get something slow and strategic against him. And I was like, wait, are you sure? Because he's pretty good there too. But yeah, that's what I managed to do, and I managed to hold. But yeah, it's just, where do you target him? He's so universal, and especially here where he's going to be loving life, going to be loving his position.
I think the main weakness of Ding right now is his black repertoire. I think his opening repertoire with black is vulnerable. He's not as deeply prepared as some of his colleagues, as we had seen so far in the match. For example, yesterday he was out of book at some point, didn't know the right plan in that position where he could have known it, because the position has been played before. So I think this is his main weakness, like the concrete knowledge with black is sometimes lacking.
Yeah.
I mean, if we already start like nitpicking and asking why he's not 2900, let's say, yeah, like this is what I mean. This is what I mean in terms of weakness. But other than that, yeah, like strategic understanding is incredible. Tactical vision and calculation is also extremely good. So, well, he's definitely one of the best players of our generation and of all time, of course, as the chess players become stronger and stronger with more and more knowledge available. So, yeah, I really am wondering here. So I would circle in between these moves that we talked about. So I think rook c1, rook e3, queen g3. I don't see another useful move. So I would be choosing between one. Yeah, I have to say the big question I would have is after queen g3, how big that endgame is. Now, of course, white is better. I think that is safe to say. But I start wondering, yes, with accurate, not with accurate, with patient defense, how much is it? Is it enough for a win? That said, I still think that as white, we should take the opportunity. The computer, by the way, likes rook ec1 more. I see here.
Wow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Very
because
sophisticated.
The computer, yeah, of course. But I think the computer doesn't really see e5 working out for black anywhere. But as a human, I would be a bit concerned by that. I'd be concerned about allowing e5.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree there, Anish. Just allowing any central activity when your opponent's kind of stuck passive, it's counterintuitive for any human. Yeah, rook e1, I'm really doubting that will happen. I saw you pull up the computer there, and what other ideas is it suggesting?
I had one idea. I didn't want to say it out loud.
Okay.
I was embarrassed. But I had that idea. And that is to go g4 and then queen g3. But I didn't want to say it because I was a little bit embarrassed of that. But actually, the computer doesn't hate it at all.
Wow, I'm gonna guess that that's not going to happen. It feels
no, it's outrageous.
Feels too much, giving potential counterplay.
Completely unnecessary and outrageous. But after g4, queen g3, 8g, you have improved your pawn structure quite a bit, and you kicked away the bishop from f5, which is an achievement. So it actually is like, it's actually sensible, but it's just, yeah, your hand cannot make that move here. It's just not it. And the computer also suggests a very deep move, rook a2. Okay, that is extremely deep. And well, let's try to understand. So let's make these moves on the board, perhaps. So rook a2, bishop g6. Okay, it's basically, I think it's like a waiting move. Yeah, he's just waiting. Because now after bishop g6, I have knight b3, knight c6, queen g3. Can we make not bishop g6? Can we make some other move? Just for...
okay. Bishop
just
g6.
For a purpose. Bishop h7. Can we make bishop h7?
Yeah.
Knight b3, knight c6, queen g3, queen d8.
And now what is the difference? Why is your rook on a2?
The computer just...
Very mysterious.
Yeah, strange. Okay, Ding played rook a3, the much more human version of that that same move.
Very nice.
Yeah, I didn't dislike this move so much. But you know what I didn't like about it? I didn't like the fact, but I don't want to go b4. I want to go knight b3 now, of course. And after knight c6...
Let's say I wait again.
Yeah, what do I want? No, knight c6.
G3,
queen d8.
Is it as simple as just playing this move just to protect and then jump in?
Yeah. No, we talked about it. I said that I don't like doubling on the a file, but it's a temporary measure. So you maybe double on the a file, then afterwards you plant the knight, you go before you go back with the rooks.
Yeah.
I was just concerned that while I do this, e5 will come at some point. E5 break will come at some point. So yeah, it was a matter of choice. I think my default would be to go queen g3. My default would be to go queen g3 because I'm okay with endgames usually, and I also don't mind often to to simplify somewhat. I'm not terrified if opponent gets drawing chances, but Ding needing a win and smelling blood, he plays much more ambitiously, and well, very possibly it's a better choice. So we'll let him have that.
Yeah.
Already you see a line, for example, passing by the way, which is exactly what I don't like, is like bishop c2. I like bishop c2. Okay, and after rook to c1, yes, bishop goes back to g6, white goes b4, and then black can strike in the center with e5. And with the rook being on a3, slightly clumsy, I feel this can slip away and black can equalize here. So this is the kind of things I'd be worried about as white. But well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and it feels like this is the moment that Jan will have a long think. He knows what's coming. The white knight is coming in to c5 in the near future. And while he ponders what to do next for black, let's have a short break. We'll be back shortly with more action from Game 6 of the 2023 FIDE World Championship.
Yes.
What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. It forces most to defer their dreams until next time. If there is a next time.
It's losing.
Oh my God, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did.
I'm blown away. The game is over.
As the chess world turns to Kazakhstan, the Magnus Carlsen dynasty is set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title. The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi once again holds a 1-point lead in the 2023 World Championship match. What an incredible bounce back.
Ding Liren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
Jan is just going to smash through on the king side.
Ding didn't have a good day. This is all over. And what a game, I have to say.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
Hello and welcome back to Game 6 of the 2023 FIDE World Championship between Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi. As we see in front of us, Jan has just made a move and Ding is now thinking. It's move 19 for him after this turn. And Anish, we're still liking White's position.
Yeah, of course we do. Of course we do. I think the big question is here in general in this position is how do players assess Queen G3 trade? Because I start getting a suspicion that Jan is not does not fear the trade, and Ding does not want to do it. Because I think the bishop on G6 is potentially vulnerable to Queen G3. So I envision a position where the knight comes to C5, black knight goes to C6, A5, and then I have this knight E6 idea when the queen is on G3. So I think simply Jan is okay with Queen G3. He will just trade the queens and hope to sit it out. And Ding will probably also not try to do that. So maybe the position is more complicated than this. And then the question is, if Ding doesn't want to play Queen G3, then what will he do?
Yeah, I guess the other option, he's just made a move, Ding. It is knight b3. I was about to say, yeah, the other option is knight b3 first. And only then, if the black knight starts putting pressure on the a5 pawn, like we were examining before the break, then the decision, queen g3 or not queen g3. I'm not sure whether we need to rush that with white. I think he's just delaying making that call. We haven't seen many endgames, Anish. I'm just thinking back in the match, other than maybe you could argue game 1, we haven't seen many kind of long, protracted maneuvering positions without the queens on.
Yeah, we haven't. I think both players are very, very good. But having a passive endgame, I think the nature of having a passive position, it shouldn't fit Jan's style, because his opening repertoire has been neither of and Grunfeld for a very long time. And these kind of openings, they don't lead to passive positions very often. They lead to worse positions, but the worst positions with active counterplay. So I cannot imagine Jan being happy with the passive defensive setup. So I think an endgame with Queen G3 is welcome. Indeed, knight B3 first is a good way to start. Jan will play knight C6. That's given there. The question then is, does Ding then go Queen G3? And then indeed, Queen D8 is met by knight C5. I think after Queen G3, Jan will take an endgame. Because when you are worse, as a defender, you often have a tendency to welcome a piece trade, even when sometimes the piece trade is harming your position. But in particular, in this case, I think it shouldn't harm your position. I think a queen trade is okay. Maybe it brings black a little bit closer to a draw, but yeah, still a lot of suffering in the endgame. The other question is, of course, maybe Ding does not want to play Queen G3, but then I don't know which move. This Rook E to A1 move, it's a very clumsy one. I don't think you'd want it. I think then E5 will likely come at a good moment.
Yeah, I agree. It does feel like Ding maybe objectively should also go for the endgame, but maybe we should examine, Anish. We've been quite kind of harsh and quite down on Black's chances. How maybe we should check out how both sides will set up once the queens do come off. Let's jump into an analysis board, sorry. And yeah, knight c6 I'm expecting as well. I don't see anything else at all for Black. You can maybe flick in bishop e4 if you really want an endgame, but queen g3. Do you think, firstly, is Black going to take on g3, or is Black going to allow the capture on his terms on c7?
Oh, but if you allow the capture, I could also not capture. I could go knight c5 next, I guess, and go b4. Though I do think that possibly I don't mind to take on c7. No, I think you take on g3, probably you double my pawns, I guess. I felt the rook should come to e7 because I think defending the b7 pawn from the side is the most multi-purpose way, because you don't want to be defending it from a7, God forbid, or from b8 where the rook is passive. I think rook on e7 does a good job at, or c7, yeah, or good job at protecting the pawn and also potentially contributing to Black's play. The knight should probably land on c5, so we can play knight c5. Black could, in position like that, in structure like that, sometimes Black could consider a move like h5 to try to it's to try to cramp the g3 g2 pawn. In this particular case, I don't like the bishop on g6. I'm even wondering after a move like bishop e2 how you're going to deal with it. But if you had the bishop on f5, you could go h5 g6. Well, there would be an issue that the bishop would also have little squares there on f5. But if the bishops didn't if the bishops were not on the board, let's say that you do want to play h5. This is the standard thing, that white wants to play g4 and black wants to play h5 to get the pawn somehow more mobile. So if h5 is not going to happen, then maybe let's make a move like rook e7.
Yep. And here, does white want to play b4 like they did in the middle game? I'm not so sure, because it's nice to have this option later of attacking this pawn.
Oh yeah, good point, good point. Indeed, you have the rook b3 idea, which I didn't see. And maybe even rook b3, rook b6, and then b4. Of course, you need rook e1 first. And before rook e1, maybe you might want to go move like f4 to slow down e5.
Makes sense.
Oh yeah, maybe you can play f4, and if black plays rook a8, which I'm not sure is a good move, maybe rook a c8, a little bit closer to, because now rook e1 probably very tempting, which as you mentioned, rook e1 as you mentioned, yes, and rook b3 next. Black probably will go for some f6 to keep e5 in reserve. Then let's do you do your rook b3 move, or
yeah, I want to. I see a pawn. I'm going to try and
rook c7, let's say. My f1 bishop, I rather head on maybe f3 at this point also, but okay, let's say, because now I think e5 is potentially coming.
I just realized as well in this position, there's also maybe some tactics with knight takes b7.
Oh, nice.
Whoops.
Nice,
I just saw the evaluation bar go up slightly, so it must be a tactic. Must be this one, just to show. And a skewer. Nice. But either way, yeah, it feels like this is a lot of pressure for white.
Yeah, the bar's happy. No, definitely pressure. And okay, actually, what I didn't realize is that in an end game, because I was going for b4, rook on a3 is actually kind of useful, right? Because you have this rook b3 idea. So I thought white will go knight c5 and b4, and rook from a3 has to go back to a1. But now that you mentioned rook b3 idea, then I think I kind of like the move rook a3. Like even for an endgame, it could be a useful move. And bishop g6 is not. So maybe the inclusion of rook a3, bishop g6 benefits white. So maybe Ding has played it well. Yeah, he's, of course. Yeah, he's happy with the endgame, of course. No, he's happy with the endgame. He just wanted a better version. He just wanted a better version of the endgame.
Yeah, he's so in tune with all these little finesses. It's impressive. Queen g3. And sorry, in this position, queen g3. And yeah, I don't like actually the way that Jan has set up his rooks. If he knew an endgame was coming anyway, then maybe a rook on e7 already would have been nice.
There's a rook a8 perhaps, yeah.
Or rook a8, exactly. I guess he wanted to keep the option open, maybe of later playing b6 as black, so he kept the rook on a8, just in case it comes to the b file. But queen g3, okay, he's very quickly avoided any queen trade, queen e7. What do you think of that? Again, feels awkward, but maybe necessary.
Yeah, but I do like it because I like the I'm obsessed with this e5 move because I think this is black's only source of counterplay. And so I like this move queen e7. I think after knight c5 he wants to go e5. And I think the e5, well, it gives him some counterplay. So I like this move. I didn't see it somehow. I assumed queen d because I was obsessed with this a5 pawn. But now that I realize that e5 is possible, I start liking his position again. Now, if we go back to position earlier, Dink, of course, could play queen g3 when the knight was on d2, so he could have gone before knight b3. Now, like, the way Ding has positioned his pieces is still a little bit disharmonious. So I'm overly sensitive to these things, and I would have preferred queen g3 directly. Because now rook a3, knight b3 look a little bit odd, and knight c5 is met by e5. So you can't have it all, of course. Against a player like Jan, you can't have it all. The Bardo says that e5 is rubbish, but I don't know why.
What are we missing here? There must be something tactical, perhaps.
Or maybe e5, maybe just b4, and let's say e4 is not an achievement. Or I thought e4 is definitely an achievement.
Yeah,
it's not at all.
The evaluation bar is really loving this for white.
Oh wow!
I mean, I do with f3 immediately.
Even that.
Just before black gets time for f5, because this is hanging.
You don't even have f5. Yeah, and also knight on c6 is horrendous. It's a horrible piece, and indeed maybe f3 is also a problem. Maybe f3 is a problem. Yeah, because in general, I think jumping with the pawn from e6 to e4 is a success. But here, everything is very clumsy. The circumstances are against black. The bishop on g6 indeed is not allowing black to play f5. Can we just, for arguments, play bishop h7 and pass and f5? I just want to see how the computer evaluates this position. Let me play like rook a2 or something and f5.
Rook a2. That's quite a useful pass for white.
Yeah, but f5. Like, let's get f5. Like, how bad is this? Still very bad.
Wow.
Yeah.
But it's not obvious for a human that this is bad. I've got to say.
Not. Yeah, to me, not so. I mean, I of course I understand white can be much better here because of the knight. But I feel that getting e4 and f5 would be an accomplishment for black, a tremendous accomplishment, creating a lot of counterplay potentially.
I could understand if white's bishop was like on b3, for example, but it's still very far from there. This rook, it's not sure where it goes. It's not clear.
No, not clear to me. What's the issue?
You can imagine black playing like king h8, g5, f4, just trying pawn storm counterplay. But do we think Jan's going to go for this? Because potentially, I mean, this looks very strong for white the more we look at it, especially kind of the tempo up version that we had.
Yeah, exactly. No, the problem is the tempo up version. Yeah. No, the problem is that I was just curious, like, how bad is this idea in general? But of course, that in the tempo up version, we're doing probably much better. Can we just take a look at the position after knight b3? So after knight c5, can I go knight takes a5 or no? This was the other question I had.
Wow, knight takes a5. Feels like something should be lining up here, and this bishop's a bit loose.
Because the pin is in my favor. After knight takes e6, I can move my a5 knight, and you are the one pinned actually. Although I can play rook a1, rook a1 simply. Yeah. Now it's back at you. Yeah. Maybe knight c6 was premature instead of knight c6. What if instead of knight c6? What move to make? Knight c4 or
knight rook c6 maybe?
Rook c6. Yeah, rook c6. Yeah, rook c6.
Yeah. You pick it up while it's pinned to the rook.
Wow,
this is getting complicated. Yeah.
This is the idea. Knight c5, knight a5. That's the idea. Rook a5 b6, of course. Rook a5 b6, of course. Being the point.
Yep.
Subtle stuff here.
Wow. So actually, hidden trap for Ding. Potentially thought it might be the other way around for Jan, but yeah, really clever move. Queen e7, knight c5, knight takes a5.
Yeah, it's not an obvious cheapo. Yeah, knight a5, not obvious. And especially after knight a5, knight e6, you can see knight c6, rook a1. You can miss rook c6 there if you don't have the bar with you brought to the game.
Do we think it's time this rook has done its job maybe on a3? Is it time to go back just to keep this one defended in some of those lines?
Oh yeah, Wonderful moments to drop the rook back. Let's
It's
do
all
that.
about these
Let's do that.
little
Yeah,
details.
yeah. Let's do that. Excellent.
But then maybe black has time to protect this bishop so that knight takes e6 is... Oh,
Knight
that's still an
e6
issue.
remains. It remains an issue
Yeah.
because I will then collect the knight on a5.
Let's show the difference here. Knight takes a5 is less effective because we can take, and this position is
Still
horrible
nice for
black.
white. Still nice, yeah, because e6 is very weak and e5 square is very nice for the rook. Yeah. No, this is still very good. Knight c5, knight a5 is a little trap, I guess, that Ding should probably avoid. Rook a1, probably a better move, but well, still going rook a3, rook a1 back and forth, like you feel like as though maybe black gets some time, to come up with some defensive resource, such as knight a5 in the right version or e5 in the right version. It seems that e5 more often than not is not really working, but Jan might come up with some defensive ideas. So far, he's already come up with this queen e7 move. He might come up with some concrete defensive ideas. A very concrete player, it seems, after all.
Yeah, solving all those problems with these tricky tactics, Jan. And while we wait for Ding to make his move, let's learn more about the topsy-turvy path that Ding Liren took to get here.
Ding Liren's unpredictable path to this year's FIDE World Championship was born from the right combination of good fortune and persistent gameplay. Ding's journey to Kazakhstan almost never got started. Travel restrictions in China prevented him from qualifying for the Candidates, the gateway tournament to the World Championship. But when a spot unexpectedly opened up, Ding ground away to earn the vacated seat and punch his ticket to Madrid. His foot in the Candidates' door, Ding struggled in the first half of the tournament, failing to earn a win and falling to the eventual winner, Jan Nepomniachtchi. But that's when the magic began. In the second half, Ding began to turn things around, starting with a resounding win over Jan Krzysztof Duda.
We have a victory for Ding Liren, and his candidate's chances are not gone at this time.
Ding then continued his momentum with back-to-back wins over Richard Rapport and Fabiano Caruana. In his final match of the tournament, Ding squared off with Hikaru Nakamura in a battle for second place. With rumors suggesting Magnus Carlsen might step down as champion, second place at the Candidates now had an entirely new meaning. Needing a win, Ding took advantage of a missed opportunity by Hikaru on move 38 and worked steadily from there to secure the victory and second place.
The second half of the tournament has been his 4 wins in 7 games.
While his runner-up finish at the Candidates was certainly an accomplishment, Ding left Madrid without a seat at the World Championship. That all changed later that summer when Magnus announced he would not be defending his title. With the 5-time champion out of the mix, Ding's second-place finish at the Candidates suddenly became a golden ticket to Kazakhstan, with the rare opportunity to cement his name amongst the distinguished list of FIDE World Champions. Much like his opponent, Ding chose to skip most of the high-profile classical events over the past few months, and instead selected to immerse himself in his preparation to face Nepomniachtchi. Time will tell if that approach and Ding's string of good luck and competitiveness will earn him the most famous title in classical chess.
And Anish, we talked about Ding's journey on previous days, but it's been so unique, his path to this World Championship. In some ways, it feels like it's a fairy tale. It's written in the stars, everything going in his favor. And do you think he's going to make the comeback? Is this title his destiny?
Yeah, indeed. It will all come down to whether he will finally get it or not. The journey to the World Championship is very difficult, but only the ones that make it, will write their name in history. And I think the circumstances so far, they have been difficult for Ding, but the fortune, when it matters, always smiled his way. He wasn't able to play a lot of tournaments. He missed, for example, the FIDE Grand Prix tournament because of visa issues. He missed out on a lot of tournaments because of the lockdown in China, the COVID lockdown. He also struggled a lot in the online competitions. where everybody played in much more favorable time zones. He had to play always in the early in the morning, basically at night. Lots of things were going against him, but when it mattered, things really quite the opposite worked out in his way. He of course got into the candidates tournament. He got second place there, which never is enough, but in this particular year it was enough to qualify for the match, as Magnus decided to skip. Now Magnus had decided to skip, this year, not any other year where Ding wasn't the second. So he was very lucky in some sense there, but it will all come down to this event. If he will be able to win and become the world champion, it will certainly be a miracle. Miracle, not in the sense that it's in a way to take any credit away from Ding, but in the sense that so many circumstances have really worked out in his favor that he even got that opportunity. But if he is not going to win this, then the fairy tale will not have that happy end that it deserves. So yeah, we'll see. I think a comeback today is likely, but even if he comes back in this game, still a very long road ahead. And yes, the match is just a crazy match. So many twists and turns. The players, such different players, each of them have such different strengths and weaknesses, and it's just very hard to predict whether Ding will finally take this one home or not. But as for this particular game, things are looking good for him, although there are some challenges with this position, as we've seen. Knight c5, knight takes a5, a big resource there for Jan. But overall, it's definitely a favorable outcome of the opening for Ding, and he couldn't have hoped for a better position in the modern day, modern day and era where black players are so well prepared. Jan is so well prepared for the match. To get a position with so many chances, so many opportunities, so many trumps is not something not something you complain about.
Yeah, and I've got to admit, I did fear for Ding after seeing his first white game in the candidates that you alluded to. Anish, Nepo also, Jan also beat Ding there when Ding had white. Ding lost game 2 of this match, of course, but last Thursday, he managed to pick up the win with the white pieces in that English opening. Again, kind of cruising here, it feels like, or at least in a dominant position. And turning that trend, that's the key. We talk about the white pieces a lot, but in World Championships, historically, that's been essential. Striking with white. Jan did it yesterday. It feels like this is a key game for Ding. If he can win this one, then yeah, it's a coin toss. Anything can happen in the second half of the match. But if he fails to convert this, it will feel a bit like a defeat. It just feels like everything's been going in his favor, just like his journey to the World Championship. He needs to finish it off. So what are you thinking he's going to go for here? We mentioned knight c5. Doesn't look so convincing. Of course, he'll calculate that. He'll come to the right conclusions there because he's so good at that that type of calculation. And rook a1, I mentioned just before our break. It does feel slightly counterintuitive. The rook only landed there 2-3 moves ago on a3. So is there any other plan that he could come up with? I don't think black's got a threat. So 1 or 2 moves, luxury to maneuver.
Yes, exactly. I don't think black has necessarily a useful move. When you made this move king h7, it didn't impress very much, as you can probably agree. The king on h7 just looks a little bit odd. The question though is, can white improve the position? Like, I'm not even sure rook a to a1 is such an improvement. As you mentioned this rook b3 idea, it's now stuck in my head. I was a big fan of rook being on a1. I didn't like rook a3 at all. But, well, now that the rook is there, we can try to make the best of it. So we could try to keep the rook there, but I don't know. Like, I don't think h3 is super useful. I think h4 is somewhat committal. I also don't think it's very useful. So, well, difficult choice here for Ding.
And,
wow,
he
h4
makes
actually. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe he's no, but maybe I said it's committal, but maybe it's not actually. Maybe it's okay. Yeah, a useful move perhaps. Maybe he can play queen f4 next. And then even g3 is an option to reinforce this pawn. It's a loft, giving king space is always useful. Maybe h4, yeah, was a nice, useful move. I understand Ding. I understand him because he doesn't want to bring the rook from a3 to a1. He wants to keep the rook there for potentially using it for the b3 square, and simply just admitting that you made a move that was not useful. This is just not what people like. You want to be consistent. And h4 is the most consistent move.
Yeah, and Anish, before we dig deeper into H4, we are seeing a lot of messages from the featured chat about your mug. Is that Magnus? Maybe you can show us a bit closer.
Yeah, it's Magnus with the U, yeah? Magnus.
Magnus, wow.
But I got it from the Legend. It's Legends of Chess, yeah? I already showed the cup earlier. It's Legends of Chess from back in the Chess 24 days.
Is that an intentional use, an intentional choice of mug today?
Well, you put me on the spot there. You know, I have about 20 mugs I choose from, and every day I choose this mug. So yeah.
Either way,
where can we buy this mug? Okay. Well, whoa. Just 24. So I want a percentage of these sales because you guys weren't selling mugs for 2 years. Now suddenly there are hundreds of orders. I want my affiliate code. Use the code Anish Champ 2023 for 0% off.
I feel like I need to up my game now. There's a mug that I kind of want to use, but maybe for the next break, I'll bring it over.
If you want to sell some mugs or some other cutlery, like here's the place, guys.
It's not for sale, don't worry. It's exclusive, but either way, I feel like I need to compete with you, Anish. And okay, H4 on the board. What is Black going to play? Big question.
Yeah. I like that idea. I like the idea. When the moment I realized that Black has no useful move, I started liking the idea of a waiting move. I couldn't see one that looked pretty, but maybe H4 is that one. Yeah, maybe H4 is that one. I can go get behind it. Big question is if Bishop C2 is a thing. Oh, but it's not. So Bishop C2 is Knight C5, Knight A5, Knight E6, and now please don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that there's a little threat of Queen takes G7. Rook A5 first. Rook A5, B6, Knight E6 here, even stronger.
Yep. Just to show this on the board, there's a threat of mate.
Even Rook D5, even just to finish it off. Yeah.
Boom, pin and win.
Yeah, Jan already made his move though, so let's catch up.
Mm-hmm.
Rook E8. Okay, the rook left the C8 square. So is Knight C5, Knight A5 still a thing, or is it no longer a thing? And does he want to go for E5 instead?
Big question.
It's still a thing, I believe. Yeah, let's try.
We have to calculate this. Let's bring the board back up.
Oh no, but H5 maybe. So
has it changed?
Knight C5, Knight A5, maybe H5.
Oh, sorry, Knight A5. You wanted?
Well, I think Knight A5 is gone because of H5. I think one of the reasons.
Wow, and take now.
And then Rook A5. No, Rook A5 first. Rook A5 first.
Take here first.
Yeah. Now that was the point. Now Knight E6, and now again Rook D5.
Wow, beautiful geometry here, Anish. And you're hitting this bishop. We could see a position like this one, and
take Queen H4 is there?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
If there wasn't Queen H4, you could argue that maybe Black can cling on. Queen D6 as well looked like a tactic, but this double attack wins the game. Beautiful stuff. H4. Wow, this is literally an 8-move variation, but it's a key detail, the fact that White can throw in H5 earlier on. So Bishop C2 and Rook E8. Okay, there was a big difference. Rook E8 was played. Knight C5. So if Knight takes A5 doesn't work.
He wants E5.
You must.
Indeed, he wants E5. Yes, and we are going to have this position, which doesn't look, to me, optically as bad as the bar suggests. And I can totally imagine a player like Jan, or any other top player for that matter, apart from let's say Magnus, who is usually like incredible understanding of this kind of positions. But most other top players, I can totally see them misevaluate this position somewhat. Because I don't think it's obvious that this is horrible for Black. I think E5, E4 feels like an achievement, feels like we're getting some play, we're going forward. And I'll be impressed if Ding will realize that this is not something he should avoid. At the same time, I think he should also go Knight 5 because I'm not sure what other move he can make at this point. What other useful move can he make?
Yeah, E5 might come either way, so you might as well kind of post up and put your piece on good squares first. Should we try and kind of understand why this is such an optical illusion? Because to me as well, I think if this was a game situation, I would argue that I'd made a huge gain for Black. I'm assuming B4 just to solidify this knight, just to threaten to take this pawn sometimes. Let's say E4. Again, is it just F3 and the structure is good for White? Is it just, you mentioned earlier, Anish, this knight is a bit dead, and he's gone in, Knight C5. we're heading in this
Yeah,
direction?
I think it's the predominantly the fact that f5 f4 is very far away from happening, and that the knight on c6, that is a huge factor. I think if you had like a knight on h5 now, you could play knight h5 f5. I would hope the evaluation would be very different, but the knight is so far away from action. Like, where does it even go? At the moment you go for e4, you release the tension from the center. Knight no longer contributes to e5 and d4 squares. I mean, the knight contributes, but it no longer is relevant, because the d4 pawn guards the e5 square, the c3 pawn guards the d4 pawn. And once you go e4, like, you get excited, your e-pawn gets excited, but your knight on c6, it breathes a heavy sigh, because the knight on c6 now is completely left without a purpose. And I guess this is the main factor here, that this knight is completely out of play. Probably that's why Black is essentially playing a complicated position. You could say down a piece to an extent, and this is probably why it's bad. And I can play rook a2, switch the rook across, maybe to f2 even, and potentially FIDE, bishop c4 can happen, where I pressure the f7 pawn as well. And I can see why this is so good. Dink did some calculation before playing knight c5. He was nodding his head a bit. I think the calculation involved knight takes a5. I think Dink also spotted the h5 idea, and he was making sure that it works. It was a very, very nice idea, actually. I think, yes, I actually love this move h4. And now that we saw it, it was not even just the abstract improving move, but it was a very concrete one as well. So it was a multi-purpose move. Very nice.
Yeah, that's what this kind of top elite players, they always have these little details. It was not on my radar at all. Just that detail that kind of g7 mate, queen takes g7 mate, is so important in all these lines for tempo. Wow, nice move by Ding. And what do you think? Jan, we see his body language now doesn't look too positive. He was calculating clearly a moment ago. Is he looking at e5 now? Was he relying on knight takes a5, maybe having missed something, maybe missed this h5 move that we showed? What could be going on in his head?
I think he was relying on e5 predominantly, and I think he might now start slowly be understanding that this is not as good as it looked to him at first. It's always hard to tell. At the same time, I don't think he has another way to play here. I mean, I'm not saying that e5, e4 is good, because as we had seen, it's not. But I do think that, especially if you play the game, if you're sitting there, you probably think that, well, you have to make it anyway. Of course, the one advantage of pawn being on e6 compared to e4 is that you have the potential to go e5 with the idea to somehow exert the pressure on the d4 pawn and get some counterplay. Because once you go e4 after that, well, you can no longer go backwards. As we know, as Danny Rensch once mentioned, pawns can't go backwards. So it's important that, you might want to preserve flexibility. At the same time, well, you even have to deal with knight takes e6 issues sometimes. Maybe not now, but potentially.
Could Black try and put a pawn on e5, Anish, and try and leave it there? I'm not sure how.
I was thinking, but how? Like, you're so tied up here.
Yeah.
Where do you move the queen? Do you need to move the queen away, to threaten ed? You have nowhere to move it.
For example, queen f6 might run into
knight d7. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. And you win a pawn in some of these lines. Yeah, really unpleasant. And the queen often tied down to this pawn in a lot of variations as well. That's why white's knight is so good.
And I have moves here to improve my position. I can play rook a2. I can swing to e2, indeed, if needed. At some point after rook a2, d takes e5 becomes potentially a threat.
e5 on the board. This is all happening.
It reminds me of this is Dink. This is Dink's kind of game. It reminds me of a game I lost to Dink. I also did this e5 e4 thing. I also did that. I did that in a slightly different structure, but I also did this e5 e4, and I was kind of hoping that it will be something. It was a very similar situation where you go e5 e4, and you feel like you get some space in the center, maybe some attacking potential on the king side, but somehow it is just strategically horrendous for you. And I remember Dink playing that game extremely powerfully. That was in Singfield Cup. It was a brilliant game on his part. He beat me, then he went on to win the tournament and beat Magnus on tiebreak. So for those wondering, where's Magnus, they should also know that sometimes these two players, they beat him as well. So it's not like they cannot beat him. And that was one instance where Ding has beaten Magnus in a tiebreak. So I think the Ding, he sometimes, or actually most of the time, he is able to show this very deep understanding in a position like that, where both sides have different trumps, and you can evaluate properly which trumps are more significant, and you feel intuitively, but also realize which pieces are better, which pieces are worse. And here, so we see the bar is in White's favor. It's not obvious at first to a naked eye that White is doing so well because Black has so much space in the center. But I think Ding, he has this figured out. He has incredible strategic understanding, and he realizes that he has a wonderful opportunity here.
And like you say, Anish, pattern recognition, he's had something similar before, and he'll be feeling confident. Meanwhile, he does move his rook. Wow, rook b3. And we'll be back in a moment to examine the last move that Ding has just played.
Wow, okay.
I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
Klein from chess.com back in Astana. And you know, my favorite Olympic sport was always the biathlon. You combine cross-country skiing and shooting, but here in Kazakhstan, it's a little bit different. Their own version of the biathlon is you make your move in your chess.com game, okay, did that, and then you go getting pushed down a ramp by some kids. Are you ready? Yeah. Zovai. Here we go. Please tell my mom I love her. And here we go. Oh, going backward. Oh, no! Why am I backward? Oh, that's the end. That's the end. The end of Fun Master. Second part of the trip. And scene. They did it much better than me.
Hello and welcome back to Game 6 of the FIDE World Championship 2023 between Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi. It has been heating up. Just before we went on break, we were saying how much we liked White's position. Ding, we were expecting him to just keep control, keep a bind with a big advantage, but instead he's gone for something much more direct. We've saw a flurry of moves actually in that break and big changes in this position, Anish.
Yeah, it's incredible. You just go for 2 minutes, take a small breather, and you come back, and the position has changed so much. In fact, Ding has gone for a concrete sequence that we haven't anticipated. We have come to terms with the fact that b4 was a very strong, slow strategic idea with a very counterintuitive sort of way that you allow e4, and then eventually you realize that knight on c6 is completely helpless and all of that. But in fact, Ding had different plans. He had a very concrete idea in mind, which was also why he was nodding his head before. He was calculating something concrete, and we can maybe show what happened. So after knight c5, e5, he played this rook b3 sequence, which is completely forced. After rook b3, black has to take on a5. Then he takes on e5, so trades a5 pawn for the e5 pawn. The consequence is very unclear. Queen f6 is the only possible sensible response. And now it's Ding's turn. I mean, it could be great news for Ding and his fans. He might have done something really, really good. But we have to wait and see because we are in the middle of the variation. The position hasn't clarified yet, and we are yet to see what exactly is going on. I can see the bar is still liking White a lot, but I have to say I need time to understand what's going on here. I think rook a3 is probably what he wants to play. I don't see I mean, there is some knight d7 idea there in the air somewhere, but I think what black has queen to c6. But I'm not.
Maybe we jump in, Anish. It's getting complicated, so let's check out some variations on the board. Knight d7. You mentioned attacking the black queen, but she's not quite trapped. Only one safe square, or kind of one safe-ish square. Looks good enough.
Yeah,
I guess
no,
you could continue this variation.
Yeah, but I don't think there's much to continue here. Yeah, it's just rook e5,
Because
knight
you can
b3.
take.
Yeah.
Yep. This is the key detail. And next move, this rook drops. Black emerges the knight up. You were mentioning also rook to a3 in the game position.
I think that is the only move. Yeah, I don't see. Is there an alternative to that move? Do you see one?
Not that I see, unless we swap rooks first, but I don't think there's a rush to commit to that.
Swapping the rooks. Yeah, but what is the point of swapping them if after rook a3 anyway you're not gonna take on e5, are you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you.
So rook.
Do you want to take on e5? Rook e5, d5, queen b6. So dubious. I mean, there are some knight d7 ideas, followed by e6, perhaps.
Yeah.
Also, there is. I don't need to rush it as well. I have move like b4, perhaps. I think positionally, just I'm doing very well as well. I have e6, some kingside attack potential. No, I think rook e5 is dangerous after rook a3. But what else? And why is Ding thinking? That's I want to understand. So, what are the alternatives? What is he thinking about?
Yeah, I'm assuming it's something to do with rook a3. I don't see what else either. Knight d7, you can rule out it's very forcing that variation we showed. It's very linear, very direct. Yeah, I'm struggling, Anish. Maybe he's just kind of fixated on rook a3 and there was something he missed further down the line or initially, or that he didn't evaluate, and now he's kind of just rechecking that. He's spent a few minutes on this move, but you would have thought that he was he could have tanked earlier instead of going for this whole line. He was the one who initiated it, right, with rook b3.
Yeah,
just 2 moves ago.
Well, I assume he missed something, of course, because otherwise he wouldn't pause. But okay, let's say you missed something. Okay, you had a minute already. So I'm just wondering. He spends already 5 minutes, and well, the time is not like it's running out, but it is precious. Time is precious. I'm wondering. I just don't see an alternative. And rook a3, whatever he missed, is nothing dramatic because everything is protected. I mean, maybe knight c6, he missed maybe that black can sack a pawn with knight c6, and he's afraid after rook d5 that there's some rook e1. But after knight c6, you have options. You have knight d7 now. Queen has to go to d8, then you can take on e8. You have plenty of, you have moves here. You have everything under control still. I mean, there's nothing to be too concerned about. I do.
H5 Anish.
Oh, H5 is a nice one. Although, okay, I'll take on D7. It's not like it's the end of the world, but this is a nice tactic. But again, there are options. So I just don't see the need to waste the time. Maybe he wants, yeah, but taking on E8, this is so counterintuitive and so strange. Well, whatever it is. Yeah.
Some intermezzo, maybe Queen E3. I'm just trying to look for other ideas.
Queen E3, that is the move. Queen E3, yes, Queen E3. Queen E3 is alternative, maybe. Okay, maybe Queen E3 is alternative, maybe. But I can take H4, and then it's some move. Yeah, but
it gets complicated.
At least that's a move. Okay, because I just didn't see a move, but this is a move. Okay, now I allow him to think. Okay, he can proceed to thinking. That's fine. But Rook A3 is probably good. Interesting how the game took a completely different turn. Is now extremely concrete. In general, this kind of game suits Jan. The problem is that if his position is bad, it doesn't matter what kind of game it is. The sequence will lead to a bad position. But Jan finally has something to calculate, at least something concrete, because before he was strategically busted. But now, yes, some action, and it's on Ding to prove. So we'll see. Ding definitely taking his time here, but the bar is still happy. So Rook A3 perhaps, yeah, Knight C6, I guess, because okay, Knight C4 is I can just take on B7 probably.
Looks like a free pawn.
Yeah, although it will be not so simple. I'll take on E5, play Queen B6, or Queen B6 first, and then Queen B2.
Which way does White take?
Yeah, I don't know. I was planning with the pawn. But then I see Queen B6, then Queen B2. Well, it's not looking clear to me. I can play Knight D6, Queen B2, Rook A5, or Rook A4, but well, I don't know. The A pawn is there. Of course, I have some nice tactical tricks like E6 and some H5 is in the air. I love my Knight on D6, Queen G3, Pawn E5 combination, but it's a clarified position with limited material, so maybe Black has play of their own. And Ding is tanking, yeah.
Yeah, this is a dream for Jan, at least kind of psychologically, compared to that passive position that we were expecting for him. And this is the current position. We're expecting Ding to play Rook A3, go a pawn up, most likely, but still messy. And yeah, Queen E3, another option, or Knight D7, all these lines. But yeah, big think. He needs to speed up. I was actually about to say before the break that I was really impressed by Ding's kind of time usage. Just really quick, just trusting himself, kind of upping the pressure, playing nice, sensible moves quite quickly. He's moved 24 now, Anish. He's got 44 minutes to make 16 moves. Should still be fine, right?
Yeah, of course. For now, it's fine. But yeah, if you want, if you are rooting for someone in general, it's not like I don't have a skin in the game here, but if you are rooting, so if you look at it from the perspective of Ding or his fan, if you're rooting for someone, I think you want to see speed and confidence, right? You want to, because the moment somebody thinks this long, you kind of start wondering, well, he missed something. What is he thinking about? You want, more action there, and Ding is clearly taking his time. Could also be a positive side. He might be very optimistic about his position. He might be thinking that it's time to to calculate a sequence which will lead to a very good position. So he doesn't want to sell it too short. He sees Queen E3, he sees Rook A3, and he thinks one of them might lead to an overwhelming advantage. But I don't know. I mean, I really don't think Queen E3 is that tempting, because you can take on H4. But well, maybe there is something that bugs him after Rook A3, especially Rook A3 Knight C6. I think was also unclear. No.
It did get very messy. Some of those lines we were showing with Knight C4, also Knight C6, as you mentioned. Just going back with the Black Knight, and that's going to get the E file. I just really don't like the decision, even if objectively the computer still says it's a big advantage. What is it? Almost +1 apparently, but yeah, it just feels like lack of control now. And like you say, if Jan gets this kind of opportunity to strike, opportunity to calculate his way out of trouble, he will take it. He will seize it. The margin for error is far lower now for Ding.
Yeah, a little bit disappointed because I made this whole big speech about how Ding is, with his superior understanding, he is capable of playing B4, allowing E4, and now he didn't back me up there. I feel somewhat betrayed by Ding, but that said, I understand that, okay, this is also a very tempting and it's a very concrete approach, and I think he got seduced by something here, and now he probably realized that what he planned is not so simple, so he's taking a moment there Because of course it's before business, it was not so obvious. But I did think that since he was going for this line, I thought that okay, he has figured it out. But it seems that yes, like every human, he just got seduced by something concrete there on the road instead of going for the strategic solution.
Yeah, and a few moments ago in the featured chat, Anish, we did see a kind of interesting statement. Ding's problem, maybe overthinking, and Jan's problem, underthinking. Do you think that's a good summary?
Yeah, for sure. There are two types of players. There are those who overthink and there are those who underthink. That's clear. And sometimes you are, it happens to you. Both happens to you. Like in my case, I think in my case it's mostly overthinking. Mostly for me it's overthinking. But sometimes you try to speed up and then you underthink. So it can happen. Jan, of course, is really usually overthinking is usually not his issue. And Ding, yes, of course, he does overthink things a lot, for sure, yeah. He sometimes doesn't trust his intuition very, very often when he's in bad shape. In the Vaikanze tournament, where he was not in his best shape, he was not trusting his instincts. So many games. Even in the one against me, I played the game with him, and so often it was clear what the direction should be, and so often he would start thinking for a long time and make a move that was clearly not on our radar, both of our radars at all. But he just kept going deeper and deeper and started to overthink and came up with these weird moves that were also not very good. So Ding definitely prone to overthinking when in bad shape, and having lost 2 games in this match, we cannot yet speak of Ding's good form. He has to prove it still, and he might start overthinking here. But let's give him a benefit of the doubt. He has still 40 minutes. The bar is with him, and let's see what move he will make. Maybe we can take a look at the engine lines here to see how they evaluate. Oh, the engine actually really likes Rook A3, and it says it's the only move to maintain the advantage. Queen A3 is liked a lot less.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as someone who's prone to overthinking, I do empathize a lot with Ding. It's one of those positions you can certainly get kind of too far down that rabbit hole. You can get carried away with calculation when at some point you just need to kind of take yourself out of the position, as you say, Anish, and just kind of talk to yourself. Rook A3, only move that kind of even hints an advantage or keeps the tension, keeps the ambition up. Everything else feels like black is able to simplify. And on the flip side, Jan, very instinctive. Is that just because he's been in great shape over the last couple of years, great form, playing quickly, Jan?
It's just who he is, right? Like he has also been playing a lot of bad moves very quickly. The game that he lost here, he also played it very quickly. The games that he lost to Carlsen in his match, where he was, when he was doing badly in the second half of that match, he was also playing very fast. So it's just how he plays. He just plays fast. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. But I guess it's just his pace. It's just how he always played and how he always will play. I think we could try to think along with Ding after Rook A3, which he made. Fortunately, okay, he made the best move. I think Knight C6 will come. I think it will come quickly. Because I saw the computer prefers Knight C4, but I think that position looks very unpleasant. Oh no, actually
Wow.
Knight C4 quickly. Okay, that's the top choice. I don't know, Knight C6, maybe something was wrong with it. But to me, Knight C6 looked interesting. I don't know, maybe I missed something there.
Yeah, commentator's curse strikes again, Anish.
No, but it's a top choice. Knight C4 is a top choice. And we get that position we are, by the way, calculating. Bishop C4 is a must. D4. Knight B7 is very tempting. Queen B6, Knight D6, Rook E5, D5, Queen B2, and then Rook A4, Rook A5. We get the position that we were looking at. I like White's chances there a lot. But that said, it's a clarified position. So at some point there will be a concrete sequence of moves where you make a move, I make a move. It gets kind of forcing, and in the end of that forcing line, either White wins or it will be a draw. So it will get very concrete. But I think we are going down that line. I'm very excited to see what's going to happen there.
Yeah, shall we jump in and try to go as deep as we can, try to figure out what's going on in Ding's mind? Let's bring up the board, and like you say, it looks very forcing. I don't see any junctures.
Yeah,
really,
I would. That's why we could also just talk about live for two minutes, because I guess that in 2 minutes we'll end up in that position on the board because the moves are absolutely forced.
Yeah.
So how's it going, David?
I guess life is good. Thanks, Anish. Okay. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Okay, so it's Bishop C4, D4.
Yeah. He's going to take this pawn, surely.
It's
Knight
not
d7.
on knight d7 maybe. Knight d7 is actually an alternative. Actually, knight d7 is a nice alternative, isn't it?
One of these two jumps. Let's check out this one. We assume we'll see the other one, so let's allow that to
Oh,
play
it's
out.
really not nice. The bar is like, no, it's horrible. Queen
I guess
c6.
just queen c6.
Yeah, I thought takes 95, but it doesn't give anything, of course. You just move the queen, and what have I achieved?
Somewhere.
Yeah. Or somewhere
this rook
else.
looks a bit
whatever,
silly.
Yeah.
Maybe not this square, but yeah,
Well,
the
let's
rook
see.
looks a bit strange.
Yeah, and the knight on e5 is not. We have achieved nothing. The rook is not doing nothing. No, of course, knight b7 with knight on d6, pawn on e5, potential for e6. Like there is so much, like that position. I would love it in a blitz game with white. After knight b7, queen b6, knight d6, rook e5, de, queen b2, rook a5. Like there's so much electrical potential there for white. Some e6, h5, like so many dirty tricks are there. I would love this with white in a blitz game. I can see some sort of a dirty chip or somewhere coming from a mile away, and I think black has to be extremely precise here to avoid that from happening. But in a classical game, especially someone calculating as well as Jan, he could avert the disaster, and if there is a solution, he could find it.
Yeah, I think that's the key. Objectively, if there's a solution, then I think Jan will save this game. If not, then, as you say, it's so easy to fall into some tricks. White's super safe on the h2 square. No problems ever with the king. And meanwhile, queen and knight, we know how dangerous those are. Everything feels so loose for black. This is undefended. This is going to get hit. This queen, where does she go? Very unclear. I am wondering about like an endgame, queen b1, queen d3, something like this, if I can get it. But I guess can be rejected by white. Maybe this is the best bet.
So many moves came to mind. I didn't see the endgame at first, but it's certainly interesting to consider. I was also thinking about queen c1, rook b8, rook b1 idea to try to go straight for the, for the checkmate, which if it fails might backfire, and I see the bar says it doesn't work, but I don't immediately see why it doesn't work. Do you see why it doesn't work? Looks interesting, doesn't it? Rook b1, kind of a big thing.
Yeah, but it's just one check. Let's say I continue pushing.
Okay, rook b1.
In. Okay, I guess I'll trade off here, and then I just need to move my queen to give my king some breathing space.
Like queen g4, queen h1, king g3, let's say. Yeah, I just didn't see that queen move, but let's say. Maybe somewhere else as well.
Queen f3, maybe?
Queen f3 maybe even stronger. Okay.
Yeah, just to attack this piece. And g3 is pretty safe for the white king.
Okay. This is a good argument. Indeed, very often when you do this back rank business, it's just one check. And here is a good example of that. So this is not good. Queen b1, queen d3 is an idea. Another idea I had is I wanted to go queen b6, actually. That was my first thought. I wanted somehow to dislodge the knight from d6. And okay, I give you this pawn, but at least I safeguard my kings for now, and I'm trying to discoordinate your pieces. Like, let's say if you go knight c4, maybe I can play queen c7, trying to tie your pieces to each other and make you put you in a very clumsy position at the cost of a pawn. And now you no longer have e6 h5 tricks. Now you have to worry about coordination.
Wow,
Ooh,
Ding's
what is h5?
reached for his h pawn. Wow,
You
so
can start with h5. Okay. What is that? What is the bar?
Wow.
The bar is okay with it, yeah?
Looks okay. Yeah, not changing things too much.
Okay, h5 is interesting. You include h5 and then you want to do the same. Hard to say. It's very committal, because the pawn on h5, it could potentially get attacked. So let's say you go bishop h7.
But now,
the bishop h7 is not liked, yeah? So knight b7 or what?
Let's say knight b7, for example, the same variation we were talking about, improved version.
So it's an improved version, yeah, you claim. Because of what exactly? Some queen f3 or? Somewhere.
Feels like an improved version. Let's say the same thing. Maybe it's not so different here, actually.
Well, I didn't know for whom it's an improved version. Are you sure it's an improved version for white? Because I got the bishop away from the e6 tactic. H5 pawn can potentially be exposed.
I was guessing. I just assumed that Ding thinks it's an improved version.
For sure. We can assume that Ding thinks that. But also, instead of bishop h7, maybe I can place the bishop somewhere like on d3 or something.
Wow.
Where it's maybe more stable.
Yeah, and you're saying, okay, you can take a pawn in some variations, but black will get active in return.
Yeah. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm ready to give you I don't even see how you take it, because I have some rook e1 counterplay there. at the end of the line. Bishop d3 looks optically like the best move to me, but it's a very concrete position. So let's see why the bar doesn't like bishop d3. We are unable to guess a single move here because it's so difficult, so concrete, and the points, like the disadvantage of each bishop move will be revealed many moves later. So we cannot see it, we have a horizon as humans. We cannot see it so far ahead. Bishop d3 looks, I think Jan will play bishop d3. Bishop d3 looks the most sensible to me.
It is a very Jan type of move, bishop d3.
Yes, very. Bishop also stable there, it's like defended by the bishop h7. The problem with bishop h7 is that I'm afraid somehow of a back rank now. Like the back rank could be an issue, so I'm very worried about that. I don't want bishop h7. I hate that move. Instead, if I have to choose, yes, I think I plan the bishop on d3 because, okay, on c2 it's kind of weird and vague, yeah? It's hanging in the air somewhat. But on d3 it's nicely protected by the pawn. I think bishop d3 will eventually come, but Jan will, of course, have to calculate the consequences of all that.
Yeah, we talked about Jan being impulsive sometimes. This is a position he has to sit and calculate. It's so crazy, so many options.
Yeah,
I was also wondering. Yeah, it's difficult. I was wondering if he could take this and then go like queen e7 or queen c6.
Yeah, but that HGGF looks very sus, but maybe it's possible actually.
Somewhere queen take and take this knight, but yeah, it feels very shaky. Yeah, if you take this pawn, there'll be some check and white is cashing in before black is ready. Not quite.
Wait a second. Is it possible to go like HGFG because the bar is kind of acting weird? So could I go queen somewhere and then trap the knight, sort of?
Wow. Here?
Or with the queen else? Yeah, no, but like then I'm trying to understand. Queen d5 and queen d1.
Oh, when?
So queen d8, sorry, queen d8 and queen d1.
Queen d8. Ah, whoa, a niche in this position. Take, and this is crazy.
Oh, but I just saw the bar. Yeah, that's why I found it. Of course, I'd never find it. I just try to make sense of the bar, and I try to understand like how does it not transpose. But Jan can do this, by the way. This is such a beautiful resource.
He's capable for sure.
Oh yeah. Oh my God, this is it's actually a blunder by Ding. What he did, he actually blundered this. Can he still somehow salvage it after rook e5?
Rook takes e5. Queen takes feels wrong.
No, endgame is bad. D, queen d8, maybe here like rook a1.
Just to stop any checks. But now the black bishop.
h5.
Yeah. Can take. Now it's just the worst version.
Queen f3. Queen f3. Sorry, I have queen f3. Maybe that's the move.
Okay.
I have queen f3.
In this position, yeah, instead of rook a1.
Yeah, I defend and defend the pawn as well. Okay, this is some damage control there at least.
Still looks pretty good for white.
Bad. Yeah, this still looks bad for black because I take knight b7 and it looks actually as bad as ever.
This could be one way that Jan might spot the idea, but then reject it anyway, right?
Yeah, exactly. You might get briefly excited, but then you see queen f3 and you think, okay, you have an even worse version. And you have to also realize, as a human, of course, players, they don't have the bar. Oh, to c2. Oh, wow. Okay. And if quickly. That's the best move, then I just take my head. Tip my head. Let me just check. Can we just check if that's the best move? Because I just want to see, because this is just such a random move. I want to see if this is the best move. Let me.
It feels wrong. It's like you say, this bishop is floating in the air now. It's going to be a tactical target. It's going to be hit with tempo and some variations. I'm surprised that he played it so quickly. Bishop d3, we weren't refuting yet.
Okay, it's the best bishop move because bishop d3 is met by b4, which is an incredible positional cheapo. But the only defense that Jan had in this position, bishop c2 is kind of close to lost. Because knight b2, rook e5, queen e5.
Wow, just queen takes.
Queen b6, knight d6, queen b2, rook a5. That position is apparently like close to winning. But the defense Jan had is actually a rook e5 only move, de queen d8 that we saw. And after queen f3, queen d2.
Wow,
Anish. Hg, queen e1, king h2, queen e5, g3, queen c5, queen f7, king h8, and you're okay.
You've been doing your puzzle rush, your geometry. This is crazy.
I've been turning on my engine. Is what I did.
The engine's been doing its.
The engine been doing puzzle rush day in day out. Here, I can tell you.
Wow.
How much did Jan take for this move, by the way?
Crazy.
Bishop c2. How much did he spend?
A couple of minutes, I think. Okay, he spent about 4 or 5 minutes.
And he had 58, yeah?
Hmm.
No, this is, of course, another case of
Rushing.
bad... yeah, of course. It's a very bad time management, of course, by Jan. I mean, this is... it's always the case. So when Jan wins, like yesterday, it was a wonderful, yeah? He was playing fast and good, but he's also playing fast and bad. Like, this is clearly a moment to think for a very, very long time. He has, like, half an hour more than Ding. He could have definitely invested 15 minutes here, without a question. 15 minutes for sure, maybe even 20, maybe even 25. But playing bishop c2 quickly, when there is this, especially if you see rook e5, d, queen d8, I think he missed it altogether. I think he was only thinking about, he only thought about rook e5, d, queen c6, which is horrible. So he was only thinking about which square to choose for the bishop, and he actually chose the best square.
Yeah.
But he missed the resource.
Yeah, that in itself is impressive, just his instincts, Jan. But here we go. Knight takes b7 on the board. Knight takes b7 now has just been played. And yeah, Jan, I'm getting confirmation he spent 3 minutes pretty much on that move, just over 3 minutes. It's too quick.
This is, way too quick. I don't mean like it has to be taken in a context. I mean, let's say if he has 4 minutes, it's good. But he has 58. If Ding had maybe 3 minutes on the clock, he would you could justify it by saying that he didn't want to give Ding additional time. But given the circumstances, given like the pot odds as they say and all the stuff, yeah. Given the amount of time the black had, amount of time the white had, the kind of problems that he has to deal with on the position. This is like a classic case of a very bad time management, and this is nothing new. It is the flip side of Jan's strengths, and in a bad position, it becomes his weakness.
Yeah, as someone who has a lot of experience with bad time management, I'm actually on the other side of the scale. I spend way too long, but I know when my opponents are bluffing, and here it's clear that Jan, I mean, you need an hour here to work out all the different options here, all the variations to calculate as deeply as you can, and nobody can do it within 3 minutes. So actually for Ding, that's a confidence boost. He knows that Jan is just kind of playing on feel here. He's not worked everything out yet. So Ding, trusting his calculation, takes on b7. And some of those variations you showed, Anish, it's actually similar to those lines earlier with all the cheapos in the air, all the tactics in the air. But maybe now it is an improved version for Ding. It feels like he's going to get centralized very quickly with his pieces.
It seems this queen e5 is the way to go according to the computer. So I was like looking at de before because I had this e6, but now rook e5, queen e5. Now the endgame is completely gone because if you go queen e5 de, rook b8, knight d6, rook b2, rook a6, f7 pawn is very vulnerable. So the endgame is finished.
Let's show that on a board, maybe.
Yeah, let's show that on the board, perhaps.
Very important. Rook takes e5 here. And yeah, it's all about this one pawn, this one detail. And next move, check, and this pawn will drop.
Yeah, now h5 bishop g6 is just a tremendous inclusion. Yeah, like if the pawn is on h4 bishop on g6, this is still very much defensible. You go rook b3 and so on. But yes, now the endgame is gone. So you go rook e5, queen e5, queen b6, or queen b6 first. Jan played queen b6 first. It will transpose. I play knight d6 because of this nice trick queen d6, rook e8, of course.
Yep. Wins the queen. So
yes,
he has to take.
He has to take, and now queen takes is the move preferred by the engine. Not obvious, but okay, it's preferred by the engine that you take with the queen. And after queen b2, I believe it was just rook a5. And there is this surprising threat of knight to e8. Well, not unfindable, of course, at all, but just somewhat surprising. It's not.
Not obvious, but
well, let's say cool. Queen c3. Let's say if queen c3. Also, there's some knight, isn't that? Yeah. So let's say, can I play here?
98.
I don't know why the bar is that. Yeah, is 98 just? Oh, the bar is staying all the way. Yeah, yeah, this is winning. Yeah, here.
F6, for example, just. Or maybe there's something even better. Maybe you flick in a check first.
But how can this just rook takes e8? Okay. So queen d5 maybe, yeah.
Yeah, queen d5. Just keep things simple.
Oh, knight takes f6. King h7, knight takes f6, and queen b7. That's nice. Nice.
Oh wow,
yeah,
nice.
This is a puzzle rush, yeah.
Check. And next move, we take the rook with a check. All comes with tempo. It's no surprise though that the tactics work out here for white. And can black defend better here against this threat?
How was the exchange side? Because it didn't seem obvious to me. So queen c3, knight e8, rook e8. How clear is this? So why is it so clear? I have rook takes ace. No, but why is this on the winning on the spot?
There's no checks, so there must be some mating idea. Let's say we take.
Yeah, I was hoping to take queen d4, and I was hoping I have queen d1 check and the c pawn, and it's some okay, queen f7 maybe just protects the h5 pawn.
Yeah, defends this. So this is just one.
Yeah,
check.
it's just a winning position because I guess rook a8 is a threat.
Watch this.
The material, of course.
Queen g6.
Oh my god, this is Jesus, this is so pretty. Wow. This is so cheap.
Had to
fantastic.
do it.
You had to. Fantastic. I actually didn't even see it. Yeah, wow, this is a shame. Very easy. Okay, so definitely some juice there for Ding. Some juicy stuff there after knight d6, rook e5, queen e5. I guess this queen takes c3 is the mistake, yeah. If you're looking back at this analysis that we looked at.
Either way, Ding has to play knight d6 here. And
yeah, what is the yes? I mean, what else? What he's by the way taking his time. But what else? What else? He's the opposite of Jan in this game. He is taking his time when you think that you don't need to, and Jan not taking when you think you need to. So it's just the opposite. It's remarkable. Just different styles, clash of styles.
Yeah, really. I guess queen f3, but it just feels so wrong. As soon as you see you can put your knight on the d6 square, you go for it,
not
right?
even close. Like I'm seeing here, I just put the engine lines just to see the options. I mean, there's not even a sensible alternative. You have to like, why is he spending? Okay, he just wants to double check that he's winning, but he has no option, of course.
Is that a sign of nerves? Is it just the fact that he's not felt in the flow this tournament? Because Ding on form plays this move in 10 seconds.
A little bit of that, but also, as I already said yesterday, I think that he doesn't care about Jan's time spending. He has his own. He has 2 hours and he has 40 moves, and he is just pacing out his time. So he has the time, so he just spends it. But well, 28 minutes. It looks still okay, but when it looks like 20, because the old clock, okay, nowadays they have seconds, but I don't know if you remember, but back in the day, the old DGT clocks, they would show only minutes until you would go down to 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, they would start showing seconds.
Yeah.
And like that would be a big panic moment for me, because I would see seconds and I would be like, okay, wait, this is now it's going down,
Yeah.
So
I was of that generation. There weren't even seconds on the clock, Hanish.
Yeah, the ones with the flag that falls. Yeah, the flag that falls. No, I played that as well. But I think 20 minutes is the kind of mark that gets you a little bit nervous. That's when you and he has. Okay, of course he plays 96. But he has still to make some moves. So he shouldn't be thinking forever. Luckily, he played 96 already. He has 27 minutes, still enough. And after rook e5, I think he will take with the queen, because pawn takes is not so attractive now. Yeah, and after queen takes, queen b2, rook a5, it's really on Jan to find the defense. And it's very difficult.
Yeah.
Difficult position.
Extremely difficult for Jan. And again, body language, either he's got the best poker face ever, or he doesn't realize Jan. I'm not sure he's calculated. Maybe he just doesn't have this 98 move on his radar. That's an easy one to miss. Without it, maybe it's far less clear, right?
But even if you see queen 98, I don't think you panic as black. Like, you think that you have options. Let's say rook e5. Rook e5 will come, especially from Jan, it will come instantly, because there's no alternative.
Let's jump in, maybe. Okay, rook takes e5 on the board.
Yeah, as a spectator, the thing I like about Jan is that if the move is the only move, he makes it just immediately. This is nice. This is just, there's no there's no dead air on stream. He just makes that move, and okay, we get the action. But Ding, like, he just double checks, triple checks.
Yeah, I've got to say, Jan, like, when I first met him, we were 8 years old, European under-10 championship. He played the whole game against me as if it was blitz. So he's true to himself. Most of us, we get slower with age. I get much slower. But
what was the result?
I managed to draw, but he got the gold medal. I got the silver.
Is that the one where Magnus got the bronze or not?
That was a couple of years later.
Because there was one where the three of you were, or no, there was you, Magnus, and who was there? Is it Jan or correct?
Jan got the gold, Magnus silver, me bronze, and then some other, like Andrakin, I think, came fourth. Plenty of strong players this 1990 generation. But
crazy year up. Isn't 1990 like, it's an insane year? It's like by far the strongest year of all the years around it. It's unbelievable.
Bashir Legrav, Karyakin, I could go on and on. Yeah. Plenty of 2700s, but
it's already enough. I mean, just to mention Magnus, Jan, Karyakin, MVL, I mean, that's already you as well, of course. And
Slightly lower down.
Yeah, is Andrekin exactly 90 as well, or?
Yes, I think so.
Andrekin as well. This is absolutely unbelievable.
Hammer,
I think 94
Saric,
is like
plenty of others.
my year 94. I think we did, but I don't know. Like, who else is in the top from 94? I think nobody is from 94.
There's a few 93, Wesley.
92 a couple as well. 92 is also a couple. I think Fabi is 92.
And Ding.
And Ding is 92, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, 1990 is just crazy. Yeah.
Crazy. I've already planned if Jan wins the tournament, I'm going to rehash that childhood picture of us standing next to each other with our medals just for the social media, for the likes.
Yeah, and you can use this picture for on many occasions, if Magnus does something as well, or you always have this. Yeah. By the way, DE5 is very much an option here. And I have to say that even though the computer has everything worked out, the calculations you have to do here to conclude which move is stronger, it's extremely hard. And personally, I am an intuitive player, so I would take that decision somewhat intuitively. I don't know. I have to say that something in me likes the DE move, like especially without H5. There's a part of me that likes this DE move, especially I think the knight on D6 gets the stable support and the potential for the E6 break as well. I have to say I'm guilty of liking DE, but I know that the computer says Queen E5 is the move, the money move, and Ding spends a lot of time, and he doesn't have that much time left because he has to make 11 moves in a crazy position, and he cannot think forever. He only has 24 minutes left. So Ding will now go all out. It will be his last big thing, an important big thing. And he has to, he's a calculating kind of player. He might find the best move, but the calculations are so extremely hard. And the modern computers, they see everything very fast. But there are so many deviations and options. After Queen E5, Queen B2, Rook A5, I think Black must have many candidate moves.
And while Ding takes this big decision, it's 50-50, Queen takes E5 or D takes E5. We will be going to a short break, but we will be back in a few minutes with further coverage of Game 6, the 2023 FIDE World Championship.
I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
I have 3 puzzles here.
It's chess, yeah?
Yes, it's chess. No, we're gonna go.
Oh, but suddenly, there's like some kind of triangles all over the place.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, okay. Word of warning, I'm not the fastest.
So here is the first one.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So F2 check.
Yeah.
Rook A takes F2. Queen G2 check. Rook takes G2, knight H3. King H1, rook takes F1. Rook G1, rook G1.
Wow.
Is there like a mate anything?
Okay, 1 second.
Yeah, I think I have solved it already. Like F2 is the answer. Actually, I didn't have time to calculate King takes F2, which looks. At the very least, I can just take on D3 and on F1, and I'm much ahead. And there is also Rook F2 in the end, so it's just checkmate. But of course, the point is after Rook, doesn't matter which Rook takes on F2, then there is Queen G2 check, followed by knight H3 check, and Rook takes F1 checkmate. Or Rook G1, Rook takes G1 checkmate.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do more 10 seconds.
Currently blind.
All right. Your 10 seconds is up.
Harder than the...
Yeah. I just got it while I was singing briefly. Yeah, so it's obviously F2, and then Queen G2, Knight H3, and Rook F1.
Wow. Okay, so you're.
There's also Rook F takes G2, but same thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Rook F takes F2, Queen G2, Rook G2, Knight H3, King H1, and then Rook G1 spade, but yeah.
Black to play and win, or what?
Yes, black to play away.
No, I think I got it right. X. I don't know, cause I didn't find the mate. So dumb.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
I'll make a move. Knight E2, yeah.
Unfortunately, the move is not knight E2.
Yeah, same thing. I can go find mate.
F2. Rook takes F2.
I need the warm up. Can we start again?
That was
Different
the warm-up.
position. Yeah, I need the warm up. If it was a game, I'll go 92 takes G3 and then see if. But I think it's just perpetual there, no? Or I don't think it's a mate. Yeah, no, I don't.
All good. The correct move is actually F2.
Yeah, rook bf2.
And then.
Oh wow, like that. Somehow it's an unusual pattern, but it's really cool. No,
Exactly.
it's so easy.
Hello and welcome back to Game 6 of the 2023 FIDE World Championship. We currently see Jan Nepomniachtchi in his rest area, potentially in big trouble on the board as well. Ding has just played the sequence of moves we were predicting, computer approved as well, and White in charge right now. And it is actually Jan Nepomniachtchi's move. He's still sitting there, not returning to the board. Anish feels like he's in big trouble. Do you think only now he's realizing the big threats that face him?
Yeah, for sure. He realizes the importance of the moment. I don't know if he's an optimistic guy, generally very optimistic player. So I don't think he thinks that he is in trouble yet. He he probably hopes that there is a solution, but he understands that he has to think about it very seriously now. This is the moment to think, and he is thinking now on the screen. He will take a bit of time there, then he will think on the board, because he understands that knight e8 is coming. If there is a solution, he will believe that there is one. He is that kind of guy. It has to be here, so he's taking his time. What I really like, by the way, I told you about the psychological 20-minute mark. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but look at Ding's clock. It is 20:00. It is 20:00.
You're a prophet, Anish. And
No,
there's
it's
no
incredible.
increment either, so he must have timed it on the spot. That's when the panic sets in.
Nah, well, I think it will be crazy to actually time your move with the clock like that, but it's a nice symbolic mark. It used to be big back with the old clock. It used to be big because that is when the seconds started ticking down. Now with the clock showing seconds from the first move and from already, it shows seconds even when you have more than an hour. The clock has changed. Of course, it's better this way, but now it's less impactful, less symbolic, but still he left himself with just enough time. I think 20 minutes for 10 moves in this position might just be enough. And the important thing for him is that, well, he has a very clear idea. It's knight e8, and it's a huge threat. And actually, the question is, how do you stop it? I see this queen c1 g5 staring at me. But this might be a huge panic. I think the endgame might be bad, but queen c1 g5 is sort of it's a big move to try and at least trade queens, but there are potentially all kinds of downsides with that. I don't know. Yeah, the endgames could be lost, but besides queen c1 g5, I don't know. Queen c3 we discussed already. Queen c3 knight e8. We didn't see a defense. What else? How else do you defend from knight e8? Some queen b8, but that's just very, very sad.
Yeah, it's a sad position in general, though, Anish. And just before we jump in to analyze some of these variations, we do see neither player at the board right now. It feels like, okay, this is one of the rest areas. I think this is Ding's rest area. Maybe he's just off getting refreshed. No, he's returned to the board. And it's actually his opponent in move, Jan Nepomniachtchi, still not returning. Maybe having missed rook a5, which wasn't necessarily obvious. White had options there too. Really powerful play by Ding, it's got to be said, in this dynamic position. And we do await Jan's return to the board. And
yeah, I
while
believe...
we do... Sorry,
yeah, no, sorry. I wanted to say that I believe that rook a5 is not, of course, the move that he would have missed, because this is just the natural move. I guess what you meant to say is that he probably missed the knight e8 threat, or he had underestimated that, because that is a bummer. And knight e8 is something that, that is definitely a question that you'll need to answer. And I think I noticed it before. I don't know if it's always the case, but I think Jan usually thinks in a resting area when he has missed something and when his position is bad. This is what I recall from the two matches that I have observed. I think this becomes a pattern. And I think when he's uncomfortable with his position, when he's uncomfortable with what he had just missed, prefers to think in his own intimacy, in his own resting area.
Yeah, that was definitely the case in 2021. After he lost Game 6 against Magnus, his future defeats, whenever there was a blunder, whenever he'd miscalculated, he would often stay away from the board for a long time. And I think it happened in, was it Games 3 and 4 as well in this match? He did that a couple of times after missing Ding's replies. And clearly right now he realizes he's in trouble. I'm not sure how to minimize the damage, Anish. You mentioned some ideas trying to get the queens off the board. Feels like that has to be part of the plan. It's just whether you rush that. Maybe the queen c1, queen g5 maneuver still on tap for later on. Maybe black can defend the c4 pawn first.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, after knight e8, you can still do queen c1, queen g5. That's a good point. Good point there. I'm not even sure if knight e8 is, if that is a threat or rather a response to queen c3, if you know what I mean.
It's in the air, but it depends on what black does, right?
Exactly. Actually, the move that was staring at me is this move king h7. I don't know why, but it's been staring at me.
Wow. Intricate.
I don't know. I don't know. It's probably horrible, but I was just thinking about it.
That's cunning. Maybe we can jump into a board.
I remember now what was my idea. My idea was knight e8, rook e8, queen c1. That was my idea.
Let's put this on an analysis board. Yeah, beautiful. Again with the geometry here. This is a check. And because the black king wasn't in check.
This queen c1 to 4 is the most thematic perpetual ever. Yeah, everybody always looks for that pattern. Yeah, king h7 I like. I think Jan will play king h7. I love the look of this move.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of this move. It wasn't on my radar. I was looking more at kind of defending this pawn. And if knight e8, firstly, this was on my radar to check and come back with the queen. But then also I realized maybe you can go back this way with queen b8 now. It's only after you said queen b8 in another variation, Anish, that
Nice.
this pin.
I have to say, all of these positions, they don't look lost to me. I don't know about you, but they all look to me, they don't look lost to me, all of them. So I don't know why the bar is so excited. The bar is excited because the engines are so strong now. When they see an advantage, they either see a defense, then they show it's a draw, or they see a win, and then they show it's kind of a win. So the computers are just, they see too far ahead. Basically, the position is promising for white, but I don't feel that it's winning. King h7, I don't see a win. Bishop d3, I don't see a win. I just don't see why it's winning. And I see, limited material, relatively speaking. I see the a pawn still there on the board. I don't understand why. Of course, I see white is dominating in the center and has all sorts of promising ideas. But I think it's very early to speak of the game being over. And the situation on the clock, too, is not in Dick's favor. So I think after Jan makes a move, it can be bishop d3, it can be king h7. I think it's far from over, and I think Dink has a lot of work ahead. Here.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Jan now is realizing there are concrete issues. Maybe when he saw this position from afar, he thought he could simply capture this pawn. He's realizing now that's impossible, but still plenty of resources. Long term, yeah, I wonder whether this d pawn might decide the game as well. This passed d pawn, it could start motoring up the board in the next few moves. If Jan can get the queens off, maybe some element of safety there. But yeah, he needs to defend this pawn, somehow keep his a pawn alive, and make sure he doesn't get checkmated. So it's kind of dual or triple purpose next few moves. High stakes for Jan. And still not back at the board.
Yeah, but I just don't see... of course, I understand the d pawn maybe one day, but you have to show me the line. Like, I don't see anything wrong with neither king h7 nor bishop d3. I don't see why black is in such trouble.
Yeah.
Can you explain me? So let's say I play king h7. Please explain.
Okay, let's jump back into the board.
And it's my man. He's my man. King h7, yeah.
You called it, Anish. On the board now, king h7. And just to point out, white can take this pawn, but now black, I guess, has time to take on c3 simply. Is there something better?
I think c3, yeah. That's probably the one I take.
This. Yeah, and white suddenly has no threats. This king, safer than it looks, at least on h7, on this diagonal protected by the bishop. So knight takes f7, not too tempting. It was around here that I was thinking d5 maybe, Anish.
Yeah, because knight f7, just to finish that point you were making, that after knight f7, you won a pawn, but you haven't gotten closer to my king.
Wow, quick move. Quick reply.
It's probably a good move or not? Is it a good move?
Feels decent, at least from a human point of view, going to the 7th rank. What could be more natural?
Oh, yes, I see the point. So the queen on e5, it prevents queen c1, queen f4 idea. The knight on d6 is ready to go to e8 or f5. And so Ding is improving the rook. Also, if you start with king h2, which was another tempting option, you started with king h2, I suspect queen c3 was already a serious candidate move. Because now knight e8 is rook takes e8, there's no more check. So actually, rook c5 is kind of an obvious move in a way. Now, a big question I have.
Okay.
I have a few.
It's the type of position where there's hundreds of questions in each.
Yeah, I have a few. So my first question probably is, what about a5? Because you let my a pawn, like you released the rook from a5, or it was blocking. Now I guess a5, a4 is too slow, but let's try it. So rook c7. I think you got to go for mate, right?
Yep.
So for me, it's now maybe enough to trade queens under any circumstances, and then I will push the a pawn. So what about queen c1, queen g5 here?
Suddenly, I can't really run away from that exchange.
No, I'm really not worried as black here. I'm really optimistic about defensive chances because we'll trade queens, then I'll push my a pawn, then you have to go passive, and then I'll get some... take maybe knight c4, knight a3, but well, I'm not concerned. I think this I should be... No? Not should be. Shouldn't I be able to? Okay, you have connected passers. I understand. Yeah, you have connected passers. C4, d5. They're gonna go very fast. Okay, Okay, so I have to be more accurate than that with black, yeah?
Yeah, maybe in the current position, is there a more useful move than a5? I'm wondering as well, sometimes white's just going to take on c4. Just gobble up the pawn. I was wondering about f6 originally, just to try and destabilize your queen, but maybe there's still a good square for her.
f6, yes. f6 is also a move. So taking on c3 was bad because of knight e8. Are we correct? Is that still the case?
It was earlier, but now you could...
Now I can take on d4, yeah?
Get rid of this.
Wonderful version of things.
Yeah, no chance you lose this as black. Attacking the rook, some checks as well. Even if the queens come off, if you can kind of get this pawn, even at the cost of black's queenside pawns, should be a draw. What's the idea then?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure. Let's say if it's impossible to lose that with black, but let's say it's not the end of the world either.
Mm-hmm.
So after queen c3, okay, maybe just rook c4, yeah, for now. Just collect the pawn for free.
And I have to get out of the way. I'll maybe give a check. Whoa, engine hates this one.
Yeah, but okay, let's make moves. I mean,
okay.
Bishop d3, rook c7. Yeah. Now it's just attack.
Big attack for free. Maybe the black queen needs to find a better square. And,
yeah, what was a better square? Something closer, like d2, maybe something closer to... I'm not sure why this is such a big change, but I think maybe after rook c7, maybe it's something to do with f6, and then queen d1, queen h5.
If I take, then...
And queen g6, yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'll take with the bishop, and I got away.
White's got to be careful here of the passed a pawn long term. Wow.
So queen c3 is fine or not? To conclude, queen c3 is fine, not just...
Looks playable. Queen takes c3.
Let me just take a look at what did Ding miss. So why was the bar saying that? I'll just take a look one moment here on my screen. I'll just take an engine just to see because I remember the computer was saying that white was winning, and I no longer understand why he is. So Jan played king h7, which is the best move. Oh wow.
Some crazy stuff. I imagine this is the computer's dream where it's all concrete, it's all forcing, the stakes are high for both sides.
This is some weird engine. Let me check another one because this engine, it says queen e1. Let me just try another engine.
No way would that be played, Anish.
Queen e1? Really? My god, they're all saying queen e1. So the best move after king h7 was queen to e1. What the hell is that move?
So back in this position, instead of rook c5, which was played in the game, just to drop back with the white queen. But
yeah, just defend the c3 pawn and collect c4 or f7. Just as greedy as that. Can you imagine?
Wow.
Such an ugly move to go queen e1. How can you do that?
Yeah.
Of course he went rook c5. Now queen c3, yeah, and well, there is the option of knight takes f7. But already white's advantage, yeah, it's not decisive at all. Yeah, it's not decisive. If anything, actually, it's very, very, very drawish. Jan is probably going to escape in this game. Actually, Jan's probably escaping this game.
Do you think it was influenced by the clock, that last decision, rook c5, because there were plenty of options? I mean, queen e1, we can definitely forgive Ding for not finding. I don't think many mortals would find that move, but maybe there were other things he could have considered. He played rook c5 very quickly. He's kind of just guessing at this point.
Yeah, he has no time he cannot afford anymore. But he was never that clear cut anymore. I think his big mistake was on move 23 when he didn't go b4, because that position computer evaluates it as kind of strategically winning. It says it's just winning. Actually, it gives the advantage of like, I don't know, like depending on the engine, it's like +2, and this strategic advantage was huge. After this concrete sequence that he initiated, the advantage was no longer this big, and well, he had sort of a winning like advantage after queen e1, but it's really difficult to make that move, and doesn't seem so winning to me. And after rook c5 already, yeah, instead of queen e1, there was no other move. Rook c5 was the second best. Rook c5, queen c3, it's already okay for black. So. It seems as though it was never so easy, and I think given the time situation, Jan will now compose himself and find all the right moves, and probably he'll escape here, slipping away from Ding.
Ding's problem here as well is that queen takes c3 is the first thing black will calculate. Jan's very direct, very concrete, and if he sees no issue with that one, he's just going to play it. There's nothing else he needs to even consider. Of course, maybe a5, other moves you mentioned there, Anish, but queen takes c3 if it works, and it seems to do so, then it's going to be on the board.
The first move you calculate. I mean, I just forgot about it for a second there, but of course, it's the first move you calculate, because now after queen c3 knight e8, you have a much better version with black than a move earlier, because even then you wanted to sack the exchange, but now you can sack the exchange in a much better version, because after rook e8 queen e8 is no longer a check. You had already stepped out of the check. Yeah, no, I'm not optimistic here for Ding after queen c3, because a lot of options, but all of them seem very vague to me. This knight f7 move was computer's preferred choice. Maybe it's the best, intending rook c7 later, keeping the tension. Actually, maybe still asking some questions. Yeah, maybe knight f7 is actually the best move.
Yeah, I've got to say though, I want to praise Jan just for finding this king h7 move on the last turn. I think that one, very difficult decision, not easy to kind of take a time out in such a wild position and just play a quiet king move. But now all the tactics seem to, or at least the kind of immediate term tactics, they all seem to favor black because there's no checks with tempo. And yeah, like you say, white will still find a way to play on. I'm pretty sure Ding will play knight takes f7 if he sees nothing else. And it's not easy. You still get nervous as black.
It's a very exciting position, in fact. It is going to be a very exciting phase now. As I would hope that both players would have less time for even more drama.
Whoa, not queen takes c3, I think. He gave a check instead. And king h2 immediately.
I think this knight, I think with c3 knight f7, the longer I looked at the position, the more worried I got, because rook c7 was coming and you didn't have any checks. So I think Jan is going for the queen g5 idea maybe. But I don't know in which, but wait, cannot do it right now. This could be outrageous. Oh, f6, okay.
f6.
Yeah, you mentioned that move at some point, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, just to try and kick the queen away. Obviously, white's queen has to keep an eye over this f4 square. Otherwise, there's
g3, yeah? Is g3 is the only square then?
Feels that way. I'm wondering whether you can get away with kind of meeting this check with marching your king up the board, but that feels so wrong.
So brave.
Wow.
So brave.
Foolhardy, potentially. Yeah, so queen g3 looks like the most stable. Keep the king protected. Doesn't feel like a gain for black.
I don't know. I have you know, the threat of knight f7 was there. So I got rid of that. I removed my pawn from f7. And after rook c7, I have queen g5. So after queen g3, I don't even see your threat. I don't see your threat.
This is true. Maybe I'll just take your pawns if you let me start getting greedy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult for me to... Okay, he plays this. You have to play queen g3, of course. It's difficult for me to understand if the bar is... yeah, so the bar likes queen g3. It's kind of hard to understand why white is winning. Is that because we just collect the c4 pawn? Is that why white's winning?
It's possible, right? Long term, any endgames will be winning for white if you just take on c4.
Yes, connected passers simply, right? And then even endgame.
Yeah.
Simply connected passers. Is that enough? Maybe. For example, a5. Let's say rook c7, queen
g5.
Bring up
a board to show this.
Yeah, let's just show it because I think it could be real. So a5, rook c7, queen g5, queen takes g5, h knight c4. Is that winning for white? Is that what the computer is implying?
I mean, it looks close to winning for me, but
it went a bit down. Yeah, so that was not. So is a5? So is my point after a5 to go knight c4 directly, and then after a4, and then after a4, I don't go rook c7. Oh, knight e. Can I go knight e? What to cut off the? Yeah, but it's not sure what's the point because rook c8, rook 7, you have rook g8.
Cut this one off. Let's keep going. Rook g8, but maybe now I just go behind.
Or even some behind, or even some knight d5 kind of attacking business. Knight can come back in.
Yeah, maybe knight d5 as well.
It's interesting. Yes, sort of a slow attack, second wave kind of thing. And actually, yes, white wins a pawn. A pawn can be stopped always with the rook. Okay, maybe. You know, sometimes some people tend to overestimate the dangers of the past pawns. You might tend to over-evaluate your a pawn, and not an intuitive decision. Queen c1 f6 by Jan. It felt wrong. it felt wrong, but I guess queen c3 knight f7 was also looking very scary. I have to admit it was looking scary. So yeah, fortunately for Ding, he's still in control here. He's still very much in control. And now Jan is also dropping lower on the clock. Ding is feeling more comfortable. It's a big deal when you are in time trouble that the opponent joins you. It's a very big deal. Because being in the time trouble alone, you probably know, David, is a very lonely journey.
Yeah, I'm a very lonely man. Always in time trouble myself. But meanwhile, a5 on the board, Anish. We're heading straight down that line we showed.
But I don't know, like, is Ding going to go for the endgame or not? Because the endgame is also reasonably tempting, isn't it? Like knight c4, knight a3. I hate the look of it, but if I get a knight on a3 and then I go c4, d5, start marching down the board with my 2 pawns, it's possible. But of course, knight c4 is the money move. Of course, you don't want to trade queens. You want to keep you want to keep it all in reserve, and you want to somehow be fearless and not be terrified by the a-pawn marching down, because it's not so fast. The a-pawn is still not so fast. Big choice here for Ding. Rook c7 is a risk-free option. Knight c4, knight e3 is the more ambitious one. I think knowing Ding's style and his match situation, knight c4, knight e3 will come.
Yeah, and we've talked about Ding dropping a bit low on the clock. He still only has 6 moves, though, to make to move 40, where he does get an extra hour. So 6 moves in, 17 minutes should be fine. And here would be a good moment to spend maybe 5 to 10 of those minutes, actually, because it is such a key crossroads.
No, I'm hearing the instincts of the time trouble person. The 10 minutes here, spending more than half the time.
It's fine. Well, this is David, a critical moment, Anish.
No, David, this is not how it's done, please.
To be fair, I rely a lot on increment, and in the World Championship, they don't have that luxury at the moment. So maybe that's a bit optimistic.
But you are right. I forgot to look at the move counter. It's already move 34. I didn't realize that. And it's move 35 now for Ding. I didn't realize how close we got. The last few moves, at some point, the sequence was very long and forcing. Remember, with the moment he went rook b3, then actually like the next almost 10 moves were almost forced. So he got a lot of moves in there. And now Ding indeed should spend time. Yeah, I think 5 minutes is okay. Okay, if you want 10, I give you 10. But there might be more decisions to make in the next 5 moves. But this one is the key, yeah. And I think intuitively, and like everything screams for knight c4 instead of rook c7. I mean, honestly, rook c7, knight c4, knight e3, that's a little bit miserable. It's safe, and it's an attempt to play for a win without risk, but it's a little bit miserable. And of course, the instinct of Ding is to go knight c4, knight e3, block the queen, then go for the attack, rook c7, and try to go for the kill, and only go for the endgame once it's completely winning.
Yeah, this black queen really living a miserable life, actually. I can't blame Jan for going for this too much, but again, it feels a bit like he's rushing these decisions. A5 as well. There were options.
He did spend his time, but I think he just this queen c3 knight f7 position. I mean, I can imagine he didn't like it. You know, it was also not. It was not solving the problems. Like queen c3 knight e8 was bad. Queen c3 knight f7, it kept the initiative going, and I think Jan didn't like it. He saw some issues with that. Rook c7 was coming. He wanted to protect this f pawn with a tempo. Send the queen back to g3, and he thought, okay, rook c7, I have queen g5 always. So I can sort of understand where he's coming from. Understandable mistake, but yeah, not the computer precision by Jan in this game so far. Definitely not.
Yeah, and that's the key question. Will Ding show computer precision? Knight takes c4 is obvious. Maybe we can jump into a board here, but knight e3, you do have to weigh up, right? Maybe that move is the tricky one. Knight takes c4, and
because after a4, rook c7, I think rook g8 is not as tempting as queen g5, is it?
Mm-hmm.
And
if you can get the queens off, you should.
Yeah. No, Ding is. It's difficult. I could easily see a strong player go for this endgame. I could easily see that happen. Even the endgame, by the way, it will still be it will still be a question. Maybe you will win the endgame. I don't think the endgame is easy for black. Knight a3 and push c4 d5, and okay. I don't know. I don't see if you ask me, I would think I have good winning chances. Because if you go bishop b3, you don't have the counterplay with the rook. If you go bishop d3 with the idea rook b8, after I go c4, rook b8, rook a7, and I don't see how you necessarily. Sorry, maybe I just go d5, rook b3, d6 as well. Just more direct. It's a question. It's a question. Yeah, maybe bishop f5, but well, at some point the c pawn will join. Knight b5, rook a7 will happen. Yes, both options very tempting. Rook c7 as well. Rook c7 as well. But I think knight c4, starting with knight c4, that is nice. I hope for Ding that he will find that. Or choose that rather. There's nothing to find. There's just something to choose.
Mm-hmm. And I guess he can do it from another move order, but just less accurate potentially. Rook takes c7, you might as well keep your options open here by taking on c4 first, with this idea of dropping back with the knight, which we also thought was strong.
You might think that you avoid rook g8 with rook c7 first, because after rook c7, rook g8, their knight e8 wins on the spot.
Nice.
You might think that you avoid that. But wait, why am I not winning on the spot? King h8 or what?
Whoa, this looks over, Anish, I agree. Queen g5 just to show there is a fork here. Knight f6, using the pin. So where's the defense?
King h8 maybe, or but it is ridiculous.
Wow.
Ridiculous.
This looks like it should be checkmate, but maybe not.
Knight c4, knight c4, knight c4. Anyway, knight c4 is the move. Is the move.
On the board.
It's anyhow the move. Basically, however you think about it, knight c4 was the move. How much time did he spend?
It was a long think.
Yeah, like
longish.
7, yeah? 7 minutes. He did in between. He followed. He listened to commentators and he decided to take the middle road. I recommended 5. You said 10. He took 7.
Yeah,
it's good decision there by Ding. A4 will come instantly. I think A4 is a must. Jan will return from the rest area, play A4 instantly, and then it will be a big choice. Rook c7, so human to go rook c7. Knight e3, even more ambitious. Both moves are very close to winning. Matter of style, matter of taste.
And as you predicted, a4 immediately from Jan. That pawn was actually attacked as well, so you might as well push it. Hope for the best. Last pawns are there to be pushed, but more importantly, checkmate. I think he's going to play knight e3. Ding just, it feels like he's in that type of mood. We haven't seen that many endgames this tournament, this match so far. Feels like he wants to go for kill.
Let's bet. I'll take rook c7.
What are we betting, Anish?
Everything. My house, my...
I don't want your house. I just want that Magnus mug. I'll trade it for the...
Okay.
I'll trade it for my mug.
Okay, I'm not going to put my Magnus mug on debate here for some... I'm not going to jeopardize, He's nervous, though. You're not nervous when you play rook c7. You're nervous when you don't play rook c7.
Yeah, this is true. But you're also nervous in endgames when you're facing an a-pawn when you only have a knight. Knights are so bad against a-pawns. I've seen those go wrong plenty of times. And he's about to make a move.
Okay, my mug is on the line, Ding. Don't you go knight e3. My mug is on the line. If he doesn't go neither, then okay, it's all good, yeah? Knight b6 or something. At knight b6 or something, then it's nobody gets my mug. Knight b6 very likely also, by the way.
Knight b6. Wow. Sorry, Anish.
Oh, wow. Ding there with the computer precision, smelling blood. Smelling blood and going for the kill. Going for the throat, wow.
It just feels like his mood this whole match. It's like do or die. It's checkmate or be checkmated. And he learned yesterday the queen and knight versus the queen and bishop. It's a bit of a kind of mirror image where Jan outplayed him with the knight versus bishop. And he's trying to do the same. And
I'll ask Chess24.
I'll
ask Chess24 to send you a mug on my behalf. Of course, I'm not going to give you my mug. I mean, I'm not that stupid, but I'm going to get you one ordered.
I'm not going to clone you, Henny, sure. But meanwhile, rook c7, a huge threat now. Jan, what's he going to play? I don't really see any tempting moves for black other than pushing the a-pawn, but that looked miserable, the variations we were showing there.
I was thinking about a move. I don't think it's it's losing, but I thought of rook a7 preventing the rook c7 move. But then even worse, I go to the 8th rank. I go queen b8, rook c8. So you cannot control the 7th rank. You have to prioritize. The 8th rank is even worse. So yes, I guess you push the a pawn. I guess rook c7. You go rook g8.
Jan's in his rest area again. Just feels like he doesn't want to come back to the board when he knows he's in trouble. When he knows he's missed something or misevaluated something. Do you think he missed 93? Surely that was on Jan's radar.
Well, I think from afar he misassessed a bunch of things. And I think he underestimated 93 as well. I think from afar he pinned his hopes on the a pawn, and he thought as long as he's not mated and the a pawn goes up the board, it's all okay. But now I think he realized that the a pawn is not as strong as he had hoped for. It's very limited what it has accomplished. And the threats, the second wave of the attack is very strong. So rook c7 followed by knight d5. That is still a massive attack. And he was somehow hoping probably that as long as he can defend with rook g8 after rook c7, he will be sort of okay. And I can understand that. I can understand this thinking process. But yes, there's sometimes yes, it just gets a little bit deeper than the first instinct. And of course, yes, it's still not clear. I mean, it's still not so clear to me. I don't think it's all over. So let's say a3, rook c7, rook g8.
Yep, let's jump into a board. Let's put this line on a3. Very forcing, defending checkmate.
Yeah, is this completely done? So so knight, do you go for knight d5 already, or are you just controlling my pawn first? Which one?
I'm very passive in these. Yeah, I mean, they both look good. I would just at least look at this one first, because now I have a threat of just capturing on c2 and picking up this pawn.
Yeah, and maybe I need to move my bishop, and I cannot move it to b3 because of knight f5. When well, the g7 square is also falling. So I need to move my bishop somewhere to like e4 maybe. And
yeah,
then
that's a good square, stopping me jumping forward this way.
You have many options, of course. You have many tempting options here. I even wonder about a simple move like queen to d6 if you're not just picking up the a pawn. But okay, maybe you want to preserve the c pawn, because maybe this is not as much as I can get. Maybe I can also play like queen f4 first, queen g4, a lot of different moves.
Yeah, it feels like it should be winning, right? This black queen is so far detached from the action, so offside right now. And yeah, the other move you mentioned, Anish, more direct, maybe suiting Ding's mood more for the game, is knight d5.
Yeah, knight d5 is more direct for sure. No, knight d5 is the money move. So then you just have to calculate king h8, only move. Then you can probably calculate knight e7, I suspect. It's the most tempting.
Yep.
Then you have to move the rook, let's say, to e8. And now, now you have to finish it.
There must be a way.
Yeah, knight f5, queen g5 is not immediately over. So here you have to finish it.
How do we finish this game? I mean, I'm again tempted to just come back and stop your pawn.
Yeah. I think that's maybe how you do it. Maybe.
Yeah, and Jan does return to the board.
Oh yes, excellent. Because after queen g5, I can just take on g5, and I can even
Clicking a check if you
but
want.
I thought king h. Yeah, this was my plan, but actually king h7 maybe is some fighting chances. But well, there's many moves there. I think even d5, d6 maybe, or just retracting the knight back like to some square was also looking very good. Let's see. Janusz, okay, so bishop b1 first. He wants to keep the bishop away from a trade potentially. And now rook c7, knight d5. It looks so good. It's even like it's up. We are up a tempo. Yeah, it's not even a good defensive attempt. Just up a tempo.
Yeah, it feels odd from Jan. Bishop b1.
No, it's just wasting. No, wasting. It's the same line we looked at, but just with the a pawn only one step further away. No, this is just hopeless. Now knight d5. You have to play king h8. Then knight e7. You have to play rook e8, or some other rook move. I don't know. I don't see what his defensive attempt is. It looks totally hopeless to me.
Yeah, it feels like he's just almost given up. Body language, he's still at the board. Ding's got 10 minutes left, but yeah, it feels like
he essentially did.
Admission of defeat, right, Anish?
And only 3 moves to make for Ding. Only 3 moves to make for Ding, and 10 minutes. Wow, Ding completely in control. Completely in control here, and suddenly we are in a position where Ding just has to convert it, and it does look. It is not yet that the game is over, but it is becoming already obvious to both the players. I think that White is winning, completely winning most likely, and you just have to put the finishing touches here. It's not that the game is decided, of course. There is still a lot of tension there in the air, but I think it's quite clear. You're up a pawn. A pawn is still so far away from queening. The counterplay is too slow. There should be a decisive blow here. Knight d5, knight e7 is, I suspect, how it begins. This is just too tempting of a start, and that will already be move 39. Only one move before time trouble. Everything is here going Ding's way.
Yeah, Ding doing his thing, and knight d5 looks like the best move. I guess the idea behind bishop b1 was to prevent the white rook from moving for now, because the c3 pawn is on prise. But yeah, just move the knight out the way. Looks straightforward. Yeah, does it feel like a repeat of yesterday, just with colors reversed, just with roles reversed, Anish? It's a bit like yesterday, Jan was winning. Yeah,
I read someone mention that interesting fact that so far all the games have been one-sided, but not for the same player, which is very unusual. They've always been one-sided, but Jan won 2 one-sided games and Ding won 2 one-sided games, which is very weird because you have one-sided game if you are much better, you would think. But I think that comes because they're very asymmetric and they're of equal strength with very, very asymmetric strength. So certain positions Ding is superior to Jan. Certain positions Jan is superior to Ding, and so like you get these weird one-sided games by 2 different players, and yeah, well, maybe also they are both not defending the best way so far, but they are attacking in the best way. That's possible. That's possible. I once had, when I was a kid, I had an interesting small training camp with Vishy Anand, where we played training games, and all the games were the same, in a sense that one side would win very easily as well, and it would be different. Sometimes he would beat me, sometimes I would beat him. And I remember also Kasimdzhanov was there. He was also, he noticed, he was like, guys, it's so weird. Somehow you are both not fighting. It's just like one wins and the other wins. Very weird. It happens sometimes. It happens. And in this match, it's so far it's the theme of the match, but it makes it only. I mean, it makes it very interesting because it's such a close match. The games are so not close. Yeah, remarkable.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool experience, Anish. Pretty cool name drop as well. Just hanging out with Anand at the training camp, playing some training games. Meanwhile,
so I only had a few such opportunities. Of course, it was not the first one, so I was already a little older. The first camp with Anand, I can tell you what happened. I played a lot of training games with him, and I like a lot, like we can say like 50 games, and I won 2, and I wrote both of them down. So the entire camp. So it was kind of funny.
Yeah, chess players, we don't remember our losses. We remember all the victories, though. And meanwhile, talking of victories, I did see in the featured chat just a few moments ago, I think from Bigfoot, that this is the first time the London system has been played in a World Championship. And it looks like it's on course to have a 100% record. Impressive. The opening choice, just inspired actually from Ding in hindsight.
Yeah, how low have we fallen as a game? How low have we fallen? The new low reached in the World Championship matches, guys. Though I must say I am surprised because I think Magnus did a bunch of trash in his World Championship matches. He played the Trompovsky, he played also the Kole, d4, knight f3, e3. And Magnus could have definitely played the London at some point during his dynasty or whatever Danny Rensch calls it. He could have definitely thrown in a London or 2 there, but he never did for some reason. But yeah, he's going to regret this. Somehow, I think what Magnus always expected, he expected his opponents to be better prepared than they were. Because we see here Jan is very well prepared. Somehow, Ding keeps getting opportunities. And I think Magnus he was playing all sorts of weird ideas in all his matches. He was too much in his own head, probably, trying to be too deep. Because just playing the London, just playing, like c3, bishop out, castle, rook e1, knight to center. Just make normal moves and you just can win a game. I mean, no needs to do anything strange. Just play normal chess and win. Magnus was also capable. Yeah,
that's what he does in tournaments. But clearly players do adopt their strategy for World Championship matches, for better or worse. Sometimes you just need to do what you know best. And Jan, meanwhile, playing a3, pushing the a-pawn.
Yeah, no, I think indeed Magnus was mostly shining in the tournaments because probably he expected some special prep from players in the match, but it seems that their prep is just as ordinary as during a normal tournament, because at the end of the day, what more can you do? When you play a tournament, you also try your best. You just have to try your best. Okay, you have a bit more time. At the end of the day, you cannot memorize everything and you cannot understand everything. And we should probably talk a little bit about the game as well, because things are moving somewhat. Yeah. And it is now Ding's turn. It's move 40. How much time does he have? It's 5 minutes. Okay, it's a lot of time for one move, and he is ready for action. So I think is it 97? What are his options? Is it 97?
That's at least the most obvious move. Maybe because we've pointed it out before. It's stuck in my head now, that move. It looks like Ding is about to play. And there we go, knight e7 indeed.
But what? Yeah. So how do you finish after? Same question as we had before. So how do we finish it off after rook moves? Just to be clear.
Yeah, and we'll look for that finish in a moment, Anish. It's worth pointing out we have reached move 40. Ding will get an extra hour on his clock, so he's left the board. Understandably, he'll go and refresh, and he's got that luxury, an extra hour to figure out how to win this. I think by now he'll know that he's winning. He's up a pawn.
Yeah.
Black's a pawn is under lock and key. This white rook is going to keep it nicely in check. And yeah, should we jump into a board, Anish?
Yeah, I think it's obviously completely winning, and I think it's there are multiple ways to do it, but I'm just looking for the one that forces a resignation. You know, I'm looking for a clean finish. So, oh yeah, I think I maybe see what it. No. So I was going to, or yes.
Say I move my rook.
Yeah. So queen c7.
Wow.
Threatening knight g6. If rook e7, which was what I was worried about. Maybe I have queen b8. Keep the queen on diagonal.
It's preventing any checks by keeping the white queen here, and you take. And assuming you're in time here with anything, just queen g3
back,
if you need.
Trade queens and go back. Yeah, this is the worst case. It's enough.
Yeah. And just in time.
And I push my own pawns as well. Yeah. But after rook e8, queen c7, maybe the defense is king h7. Yeah, it's the only move maybe. Which I didn't see initially.
Yeah,
so yeah, this is not. Yeah, this is not the forcing one. I missed king h7 from afar. Okay, so I don't do queen c7. Let's see how else to finish it off. Okay, any knight move is a candidate.
Yep.
Knight f5 is queen g5. Knight g6. 8g. Okay, this is not maybe winning on the spot, although it's very, very good.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the win immediately either.
What about knight f5?
I'll drop back with the queen to defend.
Yeah,
you could probably even trade queens.
I should. I think I should because h5 is hanging. Yeah, knight d, knight.
Knight d6, knight e3.
Yeah, I don't want to allow a2. I don't want to allow a2. Okay, knight g7 also. I don't want to allow a2. I want to win on the spot. So if I go knight d6.
Attacking me.
Oh, yeah. Rook a7, knight f7, h6. This is mate. It's just mate.
Wow.
It's a nice mate, actually. Yeah.
Check.
Got trapped there. Your g
keep stumbling into these.
Yeah, g6, h6.
Yeah. Mate. Next move. Guaranteed. Almost forced. And
is that it? I think that's a win. I'm not sure it's the win, but it's a win. It's good enough.
Maybe I messed up here, Nish. Maybe after queen takes queen, I should take with the f pawn in hindsight, just to prevent you mating me in that way.
But that position is anyway lost. So let's say I go knight d6, rook e7, knight f7. Sorry, rook a8, knight 7 is king g8. No, rook a8 check. It's much more accurate. King h7, knight f7, g6. I can take on a3 and just win it slowly. I suspect. Yes. But maybe, or hg. Yeah, I can even go hg first. Because if you take with the bishop after knight e5, your bishop doesn't support the a pawn. Yeah, I think this is the most straightforward human way to win. This is enough. So rook e8 maybe is the losing one. Maybe you can try some other rook move in the starting position. But I don't think they'll help you. They look even worse. Maybe rook f8 or.
You don't have many. You pretty much have a choice of 3 here for Jan. He's thinking over his move 40 with 22 minutes left. But yeah, it looks like all roads lead to Rome at this point. That's one of many, as you say, Anish. And Ding has an hour to work out whether he can go for checkmate, whether he can pick up the a3 pawn.
Yeah.
Even better situation.
Amazing match. Seriously, this is completely remarkable what we are seeing. I haven't seen something like this in a long time. I mean, I've followed all World Championship matches starting from Kramnik Topalov. I think I followed them all kind of live. And okay, Kramnik Topalov was an insane match though. It had some crazy start with Kramnik losing a game, then I think not showing up to the second one, getting a loss as well. So he started down 2 games. And then he somehow came back with 2 wins and took it to tiebreak. That was that. I think the one that comes close is Anand Topalov. That was very tipsy-turvy. Yeah. Anand Topalov had Anand bouncing back once, then Topalov bouncing back as well. and then losing in the final round. So I think, yeah, we had some ups and downs in the World Championship match history, and the recent World Championship match history. But the more recent ones of Magnus, they were much more cagey, much more slow. Just so many draws were always there. Unfortunately, the matches, they didn't bring the best out of Magnus until the last World Championship match, where after he managed to somehow open the floodgates in Game 6, and he started collecting win after win. But a lot of other Magnus matches, they were just very slow, and we got used to the slow pace. While here, okay, it's completely different. Just a win after win by both players, and after this game, we'll have an equal score again. Remarkable stuff.
Yeah, and you mentioned those two words, Game 6. It always seems to be Game 6. I'm just remembering, Fischer against Spassky, Game 6. Magnus striking, of course, Game 6 last time. This blunder between this mutual blunder between Anand and Carlsen, Game 6 in 2014. Just always seems to be this game, and Jan must be sick of the sight of this one. He wants to get to the second half at this point.
Yeah. Okay, he tried Rook F8. His idea is that after knight f5, queen g5, he no longer loses loses the tempo to the knight d6 move. So it makes a lot of sense. Can I try something different here? Is my question. Well, can I try to finish it off on the spot?
I'm wondering, Anish, whether we can go for that variation you mentioned earlier, queen c7, because now the rook on f8 will be hanging after knight g6 in many lines.
But it anyway goes to g8 though, right?
Uh-huh.
King h7, knight g6, rook g8, yeah, probably. I'm looking outside this move, queen d6. I don't know if it's at all good, but it's a move with a very clear threat.
Yeah. Also, this pawn will be under fire from queen d6.
Oh, yeah,
I like that one
realize.
too.
Oh, actually, I didn't realize. That's actually a double attack potentially there. Yeah, maybe queen d6 is the cleanest here.
Looks like there are many good options here for Ding Liren. He's away from the board, so is Jan Nepomniachtchi. We have reached move 40. Both players have been given an extra hour on the clock, and we think this one is going to be a win for white. But let's take a few minutes break, and we will be back with a conclusion of Game 6 of the 2023 World Championship.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the World Chess Championship to the Candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
I do recommend meeting meet up to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. It forces most to defer their dreams until next time. If there is a next time.
It's losing.
Oh my God, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did.
I'm blown away. The game is over.
As the chess world turns to Kazakhstan, the Magnus Carlsen dynasty is set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title. The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi once again holds a 1-point lead in the 2023 World Championship match. What an incredible bounce back.
Ding Liren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
Jan is just going to smash through on the king side.
Ding didn't have a good day. This is all over. And what a game, I have to say.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
Hello and welcome back to Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Championship 2023. We're currently in Game 6. We see Ding Liren poised to strike back to level the scores at 3-3 by winning his second white game in a row. He's been playing a great game so far. I'm here with Grandmaster Anish Giri, the world number 6. We've been taking you through the action. And Anish, any chance now for an upset? Any chance for Jan to save this? Or do you think he's got it in the bag?
Well, everything is going against Jan right now. I think the fact that we've just reached move 40 is very unfortunate as well. Very bad news. Ding's got an hour to figure this out. There are plenty of good moves here available. Of course, it can always happen because let's not kid ourselves. The position is not decided yet. I mean, I know many commentators, when they see the evaluation bar, they start to talk about how completely winning a position is. And I notice a lot of people actually do it, and sometimes I myself do it. But if you actually look at the position without the bar, without the computer, and okay, it's still, of course, it's still not finished. The A-pawn is extremely far advanced, so you have to find the finishing blow. You have to still be accurate. There are a lot of options, but none of them appear to win on the spot, at least not immediately. So it's possible, of course, it's possible, but you cannot imagine a better situation for Ding, a winning position, more than one way to win, and a lot of time on the clock just after the time control. So no, I don't think it's likely.
Yeah, he is investing that time wisely. It's a good moment to kind of reset, to freshen up at move 40. He spent around 10 minutes now, I think, Ding. And yeah, he's certainly calculating right now. Plenty of forcing lines. You mentioned, though, that maybe no knockout blow. Anish, after calculating for a bit, can Ding take his foot off the pedal and find maybe a more prosaic way to win?
One move that I think is the lazy way to play, and I'm not sure this is the right way to go. I think this is how you often start messing up these positions. But one laziest way to play is knight g6, bishop g6, 8g. I really like that approach, because with that, you first of all establish the pawn on g6, which is there forever. Black will forever have the back rank issue. The bishop, once gone from b1, will not be able to support the a-pawn. So I'm sure that after knight g6, 8g, white is winning. I don't know how easy it will be to convert, because you will have to deal with some kind of queen h5, queen d1, perpetual check idea. So let's say black will play queen d1, you will have to deal with that somehow. Also, you have to keep an eye on the g6 pawn a little bit. You have to keep an eye on the a-pawn. It's not trivial, but it should be winning. But I don't think that this is what you want to do. I think this is what you do if you don't see anything better. But I suspect that there are some better moves, some better ways to play. That move queen d6 was sort of I sort of mentioned. I guess that was the most natural that I had seen. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I don't think it was one of the engine moves. Maybe there is something wrong with it. Maybe rook e8 is a response, because king h or king h7, maybe king h7. I have some knight d5 maybe.
Should we jump into a board and try and figure out what we would do if we were in Ding's shoes?
Yeah, because nowadays, the bar is so ruthless that people very often, the commentators very often stop analyzing kind of early, because they think, okay, it's completely winning, and then they get completely shocked when the players make mistakes. But to be very honest, I think the position is very analyzable. It's still very far from clear. So queen d6 is, we saw the bar just took a small hit there. I think king h7 is knight d5. I think that looks winning. So I don't see another move than rook e8, because I'm threatening knight g6 check, and then I'll pick up the rook with a check, either with a knight or with a queen. So all the bishop moves are losing, all the queen moves are losing. I have very little options. I can either move my rook and the only square is e8, or move the king, which is king h7. So I think there are just two moves there. Maybe rook e8 is the best, but then
there's a small trap here as well.
Rook a3, rook e7, yeah? Rook
Yeah.
a3, rook e7.
And suddenly the whole advantage disappears. This is perpetual check. The white king can never escape. If you go forward, you get mated even. And yeah, if you go back, this repetition that we've seen a few times now. And yeah, the king gets chased. So yeah,
Too
some
easy.
traps, some ghosts.
Too easy, yes, a trap, but too easy. Somebody mentioned here, so in chat, Ding is going to take half an hour. Won't be shocked if he does, won't be shocked, because this could be the last big thing that he should take. You know, when I at some point switched on the lines of the engine just to see the options that engine suggests, the first line completely shocked me. You know, I think it was, oh, now I get it. But it's a very difficult move to make. It wins on the spot. Oh, it wins on the spot, actually. I get it. Rook b7 wins on the spot.
Wow, if you gave me 20 guesses, Anish, I wouldn't have suggested this one.
David, it's because you didn't see the point. Like, I also didn't get it at all. But if you think about it for 1 second, you see immediately it's on rook b8. It's just you can resign. It's over.
Yeah, but
it's all over.
It feels so counterintuitive to let this pawn advance, to just take your eye off it for a moment. But like you say,
I know exactly. Yeah, exactly. You think the rook is well placed there, and you don't see the rook b8 idea, because the idea is, of course, a1, rook f8, and queen g6.
Let's show this a1. You make a new queen, check, and checkmate. Beautiful stuff.
But I am pretty sure I would have never seen that move, because also I have many alternatives. So I think I would never find the rook b8, rook b7. I mean, unless I think forever, and I just by elimination. But it's just not exactly. It's so counterintuitive to remove the rook from behind the a pawn. But once I see the move, so once I said it out loud, rook b7, I immediately realized, of course, that it's winning on the spot. It's just over immediately. Like, there's nothing to talk about.
Yeah,
you did say after rook b7.
Earlier in the broadcast, you did say if you break through on the 8th rank, it's even better than the 7th rank. So it makes sense from that point of view. But yeah, incredibly hard visually. It looks like you're focusing on this point and you actually want to backhand checkmate.
You know, if Ding, Fabi maybe can find such. Like, there are some players, you know what it depends on? So it depends on your search algorithm, because everybody has a certain search, because you cannot, of course, calculate all the moves in chess, because the tree of the variation is too wide. The question is how do you select your move? For example, I know that Magnus, he has a very narrow search, so that's why he's very quickly reaching a very good conclusion, because he dismisses a lot of bad moves on each turn. And I notice it because that's also why he often misses some tactics, because he's just dismissing moves, and this allows him to go extremely deep. And he can afford to do this as well, because he has an incredible evaluation function. So he is able to evaluate positions extremely fast. And I think a player like Magnus, who calculates this way, he might just never consider rook b7. But there are players that calculate much more broadly. In particular, Fabiano has an extremely wide search. He is looking at a lot of options for both sides on the first few moves. And I'm pretty sure if you give half an hour to Fabi, he will spot rook b7. Simply because it enters his radar, because he considers more moves. He considers more moves, basically, but it doesn't mean that you come to a better conclusion. It means you waste much more time, and you spend time in the wrong direction very often. But he just spends much... And I don't know what kind of calculator Ding is, but he could find rook b7. But again, there are other ways to win as well that are much more intuitive, so not sure.
Yeah, it's fascinating the point you make. I also attended a lecture recently where Magnus was basically saying he goes on instinct and he calculates deeply from those variations. Also, one of the speakers at that lecture was Ramesh, and he was encouraging these young Indian players to do a scan of the board. It's like, okay, do you have any good moves with your rook? Here, it doesn't look like you do, but if you ask yourself that question, maybe you find rook b7, knight, queen, likewise. And okay, d5 played by Ding. He immediately leaves the board, and there we do see a question mark from the very harsh chess.com trainer there. It looks like a good move to me. Why not push him?
Yeah. No, the thing is that, of course, the algorithm, and it's understandable. It's probably possible to fine-tune, actually, as well at chess.com. When the eval drops from, let's say, +5 to +3, you can probably change the algorithm that it doesn't show the move as a mistake, because essentially both are winning. At the same time, sometimes, you know, a +3 is less than a +5. So d5 compared to rook b7 is a mistake. But okay, position is still winning. And after thinking for longer, the bar went higher up. It's +4 now. So yeah, even the question mark disappeared. No, d5 is a much more human attempt to win. So the question I have is, so a2 is probably queued up. So after a2, what is the idea? Or is the idea simply that black doesn't have a next move?
Maybe that's the idea. You can get the pawn to a2, but no further. The a1 square.
Yeah, does he just want to go d6 or not? Is that simply the idea? Just push the d pawn as far as possible?
Possibly. I don't see any reply to that for black. The black queen needs to be, sorry, my arrows. The black queen needs to be back in time to g5. So the queen can't move. The bishop has to protect the pawn if it lands on a2. Black is a bit stuck. Black is frozen. So it makes a lot of sense that white can push the pawn forward. I'm liking it. And Jan is back at the board and clearly in calculation mode. I don't think he would have expected this somehow. It's not as forcing as all the other options we were looking at. So he needs some time to react, some time to think. And Anish, how do you think he'll react?
I think a2. I think a2. At the end of the day, I don't see how other moves contribute to anything. Okay, he can try to go queen d1, but I think he's reaching for the a pawn, I guess. Queen d1 intending queen h5, but then probably f3 just does the job. No, a2. Of course, he goes a2. Yeah, and now I just want to establish. So is it? Okay. No, in fact, the computer suggests that d6 is not the way.
Okay, something even better.
Yeah, queen c7. I'm just trying to understand queen c7. If what has changed. So if king h7.
It's complicated, Anish.
It is a little bit complicated, but
yeah, I do feel Ding maybe could have found a cleaner way to do this. This feels messy now, at least with the black pawn on a2. We didn't see what next for black.
Give him a benefit of the doubt. So it is +4, and it is after queen c7. I think he probably sees it because he didn't need to go d5. So he probably sees it. I don't see it just yet. Queen c7, king I think h7, and then if knight f5.
Yep, let's jump in, Anish.
I'm just trying to remember what changed. So why did we play d5? What has changed?
You want to break through here, but black has multiple moves. Queen g5, I guess. Doesn't look like much has changed here.
I was thinking about knight. Oh yeah, but knight g7. I thought maybe knight g7 was the idea, but
maybe knight g7.
What is the defense here? Oh, queen e5 is. Wait, queen e5. I take knight e6.
Yeah, this is crazy stuff. Maybe I just move my king, and what do you do next?
Yeah. No, this was
I
a
take
resource.
This pawn
yeah.
If you move your knight.
This was always the resource. Yeah, forget about it. No, so yes. That's why I didn't. So king h7 was the defense. Queen c7, king h7. Okay, so this bar is all the way up. So let's try to find it. What's going on here? Knight where knight g6 is rook g8.
Yeah, let's put that on the board. Threatening checkmate. You have to defend. I don't see a knockout blow here.
But the bar suggests that there is one.
What is this pawn doing? On d5, what has it changed?
Wait. What's going on here?
So confusing.
Some checkmate idea. Oh, okay, wait. There is a...
Is it?
You know what is the fun fact? Is that if I had my rook on a8, then queen takes g7 would be checkmate. That's just a fun fact.
And meanwhile, we see Ding come back to the board very excitedly. He was away for a moment or two, I think, in his rest area, just trying to calculate this variation that we're looking at.
It bugs me that I don't. Yeah, it bugs me that I don't see it, and I really want to find it. But I hope for him that he found it. That's what matters. I don't have to find it now, though. I do want to.
Yeah.
It does disturb me.
Critical moment. Maybe he'll show us before we can work it out. Anish, it looks like he's...
I hope not, because I really like the challenge. But I don't know. Do you see it? You don't see it also? It's not easy, no?
It's not easy. I mean, it's like you said earlier, everything looks winning, but it's an illusion. You still have to be a bit careful, a bit accurate. Black does have some resources.
It's not at all... No, it's not... It's really not obvious.
I'm struggling here. Gotta say, that position we were stuck on, Queen c7, the first move.
But he sees it. He sees it, you know? This is the remarkable part. He sees it.
You think so? He
Yeah,
looks
of
like
course.
he's very excited.
Yeah, he's excited, and he sees probably something pretty even.
Wow.
Oh, it's so disturbing that I don't see it. Look, he sees it. You see, he's going for it. Yes. What is it that he's going for? What is the finisher after King H7, Knight G6, Rook G8? What is the finishing touch?
Wow. He is a genius, Ding, so he's going to show us something clever.
He is. And it's his moment to shine. So he is more than a genius, and he should do it.
I'm also being told, Anish, that this was the only winning, well, the only directly winning move. Everything else, the advantage would have been greatly diminished.
But he went d5. He went d5 with the idea to do this. But I just don't know what this is. This is beautiful. This is something... I see some different patterns, but I don't see the order in which I can do it.
I'm struggling as well. King H7.
Is the deep pawn, is deep pawn involved? I don't think the deep pawn is involved, and I don't know why d5 had to be played for this to work. I don't see what the deep. You see it?
Wait, he's closed a mating net, Anish. The king. Oh wow. Okay, we have to show this on the board. I think I've come up with the idea. Let's jump in. Both players are away right now. I think he wants to sacrifice his queen, and d5 does contribute here. So, okay, there's a discovered check. We were assuming King H7. Let's bring up the analysis board while Jan returns. And now Knight G6. We were saying Rook G8, but Anish, Queen F7. And I'm going to take this and checkmate you.
Oh, that's weird.
Look at this.
See, I'm not. This is not my strength. Checkmates. I'm going to start solving. I'm bad at checkmates. Checkmating patterns. There's a video online also where a bunch of top players solve checkmate. It's just not my strength. It's just very difficult. Oh, this is beautiful.
Wow. And this is why the d5 push contributes. You cover the e6 square, cover the escape square. He saw this, what was it, 5-6 moves in advance.
Does Jan see it?
He doesn't. He plays King H7.
Well. I think he sees it. Oh, it just didn't occur to me. Oh, d5 takes away the e6 square. Oh, wow, that's a beautiful finisher. Whew. Yeah, I just didn't... Wow, amazing. Wow, that's so beautiful.
I must say, shout out to the featured chat. I saw that people were hinting that it was a beautiful finish, and that's the only way you can stumble across this. Unless you're Ding, and unless you're a genius. I would never have found this either.
No, it reminds me of something, like... it reminds me of something, but it's a very difficult position to solve. I'm sure it's difficult. I'm sure it's a very difficult one to solve, because these ideas are... Of course, Queen takes G8 and Rook A8 is a theme that we all know with the pawn on F7. This I could find. But the one where the king comes to F7 and nonetheless gets mated, that's a very unusual theme. This is very rare. Really remarkable that he, from all the options, he found this one. This is really tough. It's much harder to me than Rook B7, Rook B8. This is really like, okay, but yeah, maybe it's amazing. Yeah, wow, that he found it. It's
incredible stuff. Shout out to Ding for finding this beautiful checkmating pattern. Shout out to the featured chat for giving us a clue on that queen sacrifice.
You're like a rapper, you know. Shout out, you know, a good a rap song. Shout out to Ding, you know.
Also, the 40,000 people watching over in Twitch. What a moment this is about to be. We're about to see one of the most beautiful finishes to a World Championship game. I think in history, Anish.
But it's every day. I mean, the guys, they're just like, the final positions are so beautiful every time. It's just incredible. It's disturbing how beautiful the stuff is. It's like, I mean, it's just aesthetically. I said it yesterday, but it just keeps happening. This is just so beautiful from a chess point of view. It's just so incredibly satisfying, this checkmate.
Wow.
It's so satisfying. It's so hard also to see that. Seriously, it's how do you spot d5 with idea queen 7? How do you even spot this? It's completely beyond me how you can see it from afar. You must be total genius.
Yeah, and I guess the way he found d5 first was spotting this whole tactic, realizing the black king was running, and then kind of tracing us back to square one.
Yeah, he saw queen c7. He saw queen c7. Then he saw queen c7, king h7, knight g6, rook g8. He saw queen f7.
Yeah.
He saw queen takes g8 doesn't work because of king f7, king e6, and then he worked his way back.
Yeah.
That's probably what must. But it's seriously sick. It's sick stuff. It's sick stuff. Wow.
And Jan, I don't think Jan saw it coming either, but he certainly sees it coming now. He's realized what's happening. A queen sacrifice is guaranteed at this point to deliver checkmate. Black can only postpone the inevitable. And
yeah, I'm curious if Jan had seen it coming from like a move or two before. I'm just curious because there are a few checkmates. You know, I have a collection. There are a few. I should actually make a collection, but I've missed also some. There are a few checkmates which are like very short, like 1, 2, 3 move checkmates like that, but they are extremely hard. And it's really interesting that some top players see them and some don't. And I think it has to do with how many checkmate patterns you solved as a kid. Like, let's say we all solved like 1,000 or 2,000, 10,000, but some have solved 100,000. And some that are exceptional, like Mamidyarov, Duda, some Vichy, Polgar. Some who have solved a crazy amount of puzzles as kids, they are more exceptional at checkmating patterns, while some other top players, they have other strengths and they are less alert to this checkmating patterns. But yeah, Ding has found a very beautiful one, and he set it up from afar. D5 already sets it up. It's really insane.
He set it up 4 moves ago. He's about to execute it. And Anish, the eternal question as a chess player: do you resign now, knowing you're about to get checkmated, or do you let it play out on the board if you're Jan?
No, but I know that you British guys, especially, you are all about checkmate on the board. But no, I'm Team Jan. I resign. No, I don't want to see it.
And just as you say it there, Anish, Jan has resigned. You called it. No beautiful checkmate on the board, but still a beautiful game, beautiful finish from Ding. And the scores are level at 3-3. What a day it's been.
No, but I still need to recover from the final checkmate. It's so beautiful. Wow.
And we will recap that checkmate, the incoming checkmate, for the viewers after this. Yeah, Ding, though, he's got to be buzzing. He's got to be high now. Momentum swinging in this match day after day. Who would have predicted this?
Well, at this point, you could have predicted it already. It was already a thing. Ding has come back once. At this point, you could predict the unpredictable, and but yeah, it's really unusual stuff. And again, like yesterday, it was Jan who looked like the best player in the world, and Ding looked very miserable in the entire game. And today is the opposite. It's a Ding show today, and wow, like. Day in, day out, like the players, they are able to bring their best, but they alternate. That's very unusual, and yeah, a remarkable match so far. With and a lot more is left, a lot left in store for us, as we are still approaching the finish of the first half of the match.
Yeah, it's only game 6, and still 8 rounds to go. And this one definitely feels like the players are inspiring each other to show their best, striking back kind of continuously at this point. And Anish, shall we go and recap this incredible game from Ding right from move 1? We're hoping for a press conference a bit later on, but yeah, while the players have left the stage, let's go back to the beginning. And it was the London system, the infamous London system, Anish.
Yeah, and Jan chose this very simple setup, a healthy setup with 5cd4. At that point, instead of 5cd4, there are a lot of different options. There's a big line with queen b6 take b2, for example, right here, and knight h5 as well. But he went for the simplest of all, cd, ed, bishop f5. And now Ding went for the very unassuming, very quiet c3, like bishop b5 followed by c4 is much more principled. But that's what Jan has prepared mainly. That's where he went deep. These complications, he has figured them out. Instead, Ding went for the very unassuming c3, e6, bishop b5, allowing black to develop comfortably. He didn't want much, just wanted to get the pawn structure, just wanted to play this position. Maybe he realized that Jan is not comfortable in the Carlsbad structure, so he realized he could get it to colors reversed. And just rook e1. And already here, Jan maybe made a few inaccuracies. h6 allows knight e5. Instead, queen c7, dropping back out of the knight takes e5, d takes e5 fork was maybe more clever. h6 is the most natural move to keep the bishop on f5, not allow knight h4. But now knight e5 came with the tempo. Bishop c6 already kind of annoying, as after bc b4, the c6 square will be c6 pawn will be weakness. So Jan logically went for knight e7, and after a4, I think here Jan the sequence he went for, this was a big positional mistake. He went a6 followed by knight d7, allowing Ding to fix his pawn structure. Now after takes and a5, the knight is heading to c5, and the queenside pawns are blocked in such a way that you cannot kick the knight out ever. And this was already very unpleasant. And yeah, it was already determined, let's say, who is going to press here. And then around move 22, something interesting happened after Jan tried to drum up some counterplay with e5, move 22. Yeah, here Ding went for a concrete sequence with rook b3 instead. And the play just went somewhat out of control. Though Ding was always in control, but it went sort of it started to get very forced. And Jan had some chances according to computer, and I think the decisive moment was around move 32 after rook c5. Computer was claiming that there is a defense after queen takes c3, knight takes f7. Still possible to defend there. But what Jan did was not good, because after queen c1 and f6, he kept the f pawn, but Ding simply captured the c pawn, and the a pawn looked like it's gonna drum up a lot of counterplay, and it actually reached a2 in the game, but it reached no further, as Ding found a mating net in the end, and a very beautiful one. There were multiple ways to win, but he's as the rugby 7, very beautiful, by the way, very beautiful too, but he's as actually much harder and much prettier, in my opinion. This d5 followed by queen c7 and then queen f7, setting up queen takes g8. Yeah, amazing. And we see the players already ready for the press conference.
Yeah, beautiful finish from Ding, and hopefully we can hear what he has to say about his victory. Let's see if we can get that press conference up. And yeah, here we go. In with the players.
Welcome everyone at the press conference of round 6. We had one more decisive result today. Ding Liren won with white pieces, and the result is 3-3. The first question to Ding: how comfortable was it for you to play London system today in the game? And if this was your home preparation, how many moves was the home preparation?
Well, actually today I was very, I'm not sure which opening to play, and the last time I decided to go for this London system. So the line occurred in the game. He played bishop e5 was out of my preparation, so I just tried to keep the position as not so forced and keep some possibility to play for a win. And I think it turned out to be quite well.
Right, thank you. And the question to Jan: if you have expected that today the London system might be happen, and also the second question right away: what was the most challenging for you for this game?
Well, yeah, I just among all the openings, of course, I expected like London in one of the games, so it happened. Yeah, but I guess I played one of my worst games ever. So I mean, like near every move was. I mean, yeah, it's hard to. I think every move was bad, and even then I get the second chance out of this awful position. Mm-hmm. I think it was like pretty much equal at some point if I would play bishop d3 instead of bishop c2. Yeah, even that was, yeah, unfortunate. So, yeah, bad day.
Right. If I may can ask, what was the inaccuracy that all this started?
I mean, my whole game all contains of inaccuracies. Yeah.
Okay. Right. And the question to Ding, you have spent quite a lot of time today on the board instead of the rest area. Have you found your comfort zone right now on the table?
Yeah, I spent most of my time after he played e5, rook b3. Yeah, this was not my plan, not according to my plan. Maybe I should have played b4 instead of rook b3. So before that, the position was nearly one side. I was the one who was Persian, and he didn't have much counterplay. But after e5, after knight a5, suddenly he has a lot of counterplay. Yes. So maybe I didn't play so well in the middle of the games, but yeah, I'm very happy to find rook a5. This might be the critical move. Yeah, in general, and I feel I was in very good shape during that whole game, and I was not so influenced by yesterday's lose.
All right. I will now give the floor to the press for the questions. I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions for today's game. Please, Mike.
Thanks. Mike Klein with chess.com. My question is mostly for Grandmaster Jan Nepomniachtchi. I'd like to ask you about a very specific moment in the game. After h5, there was this very strange resource, rook takes e5, d takes e5, queen back to d8. I'm wondering if you saw this at all with ideas of queen d1 and queen h5, or did you see it and reject it because of the response queen f3?
No, I didn't see, but I somehow thought at that moment that, the position is not as bad or something. I think once again with the bishop d3 move or something, it's quite, definitely it's worse, but it's surely holdable. But perhaps after bishop c2, that's not so easy. But I guess this is some nice trick like takes and queen d8, but it's not checkers, so you shouldn't, you're not forced to capture on g6.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Can I ask in Russian?
Yes, of course, you can ask in Russian.
Ян, у меня вопрос для вас. Если абстрагироваться от результата, есть ли ощущение, что вы принимаете участие в одном из самых зрелищных матчей за корону за последние 10-15 лет? И какой матч для вас в 21 веке был наиболее интересным? Спасибо.
My question is for Ian. If we forget the result you've had today, so do you have an impression that you are taking part in one of the most spectacular chess events over the past 10 to 15 years?
Да, спросите в другой день.
Answer is, ask me this question in some other day, please.
Fair enough. Do we have more questions? The photographer from here is blocking my side, so I cannot see the journalist. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Mike. If you can, please, just a little bit. Yeah.
Mike Klein, chess.com. My question is for Grandmaster Ding Liren. At the end of the game, Anish was seeing all these checkmates on the chess.com broadcast, and he said that it was disturbing how beautiful it was. He was complimenting you. And then he said that you're a total genius for these ideas. Do you agree that your game today was genius level?
Yeah, I'd like to thanks to Anish. Actually, yesterday I saw his remark. He believes I will tie the match despite I was lost yesterday. So thanks for his confidence. Yeah, today. Yeah, the game itself, I feel very, very pleased with ideas. Many ideas occurred over the board. Yeah, in the end, yes, this d5 followed by queen c7. Also, I was very happy to find.
Thank you. Next question, Leoncho, please.
Leoncho Garcia from El País. My question is for Ian. Yesterday, you achieved something really fantastic, winning the 5th game just after losing the 4th one. You just said that today's game is the worst you have ever played. Do you have a logical explanation for that? I mean, maybe too much self-confidence or something like this?
Thank you for the question, but I think I just played really poorly. And in some way it was I don't know, like a mirror from yesterday's game, like the same material, and the same patterns, but I guess the tension is high, so sometimes you can't perform at your best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have more questions from press? Yeah, please go.
Mike Klein, chess.com. Question for Grandmaster Ding Liren. After yesterday's game, you said you were very sad or upset. I'm not quoting you correctly, but you were down. Were you able to change that mentality yesterday? Or did it only change when you started playing your game today?
Well, the story was that today I was struggling to find which opening to play just before the starting of the game. I have many choices. In the end, I decided to play this London system because actually I was not so afraid of it's hard to say. I just want to play something I was more familiar with. I try to stay calm after yesterday's tough lost, and this opening I think suits my style pretty well. It's like it's kind of reversed correspond pawn structure in the third game, so I can say it went very well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now it's time for the Twitter segment. We're bringing the questions from Twitter, so everyone who cannot travel here can anyway ask the questions, and we will bring it. And please, Jessie.
My name is Jessie February. My first question is for Jan. Do you find that your patience runs low in certain situations? Why is that?
Sorry, again?
Do you find that your patience runs low in certain situations? Why is that?
No, I don't think it's anything about patience. It's about like a lot of bad moves made like in one particular game. So I guess it's not the case.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Next question.
All right, my next question is for Ding. From Sandude, you took a lot of time playing Rook A3. What were you calculating?
The point behind it?
Right, so what were you calculating during that time?
Yeah, Rook A3. I saw Bishop G6, Knight B3, and Queen G3. And instead of Rook A3, if I play Knight B3, he had Knight C6. And if I go Queen G3, I don't want to exchange the queens immediately. I want to keep the possibilities. So it turns out the Rook A3 is a very useful waiting move. Just improve my position a little bit more.
All right, thank you. And the last question I have is for both players. From Emil, why do you think there are more decisive games in this match than World Championship matches in the past?
We will go with Jan to answer this first.
Yeah. Ask me this question another day.
Sorry?
Ask me these questions like some another day.
All right, we'll keep that. What about you, Ding?
I guess the reason is maybe we are not that professional than Magnus.
You're very honest. We appreciate that. Okay, do we have more questions from press? We have, please, Maria, go ahead.
Hello, Maria from chess.com. The question is for both players. So far, this is the most decisive match, equal to Karpov versus Korchnoi in 1981. Why do you think we are seeing so many more decisive games in this match than previous ones? Is it your styles of playing or your attitudes towards chess or something else? Maybe start with Ian.
Are we still keeping this question for the next round, Jan, or you would like to answer? Okay.
So,
and Ding?
No, it's just the same question as the previous one. Nothing.
Yeah, but maybe something about your styles. Do you think it might affect?
Maybe until now there are not so many computer line happens during the opening phase.
So early deviation from theory.
Yeah, sometimes we divide from this long and forced line.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyway, we appreciate that because it makes the match very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have more questions from the press? Please go ahead and ask right now, because this will be one last question. And meanwhile, I would like to just make a small announcement, as yesterday there was a question about the coverage of the match in China. So I have an information that the live broadcasts in China are on Zhejiang satellite channel and CCTV channels, which covers the entire country. And also a lot of news sources are covering the event, including Xinhua News, which provides reports every day. I apologize for my Chinese words. I just tried my best to announce. If someone is interested for these links, please approach me. I can share the links of the news in China. And if we have one last question, please. Yeah, commentary team.
It's a question for Ding. Like, at which point did you see the move Rook A5? Like, after Queen takes B2? Like, when did you get that planned?
Well, just in the end.
Like, after Queen takes B2 happened, and then you started
After
looking.
I take on E5. Because first I was thinking about knight C4, take back, about Queen C1, King H2, Bishop D3, Queen E3, Queen D1, Knight E5, Queen H5, Queen H3 take. And this endgame is not so easy to win, so in the end. So I guess the other move doesn't work, so in the end I found the last chance.
Thank you. I think we don't have any more questions from press. I don't have also more questions. And we can conclude today's press conference. Tomorrow is a day off, and I wish the players to have a nice rest day, and we will meet each other the other day. Thank you very much.
And here we have the scoreboard after game 6. The score now is 3-3 after Ding equalized with a fantastic victory today. What a game it was, finishing it off in style as well. Momentum Ding, you would think. Anish, what are your conclusions after watching that press conference?
Yeah, momentum or not, it's hard to say at this point. Maybe if we are looking for a pattern, or even that is flawed, but if you're looking for a pattern, maybe the player that plays with the white pieces has the momentum at this point, because the last 3 wins were by the players with the white pieces. So if anything, maybe the next game momentum is with Jan. I'm confused. I don't know this anymore. I think the match is very unusual. The development of it is also not what we have seen before, and just players trading blows, trading brilliances. And today, yeah, Ding just saw a lot of incredible lines, and we had seen at the press conference as well. He had just a very deep understanding of this game.
Yeah, it was interesting at the press conference, firstly, that Ding watches the broadcast. Shout out. He was quoting you there, Anish. But also that Jan described it as one of the worst games he's ever played. Do you think it's just the kind of post-game kind of haze there, or is it genuinely going to affect his confidence?
I don't think it will impact his confidence very much. He's extremely confident. But I do think, of course, he realized he made a lot of mistakes in the opening. I'm not sure if... what caused it? I think they came from the fact that he's not familiar with the structure, so I don't think that they came out of the blue. But he certainly, I think what happened is that he realized that point A he was having a good position, and in the point B it was lost, and he realized between point A and point B he must have played horrible chess. I'm not sure he knew exactly how that happened. And that is also why the choice of Ding was so good. And as Ding mentioned as well, he was fully aware that the reverse Carlsbad position could suit him better than Jan, and credit to him. Although I have to say I was really surprised to hear how open he was about, how do I even put it? Like he mentioned that that he didn't know what to play, and then last moment he decided to play the London, and after Bishop F5 already he was out of book, and he just somehow it sounded all like, I don't know, like I'm looking for a good word, but the word is like amateuristic, like in a way. Like normally you would expect that, there's like a team, and like for months he is making plans. He knows he has 7 white games, 7 black games, so 7 different plans for white. He would prepare everything, but maybe what he means is that he had a lot of things ready for the match, and this was one of the things that he chose. And he says that he was out of book after Bishop F5, but he played the position so well and so fast. I don't know. He must have studied similar positions. Somehow, like if you look at the game, it looks as the player showed deep understanding, and he did, and it was a great game. While if you listen to the press conference, it sounds like I came, I saw nothing, and I conquered. I mean, it cannot be like that. Yeah, it's.
It's refreshing, his honesty, though. It's very relatable as well. I know a lot of players, a lot of the viewers at home, we kind of turn up at the board without a game plan. We kind of act on the fly, we freestyle a bit, but Ding pulled it off. And Anish, this was game 6. Let's look ahead. Still plenty more action to come over the coming days. And tomorrow, of course, is a rest day. The players need time to recuperate, recover, and we will be back on Tuesday with Game 7. It's a one-off before another rest day. And of course, same time, same place. But what do you think, Anish, Giri? It's been a pleasure and commentating with you. What are your main takeaways from the day? And what are you looking forward to most after the rest day?
I think the pleasure is mine. And well, I think that what we have seen so far is that there's nobody is down in the match. Both Jan and Ding, they're able to bounce back with incredible chess. So it's by now becoming extremely unpredictable, and it's no longer possible to see and understand the flow of this match. Is just a total chaos. I think an interesting thing perhaps we could touch upon, because we see the schedule here, and I just wanted to point out the reason for this one game surrounded by 2 rest days. At first I was very confused, but I think I understood the point. So the reason is that they want that not always after the rest day a player has the same color, because it would give an advantage to one of the players. So let's say if you prefer to have more time for preparing with the white pieces, give the advantage for that player. But if what they did before is to reverse that, they would swap the colors. But that would then give the advantage once again to one of the players, because that player would have 2 games in a row of the same color. So what they did is, by creating an extra rest day, they reversed that around without having players play 2 games with the same color. So they did this whole operation for this. That means that we have a lot of rest days, and if that game will be drawn, there will be sort of a little moment of peace in between the match. But I really wouldn't bet on a draw. I think both players are being so aggressive with the white pieces. They come up with such ambitious game plans, not necessarily going for a big advantage, but avoiding forcing lines, which is what Ding mentioned, because the forcing lines, these are the ones that often can lead to a draw if both players know them. They're just going for these positional fights, which are very ambitious. And well, I wouldn't bet on a draw anymore. And Game 7 is going to be a big one, just like every game so far. And I'm looking forward immensely.
Yeah, there's certainly method behind the madness with the schedule. And Anish Giri, Grandmaster, world number 6. It's been a pleasure. I think you'll be back after the rest day, right?
Yes, I have the plans to commentate a couple more games for me, and I hope then people will find a good replacement in my good colleague Fabiano Caruana, who I'm a big fan of, and I'll be following his commentary with pleasure as well. It was also an honor for me to commentate with you, also with Daniel Naroditsky, and yeah, really, really fortunate and happy to be commentating on this remarkable occasion. But I'm certainly intending to be back after the rest day, and so will the players. And David, in terms of your commentating journey this year, are you doing more days with us, or?
Unfortunately not. This was my final day in the commentary booth for this World Championship match, but I'm going to be watching you. I'm going to be watching from afar and enjoying all the drama, of course. But on that note, as we do head into the rest day, we leave you with the best moment of Game 6. I've been David Howell, Anish Giri, and thank you for joining us, everyone.
Thank you, David. I think it's a disaster for Black already.
This could get incredibly unpleasant. Rookie 2 is computer best, and Nepo, I think, he smells it.
No, I think he's done here.
Ding has just resigned the game. He stopped the clock. A handshake has occurred.
And we're off. We have the handshake, and okay, it is D4. Surely he's not going for the London system or any other things associated to knight F3.
Yes, he does.
He is.
Oh no. The London. Half the viewership is already lost.
And Anish, we're back with some moves. I see a look on your face. You're not liking the developments here in the game for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
It's horrible. It looks horrible.
E5 on the board.
It is just strategically horrendous for you. This is Ding's kind of game. It reminds me of a game I lost to Ding.
Yeah, and Anish, before we dig deeper into H4, we are seeing a lot of messages from the featured chat about your mug. Is that Magnus? Maybe you can show us a bit closer.
Yeah, it's Magnus with the U, yeah? Magnus.
Magnus, wow. Jan's in his rest area again. Just feels like he doesn't want to come back to the board when he knows he's in trouble. Wow.
Ding there with the computer precision, smelling blood and going for the kill.
Jan has resigned. You called it. No beautiful checkmate on the board, but still a beautiful game, beautiful finish from Ding, and the scores are level.